friends. Happy Friday. Welcome to Politics Under the Mango Tree, coming straight to you. Yeah, from my humble self, your girl, Almoyer's Corner. I'm sorry, I'm going to be turning on my camera in a little bit. A little bit. How's everybody doing? Oh, I hope you're doing wonderful. Bear with me here. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry for the tardiness. I was a bit late. I was running a bit late. I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. How's everybody doing? I hope we're all doing well. Happy Friday to you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you to all my wonderful OGs, my new subscribers. Thank you so much. I see all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys have ways of encouraging me, which I really appreciate. Thank you so much. Guys, today we are talking politics under the mango tree. Let me see. Oh, there was something I wanted to play. There was something I found. Hmm. A lot of things, as you can observe, is really, really revealing itself in this time that we are in. You can't even deny it. A lot of things are really, really opening itself up. I'm going to start with this very short video for you guys. Mm. And by the way, this opioid crisis, right? They found out that they're Indians. They're called Indian opioid kings. They are behind some of the fake. Anyway, let me pause. So much is happening. All right, I'm going to share my screen.
For the annulment, he said that it wasn't. He didn't do it. It was Sonny Abacha that did it without his permission.
When
But he took responsibility for it.
when Abacha is dead.
He took responsibility for it.
Until we learn to punish people, Sheriff, until we have a system that punishes you, whether you confess later, 50 years later, or what, and makes you serve penance for what you have done. This thing we are talking about, do you know how many families were ruined because of this annulment? Why are we where we are today? And I was looking at all those VIPs yesterday, and something just crossed my mind. I was looking at them. I'm not going to mention names. I look at them. A lot of them traitors. A lot of them traitors. A lot of Abiola's biggest problems were those who were closest to him. In my generation, we know them. There's nobody to come and start pulling wool over anybody's eye.
Do you feel that genuinely with what happened yesterday, with that kind of support that he got from people, perhaps we're beginning to turn a new leaf as a nation? Because what I saw, wait now, how are you looking at me like that now? Let me finish my question. What I saw yesterday was at least some level of accountability, history, acknowledgement, people saying that, look, you have done this. He's saying that, yes, this happened under me. I am sorry, this and that.
What you also saw were people donating money in billions.
Well, could we have helped that?
Why are you stammering now?
Could we have helped that?
Sheriff, this country is one big conspiracy that is going around in circles. What fella used to call football government. Okay? At every point, these people know how to package themselves.
At every point, these people know how to package themselves. There's a short video that I want us to watch as well. I had all this lined up, oh, guys. What could I know this? We're going to do this and then we're going to start talking. I'm going to share my link. Anybody who has anything to say can jump on. Hopefully, this is not going to be a long life. I don't intend to stay here for so long.
Joining us now is Ojinika Jinix, the chief of Umukwata, with stories trending around the world. See, Oji.
Yes.
I like to put my money where my mouth is.
Go ahead.
So, the day the people in Umukwata get ready to give you this chieftaincy title,
yes,
we'll be there.
I know you'll be there because you're always representing Rufai on fire. We miss
please, dear people in Umukwata,
don't worry.
Let's do it once and
just to make Rufai happy. You know, I don't really care about those things, but you know, just so that the title will stand.
Yes.
Good morning, Ayo. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, Anthony Killer. No, Professor Anthony Killer. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
Yes, you're always killing it. Well, you know, today is my favorite day of the week.
Yes, it is.
TGIF, everyone. Well, all right. Good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending by taking reactions to the heated argument that erupted between the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and the lawmaker representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, over a change in sitting arrangements on the floor of the Senate on Thursday. The disagreement began when Akpoti-Uduaghan's seat was reassigned at the start of plenary, but she refused to comply with the reallocation. The chief whip of the Senate, Mr. Mungono, cited constitutional provisions and warned that failure to adhere to the new seating arrangement could have consequences. Akpabio backed Mungono. And when Akpoti-Uduaghan attempted to speak from her original seat, she was denied recognition. Well, let's take a look at the altercation before we come back for a discussion.
Order, please.
Dismiss Senator Natasha, please, you are not recognized to speak from there. That is the order of the Senate.
Sir, order 10 on privileges. Order 10 on privileges.
Senator Natasha.
Any senator may rise at any time to speak upon a matter of privilege suddenly arising, and he shall be prepared to move without notice. A motion declaring that the content of breach of privilege has been
allowed suspension immediately.
One woman army. I mean, this woman was strong and fierce, but you know, you guys had a guest earlier who said, fortunately, she was not suspended because obviously probably doesn't have the right to suspend her. But the language there was kick her out of the Senate, which, you know, a lot of people were very upset about. And you know that this is not the first time we're seeing this sort of altercation between the Senate president and Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. But you know that they have released a lot of different statements, and I'll read some of them as to the reason why the altercation went ahead. And one of the comments that was made from the Senate was non-compliance, breach of Senate rules. One, key violation, Section 10, senators must sit in assigned seats to be recognized for contribution. Section 56(1) allows the Senate president to rule any senator out of order if procedural guidelines are violated. Senator Natasha's refusal to sit in her reassigned seat and attempts to contribute from an unassigned position breached Senate protocol. That's what the Senate is saying. But you know that Natasha had said, her argument was that she was reading from a book. And one of the comments she read from a book was that, Order 10 on privileges. Natasha said, any senator may rise at any time to speak upon a matter of privilege suddenly arising, and he shall be prepared to move without notice a motion declaring that contempt or breach of privilege has been committed, or referring to the matter to the Committee on Ethics and Privileges. But if the matter is raised in committee of the whole Senate, the chairman shall leave the chair to report progress. I had to help Natasha read that order that she was refused to read out for the Senate. And we didn't understand why the Senate president just couldn't, exercise a little bit of patience just to listen to her for a bit. But let me just take some comments. I know we have to take the reactions because Nigerians have spoken. This is from Rinu Odwola. She wrote, just 7 months ago, Akpabio insulted Senator Natasha in the chamber, saying the Senate is not a nightclub where anybody can talk anyhow. Today, he asked security to take a democratically elected senator out of the chamber. What does Akpabio have against Natasha Akpoti? Then Flying Scholar wrote, Nigeria has yet to achieve even 15% representation of women in politics, and the few who have been duly elected still face various forms of oppression. Shame on Senate President Akpabio. This is not the first time he has attempted to silence his colleagues, particularly women, in the chamber. Well, another response that, the Senate had, reacted to was that, the adjustment was not singularly targeted at Senator Natasha Akpoti. They wrote clarification. Multiple senators were affected due to party realignments. Traditional Senate protocol. Newer members typically start in back rows and move forward. Senator Natasha's reassignment moved her closer to the front, a positive sign of her growing stature. Well, Rufai, before you speak, because I know that you're ready. In the wake of all that drama, an old video surfaced online showing the then Senator Godswill Akpabio flouting the Senate standing order under the Saraki-led Senate. In the video, Akpabio insisted on speaking even while he was not permitted to speak by the then Senate President, Bukola Saraki. Let's take a look.
You can go to your seat. Then when you get your seat, I'll recognize you.
Next to Senator Kwankwaso, until I was led by the sergeant at arms that this is my seat.
I asked the clerk. I asked the clerk whether he allocated that seat to you. He said he didn't.
He told me he would prefer to sit here. So I said there is no microphone there, but he said he would still prefer to sit there.
If there's been a senator that have allowed to speak without a microphone, state. That's never happened in this chamber. All we said is there's no microphone where you are. Go to a place where there's one, and you can speak. Now you have the floor, speak, and let us make progress.
All right, that was then Senator Akpabio there. He wasn't even sitting, he was standing and arguing with Bukola Saraki. He was standing, he wasn't even on the chair. They didn't ask exactly. They didn't say walk him out. Yeah. But let me read another comment from the Senate, and which is backing what Akpabio had flouted at that time. Upholding parliamentary order and decorum. The Senate operates under structure. The Senate's President's decision was lawful, necessary, and aligned with parliamentary norms. The assertion of unfair treatment is unfounded, as Senator Natasha's actions breached the Senate's standing orders. In parliamentary democracy, rules ensure fairness, not individual preference. I mean, look at that.
I'll be itching.
You have been itching. Go ahead. Let me let you give. I'm giving you the floor.
I mean, I don't believe in all of these rebuttals by Akpabio's people from his office, from taxpayers' money being paid to them. They are doing their job.
They're doing their job.
What did we see? We saw constant attempts to silence Natasha, which we will not take. And please, for Mr. Akpabio and the likes of his ilk that don't respect women in this country, please remind them that women also fought for this democracy. In case you don't know, You can go and read up on the likes of Gambo Sawaba. Women also got beaten for this democracy. They fought for the nationhood of this country. So we must respect them. Because I've seen a constant attitude. That's why when the senator came here and was trying to defend the indefensible, he did it. In fact, it was because of public outcry, Senator Akpabio had to appeal and apologize to Natasha Akpoti the last time when he said this place is not a beer parlor, it's not a club and things like that. Mm-hmm. He's done it many times. What's the bone of contention sits here? You can have a tiff as regards sitting positions and all of that. There can be reactions and counter-reaction, but the words uttered by Senator Akpabio by saying, we'll tell the Sergeant of Arms to take you out. Who told them to take him out when he did his? Oh, we'll suspend you. That's the high-handed nature. And that's why I wasn't surprised when the senator came here and says, our father. Who is your father? Our father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Is that it? Is that what the senator has become? First, a month ago, she must be given a right to speak. As she was standing on pre-existing privileges, orders, while she was saying it, just like what Akpabio too stood on. At least let her make her points. And the next thing since yesterday, the media office of Akpabio and his cohorts have been in overdrive, spinning all sorts of stories and bringing them out, trying as much as possible. Why are they on the offensive?
Right.
We must give her a chance to speak. He likes it or he doesn't like it. He must learn how to treat women properly. He likes it or he doesn't like it, and we must reiterate it. I'm not saying you can't have a tiff, but the way you handle it is what will make you different here.
Yeah.
And please, for the sake of balance, I also want Natasha Akpoti, if she can grant us this event, to come and state her own side of the year.
Yeah.
Because it is only one side we've heard favoring Senator Akpabio, a senator coming to speak. Natasha, please, the floor is yours.
The floor is hers.
Come on this show, probably Abuja next week. State your own side of the story.
Right.
We must speak up for women. Yeah. And this is ongoing. This has been on for quite a while.
It has.
And enough of it.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time.
Abba.
Yeah, she was
down with it.
Very good. She was not allowed to read from the Senate rules book at that point. I mean, I'm getting comments from people saying that at the end of the clip I played before, Akpabio apologized to Saraki. I don't know what difference that made, because he actually was not sitting on his rightful seat, and he was challenging, his lawmakers at the same time, all because of the sitting arrangements. I mean, Ayo.
Besides, the tone and manner in which Senate President Saraki handled that matter was vastly different from his.
Yeah?
There was no point at any time where the sergeants of arms were called in to walk him out, or where he was told that he would, and he wasn't given an audience to speak. In fact, he had the opportunity to stand up, and this was what we're trying to drive home. Yes, you can say that, she should have gone to her seat, but she also was trying to establish a point, and that was what I was saying to the deputy chief whip who came earlier today, saying that she wasn't given an opportunity to speak. And that is where there was an evidence of bias there, whether you agree with it or not. That she also talked about how she had been maligned a number of times, where she would raise her hand and she wouldn't be recognized by the Senate. These are the voices of senators speaking out against what they see as discrimination, especially, and I hate to do that, play the female, this woman senator card. We often talk about bringing more women into politics, but when they make the you know how she got here. You know how her road was blocked, the fight against the governor, Yahaya Bello, everything that happened. So this is not a woman who got there easily. And then she gets there after fighting, and then she goes through hell trying to establish herself. And people are saying that, in fact, I will see rubbish comments like, doesn't she have a husband? And what has marriage got to do with her business in the Senate? What has the fact that she's a woman got to do with her business in the Senate? So whether we like it or not, there are cultural nuances based on this, with regards to she's a woman, why she being like, she's new, doesn't she know how to behave? They say that nice girls don't get the corner office. And this is what Senator Natasha, unfortunately, has to prove. We've seen it in other parliaments around the world where women had to assert themselves. How many female senators' voices do we hear in this current House of the Senate? I hope that the Senate president would leave a legacy of enabling equity and fairness across board. I can almost bet that if it were someone else, he probably would have been treated with better respect.
Yes.
And so I think voices, whether you're a woman or man, should rise up in defense. She's a woman, she's a mother, she's a daughter, it could be anyone you know to speak about this. And let me just say as well that when it comes to suspension, during Ali Ndume's case, the judge ruled that it's the people, his constituents, that voted him in. And if you suspend a sitting senator, you deprive that senatorial district from having a voice in the in representation. Right. Because what could happen is that even though they're not suspended, they will steal her office and really intimidate her. We must push against that. Absolutely. Kogi Central deserves to have its voice there, and that voice in the Senate is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. Whether you like it or not, she's there to stay, and we are very proud of her.
The lady must be heard. Right, the lady must be heard.
Professor Anthony Killer, I actually enjoyed your submission at the end of the news headlines where you talked about decorum. And that is really the crux of the matter. And that's really what needs to be done at the floor of
and
the
that's
Senate.
a very important thing. Let's be very clear.
Yes.
Akpabio is not Saraki. There's a lot of things.
Sub or something.
Oh, it's a statement.
Let's just leave it.
Let's not throw this sub.
Let's just
throw this sub.
Let's just leave that at that.
I can't relax, Oji. That's a sub. In fact, I'm speaking for Akpabio now.
But the point here that we need to make, though, is that there's something about Nigerian politicians that they turn one to somebody who goes left and right because they all do odd things, not to use another word. I repeat, there should be less drama and more action than our legislators. Action. It is wrong. By the way, today is 28th of February. It's 2 weeks to 8th of March. I will advise Akpabio, if his media people are going around, to, from now, order 1,000 mimosas, and on the 8th of March to send it to 1,000 women, 774 from each local government, a bit to Abuja, and a bit to some selected places. That's how I got my 1,000 number. So I've even done the...
You've done the math.
The maths and the slotting for him. It is a very dangerous thing to, in 2025, to be termed as misogynist. It is so archaic, it is so uncool, it is so everything you can think of. And I think whether Akpabio is misogynist or not, if there is a risk that is being perceived as misogynist, he should quickly work against it. Now, to the women in Senate and in politics general, I think the time has come for them to set themselves a quote-unquote hidden agenda to say, I am going to go into that room and I'm not going to be a bimbo. And I believe they should earn it. And I also think that, this is what I tell my daughters, and I also think that voters, if they care about gender inclusion, if they care about equality, they should punish and reward people who act one way or the other against equality. There should be a bias. There's enough women vote in this country, in the world, to control men.
All right. Well said, Professor Anthony Killer. Well said. Well, we'll follow up on the story. Hopefully, we'll get Natasha Akpoti's rebuttal. We'll take another story now. Reactions have trailed the revolution by former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida after he acknowledged that the late MKO Abiola won the presidential election held on June 12, 1993. IBB's revolution came at the book launch of his autobiography, A Journey in Service, in Abuja on Thursday. Babangida annulled the June 12 election, sparking widespread protests and unrest in the country. But 3 decades after the annulment, during the review of his autobiography, former Vice President Yemi Osibajo read a section that shed light on the events surrounding the annulment.
Although I am on record to have stated after the elections that Abiola may not have won the elections, upon deeper reflection and a closer examination of all available facts, particularly the detailed election results, which are published as an appendix to this book, there was no doubt that MKO Abiola won the June 12th elections. Upon closer examination of the original collated figures from the 110 polling booths nationwide, it was clear that he satisfied the 2 main constitutional requirements for winning the presidential elections, mainly majority votes and geographical spread. Having obtained 8,128,720 votes against Tofa's 5,000,000, 848,247 votes, and securing the mandatory 1/3 of the votes cast in 28 states of the Federation, including Abuja.
All right, reactions have trailed. Let me take this from characteristics. We wrote, better late than never. I was a very young teenager, not eligible to vote during the June 12, 1993 elections. And in my lifetime, I have never seen such a robust campaign that got the attention of the whole nation, both young and old. The jingles on radios and televisions for both the NRC and, of course, that of the SDP were top-notch. I still remember part of the jingle. Abiola na my manu, SDP na the party to solve all our problems for better tomorrow. SDP, Kingi Ibe, Abiola, Abiola, progress. Oh, what a memory. Nigeria indeed lost an opportunity to advance, and generations lost an opportunity to see their nation compete in the Committee of Nations for years, all because of a leadership that couldn't look beyond its nostrils. Well, former military head of state Ibrahim Babangida on Thursday expressed regret over the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, describing it the most difficult period of his life.
As the leader of the military administration, I accept full responsibility for all decisions taken under my watch. And June 12 happened under my watch. Mistakes, oversights, and missteps happened in quick succession. But I say in my book, in all matters we acted in the supreme national interest so that Nigeria could survive. Our nation's march to democracy was interrupted, a fact that I deeply regret, but Nigeria survived and democracy is still alive, a testament to our resilience and commitment to progress.
I must say, I was very impressed by this. Rufai, you were there, but I'd like to just sum up the whole reaction before I come to you, Rufai. Well, during the review of the book launch, former Vice President Osibajo jokingly remarked that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was now celebrating with his former tormentors. He recalled how Tinubu was a senator at the time, resisted the dissolution of the Senate under Sani Abacha, following the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election.
And then, of course, there's a gentleman here who was an elected senator in 1992 in the course of Babangida's transition program. When Babangida annulled the 1993 election and General Abacha took over and dissolved the Senate, that senator tried to reconstitute the Senate in resistance to the dissolution. He was detained, charged to court. He escaped into exile. Today, he is also here to celebrate with his former tormentors. But as president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
For me, that was the highlight of the evening. I mean, Aya was saying it's great that we can all laugh about this at this moment, but you know, that room was filled with dignitaries at the moment, including, of course, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who chaired the occasion. Well, at that occasion, he told Ibrahim Babangida to expect good and bad and ugly reactions to his book.
I am anxious to read the book. One thing is absolutely sure. Reaction galore. Again, it will be good, bad, and ugly. But your duty must be due, and you have done it.
He has done it, right? Let me take more reactions. This is from Gimba, who wrote, and then came General Babangida's book launch. The political class is one big family. 35 years ago, some of the people in that Transcorp room didn't see eye to eye, and you would have sworn they would never get along. I don't know what you think about karma, but IBB has had the most perfect ending anyone could imagine, celebrated by those who once antagonized him. Even without an apology, he would have still been friends with some of them. That's the reality of class struggle, something Karl Marx once warned us about, and that is a fact. But you know, another thing that was quite, I don't know what to call it, awesome at the event was the amount of money that was raised for the library. Let me take this Sarkis tweet. He wrote, over 17 billion was donated at the launch of IBB's autobiography, yet they can't come together to remove children from the streets in the north and put an end to Almajiri. God sees us all. That's an actual fact. 6 billion was raised and counting. I believe Aliko Dangote donated about 8 billion, and it was going to be 2 billion every year. It's a lot of money. A quick wrap up.
So a couple of things. Gimba was right.
Yes.
And that's the thing about class struggles.
Class struggles.
The truth is, and that's why I kept on asking the question, Awonko, the people that will never be able to be in this room, the likes of somebody that called me yesterday, Ambassador Musbao, that lost his sight in the June 12th struggle. Only recently, the likes of Frank Kokori just passed. What about the other people? The Jolins, Bagala Kalto. Where are they? They'll never sit in this room. Even before this day, yes, fences have been mended all this while. They've had association, they've had conversation. The real winners were those that were up there. What about the losers? Those that will never be up there. Those that cheer on those in the limelight. Can we spare a thought for them this morning? Because I feel the real heroes of June 12th, apart from MK Abiola, are those on the streets of Lagos that were killed by bullets. Are those that never saw the next day. Are those that had to run away on exile, but today they are not celebrated. They've told their own stories in different ways, but they will never be in the room high up there.
Right.
Oji was a packed room. It was a packed room where governors scampered for seats. It was a room where you had five Nigerian, about close to 5 Nigerian leaders and 2 leaders of other African countries. So it was highly, highly anticipated, and Babangida got his hurrah. But the truth is, what about those left behind in this class struggle? And that's why, coming back to the next tweet, we must make a society where we truly think of our Almajiri children. Mm-hmm. And also the problem of Almajiri is to change the cultural mindset of a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Because I know Goodluck Jonathan did do a lot to build schools, but there's also a cultural mindset.
Yes.
And also, in fixing the problem, when this library is built, it will be open to everybody in Mina. Mm-hmm. He could have chosen to build it anywhere, but he's going to be building this in Mina. So it's also going to help people get an education. Also going to help people to be able to read. Mm-hmm. But except we build a society, which we have not built 32 years on,
right,
that looks out for the weak amongst us, rather than a society that only celebrates the strong, Nigeria will never achieve its full potential.
Well said, Rufai, well said. I feel like even giving you a round of applause for that summer. It was beautiful. Well, guess what the picture of the day was for me? History was made on that table. If you can pull up the picture of the day. There you go. Heads of states, our former heads of, presidents, and of course we had Ibrahim Babangida there, President Tinubu, and of course Yakubu Gowon. History was made yesterday because we don't know when all these leaders will gather together. So for me, that was the picture of the day, a sentence that we moved.
Yeah, Rufai said it's that a lot of people, except for President Buhari, leaving presidents were present there. He sent a representative. But when I made that statement, and I'll say this about, glad they can laugh about it, I said it with the side eye, so that I'm clear on that. Yes. Because I watched the proceedings yesterday with mixed feelings. That yes, whilst we can celebrate IBB today, but in 1993 and the years following that, it wasn't a celebration. Right. A lot of people lived in fear, there was chaos, and unfortunately robbed a man who legitimately won that election, whether by his actions or inactions. So mixed feelings for me.
Mixed feelings. What about you, quickly?
Well, I think picture of the day, you're right. But I also noticed with interest that Another professor, Professor Yemi Oshibaji, former vice president, just like me, is taking another career. He's delving into book review. I think it's the era of changes. The boy, expectedly, he did excellently. I hope he will say the same of me here now. I'll check out what he says. There is a point in June 12th that is being missed. I'm giving a lecture next month on June 12th, and one of the issues that we seem to miss is that the significance of June 12th in nation building. A lot of people voted for MKO for the election. Some people did not vote for him. But after that annulment, everybody came together to defend our sovereignty. And that's, I think, a point we need to reflect on.
Well said, Paul. Well said. All right. Before we end what's trending today, let us highlight Grammy Award-winning singer Thames, who dazzled the audience with a thrilling rendition of Wait.
Oh, sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know this thing. Now Friday, Mona Noves. Sorry, I apologize. I apologize for that. Michael, thank you very much. I say I don't understand why they clap. There's nothing to clap. Everything wrong with Nigeria was well represented in that room. Everyone that has brought Nigeria to where it is right now, all represented in that room. I don't know which history they make. I don't understand. What history did that represent? Well, it's good that they capture it in picture. So that when you're sharing, when you're talking about it in history, we say, here are those that were responsible single-handedly in the destruction of Nigeria in one picture. You start to name them with circles. Maybe for that purpose, yeah. Maybe for that purpose. Eh? Wow. Stay humble. Welcome, Oga. Greetings to you. Happy Friday. Can you hear me? You're on mute. Stay humble. You're on mute. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Happy Friday to you.
Yeah, same to you. It's Saturday here already.
Oh, okay. Happy Saturday.
Thank you.
What do you have to say about this?
Okay, well, I think the whole thing is a distraction, I would say.
Yep.
Just like so many other things happening, some distractions that are coming in this period when we need to, really focus and talk about the germane issues. Babangida, old story, isn't it? Why did he launch the book? Really, I've been thinking, why did he launch the book? Because the book was just a copy and paste of what we have always known. It was like, they just copied other books and just pasted. Or maybe he just wanted to use the opportunity and raise some money for his presidential library.
Or maybe not that. Maybe he's looking a way to confess. You know what I mean? Like he knows he's near end of life now. So maybe it's his own way of coming out to say, okay, all my confession is in a book. So they've just made it available to people to read, to go and find out. But he wasn't honest about the fact that he's the single reason why that election was annulled. He lied about that still in his old age. Go ahead, sir.
So I if it's just to confess, because what he did is just reminiscent of what other people do. What they do. I think it's a pattern for them to, in connivance with whichever external forces, foreign forces, to ruin the country and ruin the future of, the children, and then after some decades come out with a book and say, okay, this was what and what and what. I think it's a pattern, really. It's not really them being contrite about whatever atrocities they had committed, because I don't see any contriteness, stand from his part, really. They're still very arrogant, and still very proud of what they did. So I think it's just a distraction and an opportunity for him to raise some money and build a presidential library. They are not really thinking about death, because these guys are so demonic that they don't even think about all those things. Because if they really are thinking, there are some of them who are extremely frail now, but they are still waxing worse and worse in their iniquities. So I don't think they're really thinking about death and where they will go and all those. No, they don't. I don't think so. And there was nothing really that he said that was like new. He talked about Abiola winning the election. He had always known that, since I was a kid, Abiola won the election, and it has always been public knowledge. And even the other day, Buhari declared Abiola, wherever, immortalized him or something, just for political reasons. So then also is some things we are mentioned about the military coup, which we always know. But again, one other question will be this: why did they not allow Abiola to be president? Because I think that's the main issue, really. So remember, if you know how Babangida came to power in the first place, if you know how Babangida came to power, you know that there were people that brought him there. And the forces that brought Babangida to power are not internal. Again, those external forces. Because I think I would say that only two heads of government in Nigeria had come to power without the approval of, let's say, America or Britain. It was Agui Ironsi and Jonathan. Have been the two presidents, and how they were removed. So they were removed unceremoniously. One was killed, and then Jonathan was shoved out. So those were the people that came in, and these people they knew they didn't have anything on them. They were going to be independent minded and do their thing. So they had to be removed the way they were removed. And some other people that they even helped to come to power, they removed them when they thought they were no longer doing their business. But it's fine. Whoever put Babangida in power, was who didn't want Abiola there. You understand? So Abiola was not the favorite of the external powers, and that was why he didn't come there. And then whatever decision Babangida took, it wasn't by accident. It wasn't anybody. It was premeditated. He was asked to do this thing. Abiola was his best friend, and from the onset, he didn't plan to scuttle the election. He didn't plan to annul the election. They told him, look, you have to leave, but you have to organize an election. They probably didn't know, that it will go the way it did. And when it went the way it did, they were like, no, it mustn't be this person. You understand? And they had to use someone to do it. So it wasn't something of an accident. It was planned. So that, by the way, some other things have happened during the week that I found really, really unimportant. One of them is this thing that happened at the National Assembly, where the senators were scuffling over seats, over where to sit. Come on. And then there was so much furor. And I know the reason why that made headlines was because These people have the media in their pocket. So with some, with some money, they could make some news, just like Babangida's book launch. Most of media houses that might have attended the book, they will have been rewarded handsomely to make the thing, be very, very visible in the media. The same thing with the woman that was shouting about. How many times did she shout when 160 million naira was shared to them to buy cabs in a country where 22 million children are out of school? Did she shout when she learned that 100 and something people perished when a tanker exploded? Did she shout when she saw the statistics from UNICEF, UNESCO about the plight of the Nigerian child? Many people, many women do not have access to basic antenatal care. Did she shout? You understand? And she is shouting because she's been asked to sit somewhere else. This is just too ridiculous, and this should not even dominate our discussions.
Okay, let me come in there. Stay humble. Let me come in there really quickly. So first and foremost, Natasha is a relatively new senator. And there's so many things that she tries to fight for that she's being silenced about. I'm not sure that you really listened to, her own part of the story. Maybe you were not interested. Like you said, it was maybe to you, it was just media setup. That's not the case. We only have two very vocal women in the Senate right now. Okay. Happens to be Natasha and Ireti. Those are the only two women. I don't know if there's a third woman, but those are the only two women in the midst of a majority of the men. This woman, according to her own story, she actually was on Brekete family. Ordinary president called her. There's so many things that these people try to fight for. She and Ireti, they keep stopping them in their tracks. They keep preventing them from achieving anything. And with regards to the sitting positions, they just woke up out of the blue one day. And by the way, Akpabio has been giving this woman a lot of help. There was a time where he apologized to her after he said this is not a what's it called, a nightclub or something that ridiculous. Okay. He's been on this woman's tail for a long time. She got frustrated because nobody was listening to her. I did a video on it yesterday, so you might want to go check that out. And you might, just for the heck of it, go to Ordinary Brekete family, listen to her side of the story, and please also listen to that outburst that was put on in the media. That woman had gotten to a place where she had been shut down. Everything they attempt to do, they keep shutting it down. She got frustrated. On top of it, they just changed her seat all of a sudden without prior notice. And she stood up and said she used the section 10 or whatever of their handbook or whatever it is they work with to put a stop to it. That's what happened. So please, let's not minimize. I don't want us to minimize that because that is crucial. Where we have somebody who's trying to fight for her constituents, she's not the only one there. You have more men there that couldn't even stand up and say, hey, Oga Speaker, this is not how to go about it. Chill. Lay her out. Mid-conversation, he turned that woman's mic off. That is the utmost disrespect. She's not a child. Treated her like a kindergarten child. That is wrong on so many levels. So we're not gonna minimize that. We're not gonna minimize that. I'm sorry. We're not gonna do that. That was wrong. And Akpabio ought to step the hell down if he was a functioning society. You do not have the right to speak to anyone like that. It's not the first time he's come after that woman. It's not the first time. It's not. So please, I don't want us to minimize it. And I don't want to go really into details because there was a particular space I streamed from Twitter today that dealt extensively. And there were men, thank God for the men who are speaking up. I'm so glad to see that, because it was an all-men space and they were calling it out as it should. So please, I don't want us to mean there's a lot of disrespect to women in Nigeria. A whole lot. Women are silenced in Nigeria. Everywhere. Let's not come here and pretend. No talk of politics. The only two one we manage get in the minority party. They go silence them. Now so wicked, they frustrate ireti, left, right, center. So I beg, stay humble. You be my brother. But you see this matter, they make my body hot. Because one will not come here, gloss over the situation. Women, they suffer for that country. No rules, no laws. Anything when you want to do woman, now you defeat do woman for Nigeria. More not come here, come pretend. I beg. No talk of person where they a married woman for that matter. A married woman. See the way they talk to the woman anyhow. No be the first time when they talk. The woman talking for Brekete family today. It says so many things when Akpabio they do to her. She not just won't talk. Because of that, she's turned down interviews. I sent her an email. Say, please, madam, come, let's come and talk about this issue. I did. But clearly she's not going to come because she says she's turning down all interviews because she's gotten invitations to come and interview. I beg, we're not going to minimize that, sir. I'm very sorry. We're not going to minimize that. That is a very crucial. This Akpabio just, if I were men in Nigeria, I'll be ashamed. The man just put Nigerian men on the world stage for everybody to see how they denigrate and disrespect women. That's what that was. That's what that was. And anybody who's not offended by that, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. What is wrong is wrong. It's very wrong. A society that cannot protect its women and its children is doomed. And we are seeing the doom right now. We're trying to dig ourselves out of the doom. So I beg, make we know as we go take talk for this matter.
When I was talking, if you listen to me carefully, I did mention that we have a country where women don't have access to even the most basic care. Even children don't have access.
No. I listened carefully to you. You said what you said was in reference. You said, what did she say with the children? What did she say with the women? You did not say. I listened very carefully to you. Before I responded, I had to interject. What do you want her to do if they've been pushing it and trying to pass bills? She even said it in that. If you go to Brekete and go and listen to her her part of the video, she said there's so many things they want to do for women. They don't allow them, they shut it down. What do you want the woman do? In a Senate full of men that are baboons. No apologies. What do you want her to do? No protection. All the fellow PDP people that in the same Senate, none of them could come to and say, no, don't talk to our people, our person like that. Everybody sit down like the weak ass when they be.
Yeah, but I would also, want the same enthusiasm, that she used for in challenging Akpabio, really, to also push for people-oriented policies.
What did I just say? Did you just hear what I said? I said there are things that she's trying to do. They don't give them, they don't let them speak. They shut it down. Did you hear what I just said? They shut down the things that they want to do, they want to achieve. They shut it down. What do you want her to do? How about talking to the men, majority of the men who are in the Senate, who ought to know better, to speak up, get their weak asses up and do something? How about that? Why are we focusing on this one single woman that has made us aware of the denigration that they're going through? Please, Mr. Stay Humble, you see this matter, mo no con quarrel put. Where there is truth, we need to be able to stand for it. Where people are being silenced, we should be able to speak. You are Nigerian. I am pretty sure you have sisters, you have a mother, you have relatives that are women. You see how women are being treated in Nigeria. You cannot come here and act like you don't know. So please, respectfully, sir, please, I beg.
Yeah, well, I think that yeah, I think that there are some opinions really that with the passing of time, you know, their validity will be proved. Really, yeah.
In this case, no validity.
I don't want to go deep
in
into
this case, validity in the bush by the wayside. I'm sorry. There will be no, every validity that has to be proved has been proven right in front of us. Any other validity will surpass this one. That means a new one will happen if we don't do anything that will surpass this. That's what that means. That's what it means. Because for anybody to see what happened and then try to justify it after the woman has made it clear. In fact, ordinary president had to call. She did not answer anybody, but she chose to answer ordinary president. Maybe because they're all in Abuja, they probably know each other from, her campaigning days. That's why she honored his phone call. Right after that, he called the Akpabio man with his fat neck. He called her. The man answered once. He hung phone up on her. He called the man 3 good times. He not pick up. Wimps that we call senators. God forbid. I beg. The one when we talk, we support her. At least he used the voice. Say shout. Say see what that they do to me. Oh, Mona can't help me. Oh, Mona can't help me. Oh, see what they do to me. Oh. I beg.
I'm not trying to hold brief, for anybody in the Senate, really. I don't even reckon with any of them. Yeah, to me, they're all criminals. To be honest, House of Reps, what have you. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Ireti or Ababio or whoever is there, whatever party, APC, PDP, Labour Party, NMPP, they are all, because none of them rejected the 160 million naira vehicle. When I just disregarded all of them was when they all, irrespective of party, irrespective of the ideology, if any, accepted, received the 160 million naira for the vehicles. None of them resigned because of that. If any of them had resigned their position, if any of them had insisted, no, I'm not taking this money, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. If you force me to do that, I will resign. Then they will earn my respect. None of them has my respect. Sorry, like none of them has my respect.
You don't have to be sorry. I'm not asking for respect. I'm asking for, in spite of the fact that, yes, maybe assuming what you're saying is true, that does not mean that Akpabio should
receive the money,
denigrate a woman on the Senate floor. That's what we're talking about. We're way past them collecting money and not letting us know. We're way past that. That does not mean that when we now see something that is clearly wrong, we should not speak to it because they collected money. What do you want us to do? These people are still in Nigeria. If Nigeria works today, it's going to be the benefit of everybody. So if something still they wrong
once upon a time,
where they did, then we should call it out regardless.
Once upon a time, during the time of Jonathan, we had a minister who was saddled with the responsibility of privatizing the power sector. So, things were not going the way, he wanted them to go transparently. He wanted to privatize this thing. He thought he thought that Jonathan was serious about privatization. He thought that Jonathan wanted to actually transform Nigeria, and improve power supply. And then he was asked to be in charge of power. He was the minister for power, Professor Barton Naji. And then they wanted to privatize the power sector. And when he saw the game they were playing, he resigned. We had someone as well who was made the chairman of the National Population Commission. He wanted to conduct a true census, but they didn't allow him. He resigned as well. Yeah, but so when I see people resigning because they had not been allowed to push through what they thought was best for the people, I will respect them, but if they are all playing the same game, they keep quiet when things are going wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry, I will not, give ear to them, because there are pressing issues in Nigeria, really. There are pressing issues in Nigeria.
You don't have to be sorry. I mean, it's your opinion. That's your take. Me, I've already made my own clear. Like I said, if you're interested, you can go catch it up. If you're not, I'm not going to go back and forth. If you're not, that's good also. We have bigger and bigger issues to deal with in Nigeria. We've not even scratched the surface. What's going on now is the fact that IBB, anybody, again, let me repeat, to anybody who wants a free copy, I have a free copy I can share. I'm very happy to share. Everybody go and read it. I don't know why the man is selling it. 50,000. What did they take and do? All the money went thief and everything went carry. That one not rich. I don't know why they
50,000
said
for the book.
50,000
Yeah,
naira
we
for the
not
book.
even read it
Can
because
you imagine? No, I will read it just for the heck of it. I will read it. I will read it. You understand? I will read it. It's free. Something to read. I go just read and they carry nose up as I read that. So it's there. I don't know why they even have the audacity to be putting price. Book when you go make available for everybody. You confess, you don't even confess and reach ground. You confess and halfway. You understand? So you need Golden's Empire. Okay. I go share am for my community. I go see as I go just share the link so that I'll go download copy, because make everybody download them. Make the people when they won't go they buy am 50,000, make they can't go they buy am now. People never chop belle food. I want to go buy book 50,000 naira. Instead of me to use that 50 naira to buy the book, I will use it. I will dash it, share it, 10K to five people for data or something. So I don't know. Nigeria, it just keeps getting worse and worse. It's not getting any better. Look at all of them. Even T-Pain was there. When did T-Pain even come from Paris? Maybe they said the man go Paris. He went to visit his country, because Nigeria not being country now. People like saying be president of Paris, which they never tell us true. The man spends most of his time in Paris than he does in Nigeria. By the way,
because
go ahead.
the European Union, seems to be Macron seems to be the one now organizing them at the European Union. Yes, I remember that European Union
Oh.
sponsored Nigeria's election, and after
Well,
the
this
election,
European
they
Union, it's
released.
not just European Union, no. There was American money in that thing, man. You said.
Yes, yeah, the American government also, contributed, to.
Apparently, it's the French, allegedly, the French has been taking more oil from us. So they've been doing boju behind the scenes, collecting oil, trying to blame it on Russia. I don't know. You were not here yesterday. I played a video that David then shared information.
Yeah. So I read, all you said about those games that are playing, because, if you hold any opinion contrary to the French, American, British stuff, then you label them Russian.
As Russian propagandists. Yep.
Yeah, but it's really pathetic, because France and America played a very crucial role in Tinubu becoming president.
It's been made
Tinubu is
clear.
not sure about America now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's holding on to France and even the so-called African Union, because the African Union is bankrolled by the European Union. You know, so you can see that there is, you know, bigger problem. So when African Union is sponsored by European Union, so you see that you know there's no light at the end of the tunnel.
I don't know if
So
I want to say there's no light. And apparently, I heard that the new AU president, whether I don't know. I mean, allegedly, they say he's not a Western puppet. It was this guy. If Odinga had won from Kenya, it would have been very problematic. That's what I was
Odinga,
hearing. Yeah,
okay.
the one from Kenya. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
They said if he had got he contested, they said if he had won, it would have been problematic. Okay. So the new guy that won, that's the chairman of the AU, is not a West. That's what I heard, at least. I don't know. Now time that we will take no. However, France is losing out on so many ways because other African countries are sending them away. So they are losing a lot of resources. The reason why they are holding on to Tinubu because they are able to allegedly thief oil behind the scenes, use boju boju to cover our eyes to make it look like it is not them, but their hands are all over it. That's what I heard. That's word on the street, allegedly. So I mean, it gets crazier and crazier. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Nigeria
Yeah,
matter.
and they are really out to get some, the young people, in these Western countries out, because this whole now is about immigration. It's not about these people coming in with boats or something, all those, very wretched people fleeing wars, and because that's the state that they want them to be in, so if
Mhm.
if you're fleeing wars, they're happy, that. But if you're coming in, let's say professional or a skilled person, or that's where the problem is, because they don't want this huge population of young middle-aged Africans and Asians who they suspect will use the resources at their disposal to really fight for change in their countries, because they're afraid of the diaspora, the African diaspora, the Asian diaspora. So all this noise about, it's not about all this because they have the system, they have the structure to those people that they say, oh, okay, oh, we want to remove criminals. The criminals, because once this guy came in and said, okay, remove them, they already had a list. They already know where people were, really.
Mhm.
So they have the structure, they have the system to track criminals. All right. So this whole noise is not about boats and all those small bits. It's about the people they think have that ability to make the change, because there is a growing population of disgruntled people, and this population is people who are now moving away from the narrative, Western narrative, that education, that stereotype. They say this is the way you should think. This is what you should know. Don't go beyond this thing. Don't question things. So we have a population, trying to question all those things, and it's a matter of time. Like you rightly said, there is light at the end of the tunnel, really, because when you see how people are reacting to something, see the book that Babangida launched, and you see that 99% of people, we are really critical about him, which wasn't the case some decades ago. You still find each section of some sections of the country. Oh, this is our leader. We hail him. But even now, though you might see on social media and stuff, some Abdullahi or some Ibrahim saying, "Oh, this guy is a true leader" or something, but they are in the very, very minority. Because even over there in the north, those those guys are now saying, look, we don't believe in you again. So yeah, that's a step in the right direction. I was watching a video, yes, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday or 2 days ago, about when about Peter visiting the one cleric in the north. And I saw, with my knowledge of Nigeria's history from childhood and African history, I saw a deviation from the norm. This is, if you know Nigeria's history very well, and you know the animosity and all the strife, over the years. You see, when you see a crowd of young northern youths all following him, all loyal to him, like 10, 20, 30 years ago, you wouldn't ever imagine that an Igbo politician would command such followership in the core north. So there is a shift, really. There is a shift. From what I know about Nigeria's politics and system, it's it's a huge deviation from the norm. You understand? So if this continues,
I'm glad you picked up on that, because that's one thing that, sometimes people see it and they're like, oh, there's light at the end of a tunnel. I don't know what you people are watching, or some of these people. It's so obvious, it's so clear. The tide is changing. It may look slow to you, or it might look like, depending on what side of social media you're on. There's a lot of, there are young people now talking about politics on TikTok. Nigerians, I'm telling you. Before,
yeah,
TikTok was dominated by all sorts of crazy content that they were doing. Now, there are young people in Nigeria that are doing like 24/7 type of politics, discussing it.
yeah,
I was really blown away. So yeah, things are changing. It shows that what everybody is talking, everybody who's talking is having an impact one way or the other. You might not be
yeah,
seeing it. There is
exactly.
light at the end of the tunnel. It is us that are in the south that needs to get our acts together, and not stand and keep using and keep dividing ourselves, because we need each other. It is our own resources they are chopping. That's what they're using to floss and do pepper them for us. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? So it is us in the south that needs to get our freaking acts together. These people don't care. They don't care. For how long
Yeah,
were
and
they shouting? So
sometimes when
go
they
ahead.
come with this their tribal, I was um on TikTok, this evening. I was just, strolling through the streets of TikTok, then came across these people. Yeah, they are mainly Igbos, but about the conversation, was just deeply divisive, and so it wasn't. Yes, you could, you have the right to self determination. People have the right, full right, to demand for um nations and the rest of them. But yeah, I want it to be constructive. You understand? I don't want it to be divisive. Oh, these people, these people, these people. No, 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 no. Let's, but yes, you're right, because political participation is not just about party. Because people think, oh, you must join one so people's party over there. No, that's not political participation. And we were talking about Babangida's book and Abiola. I remember that Abiola had this party, Social Democratic Party, and Abiola invested a lot in building the party. Abiola invested. The Social Democratic Party had offices across the country, and those structures, those physical structures and whatever, they were all destroyed. And that's the reason when some people want to say, oh, P2B, establish structure, build offices. Oh, it's not about office. Once they kill your dream, they will destroy all those structures and the money will go. It's better the money, they channel to human capital development like he's doing. You know that there is a place this money is going, that there are children that this money is training. You understand that this money is providing water, providing so and so electricity, what have you, for people. You understand? It's not about, so P2B's own, so he's building people, he's building capacity, he's building human resources, he's investing on people, which is a deviation from our, we are, when you even listen to some political fora, that even some adults are full-fledged adults, middle-aged people, and you see that they are still leaning to that old system. Oh, it must be you setting up a political party. Setting up a political party is good though, but they will frustrate it. With this current dictatorship that we have, you trying to set up, the only thing is joining an existing political party, which is not something of now. Because if you do it now, they will frustrate it. So the reason why they are hiring the Omokaris, the Boalas, and the rest of them is because P2B is still standing. Why P2B is because if P2B if they had conquered P2B, there wouldn't be an Valentine going to APC. You understand? All those things are fights against P2B. It's not Valentine, it's not all those people they are targeting. No, all those recruiting of Omokri, recruiting of Boala, all those things are geared again because P2B is there. Whatever forces backing them, both within and outside Nigeria, P2B is their main enemy. All these articles, them El-Rufai coming is for them to stop P2B. You understand? All of them are serving the same, all of them are chasing cow for the same Alaj. Both Tinubu, Atiku, El-Rufai, what have you, is to stop P2B. Because they know that if they stop P2B, that majority of Nigerians, that their hope is in P2B. That if they stop P2B, they might be able to somehow try to crush the hope of Nigerians and crush the resistance building up. So they want P2B to focus on party, distracting with party, you focus on settling quarrel between this person and this person. So what he's doing now is giving them sleepless night. He's on the right track. He's on the right track, going there because there is nothing like if you spend billions of naira setting up offices, you are just giving money to all these same politicians. Because the reason why some people are now leaving is that they thought that, after the election, they will bring out money and it will be business as usual. Set up this one there, set up the other ones. They are not happy that he's using the money to invest in children, invest in women, invest in very poor people. Because that's what, there is no enlightenment like that, sensitization. Because all over the country, they know him. If you ask, there is nobody now that is of voting age in this country, 18 years, that doesn't know that Nigeria is horrible and that doesn't know that the alternative is P2B. So you don't need to go about campaigning, shouting on, in one stadium in the state capital, so party. You've already warmed yourself into the hearts of people. So people are not used to this kind of politics, and that's why sometimes when you listen to those, I say no, build so. One landslide news that I used to listen. And then the other day they were saying, that the way that P2B did not even raise, that when he's moving, that you don't see an army of people that he has raised, politicians moving with him. So they are used to all these people moving with Kwan Kwaso and so they're now saying that you and I and millions of people who are day and night you're on the job trying to sensitize that we are all time wasters.
Do you know, as we're talking about this, right? 70 Christians, they removed their head for Congo while they were in church.
You see?
Nobody is saying anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Everywhere silence. Not even African news like they talk about them.
No, I
If
can't.
if we not fight for our country, this is where they want to carry. They won't carry us go where we don't know. We have to say no. We're not going to allow this. This is why we don't have to be BFFs. We don't have to be best friends. eh? What do they call salutation? Not be love, according to my mother. See person they greet you, not me say love you. It not me say care for you. Not me say get any salutation is not love. We can respect each other as long as we understand that okay, we live in this geographical location together, and you need peace, I need peace. Let's work together to achieve the peace. Because the intentions that
Exactly.
these people have is not a good one. And you made reference to those people that are always, doing tribal bigotry and all of that. That's a what's it called? Those are remnants of unhealed, right? Unresolved issues. This is why Nigeria, with everything that's going on, nobody's coming up, nobody's standing up and saying no. This is how, especially historically, they have a right to. So it's like their own way of crying. So sometimes when I see that, I used to be critical of people who go and just be doing only, tribal bigotry, tribal. It's from a place of trauma. It's like their own cry for help. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
exactly. Because
It's like their own cry. It's like a baby you have, like kids when you spank a kid and you
yeah.
and you say, excuse me, don't cry. Don't cry, right? You spank that kid. If you waka come up for there, that kid will break down and scream. You go to say they drop television for the Peking head.
Exactly.
That's exactly what is happening. That's why you see this tribal bigotry thing that's happening. It's like a fallout of all of that. So sometimes when I hear it, I just walk by I just say these people are going to get out of this
Because
because they will talk all that thing. They need to talk them out of their mind. Go ahead.
because sometimes when I hear people say, for example, say that someone like David Hunde believes that there are all these clamor for regional government, all these things that they are just waste of time, which I don't agree with, really. He says that we don't have a sense of nationalism, that South Africa and the rest of them. But if you go to South Africa, for example, the Zulu, the Ndebele, the Zulu, the Tosa, and the other tribes, they can understand each other. Their languages. A Zulu person will understand Tosa, but an Igbo person who has never had Yoruba, who has never been to Yoruba, will never understand a single word in Yoruba, and vice versa. The same thing for Hausa. You understand? So when people make such comparison, it's not because you see in Niger Republic, they have 60-something% Hausas. And then you have the Hausa population in the corners in Nigeria, being part of Nigeria, who have no relationship whatsoever in culture, in anything with maybe the Doma person. You understand my point? With the Gala person. You understand? So it's a very, very clear distinction. You understand? But if you go to places like Zimbabwe, the Ndebele person understands Shona. Just some words there might be a bit difficult. It's different. It's different. Yeah, so I still believe that those original boundaries that these people breached, that is still one of the causes, because it was intentional, because they knew that by breaching those boundaries,
Now that
there
the
would be.
thing is, now that I don't like to look backwards because there's nothing we can do about what happened like many years ago. What we can do now is how do we find a way, right, to move forward, even if everybody's going to go their own way. Because anybody that's agitating, like I said, a child that you beat, they must cry. Has every right to. It's like a cry that they've not had the opportunity to cry out and say, You gotta see me. I'm here. And every tribe is actually crying out in Nigeria. That's just the truth. Every tribe now is realizing that, oh my God. Now, my point is, we need to find a way to, first of all, I tell you for free, if we had the right leader with common sense that has wisdom, all
Yeah.
this agitation will end in a second. Wallahi talai.
Yeah. Yeah.
If somebody like, if let's say Peter Obi came in,
Mm.
right, and come in and talks to people, they will drop. Oh, instead of tribal sentiment, it won't even matter anymore. It will just be like a thing. You'll be like, hey, it will be like when you open a can of Coca-Cola or a bottle of Coca-Cola, that fizz that comes out, that's how it will just disappear. You see this centuries old problem that we had in Nigeria, with the right leader, all the issues will be taken care of. Wallahi.
Yeah.
But
So, and you know
we
that
don't
it was
have
also because
because
of
we don't
not
have
wanting the right leaders that they created some of those things, so that at no point would the people be united in purpose to actually
I
fight.
understand that. Can
Yeah.
I land my point? Let me land my
Yeah.
point really quickly. See, the point is this: even though, okay, now they've created it such that we don't have now they did it. You just said by yourself, it will be going to the north. The crowd that follows him, the people around him. How did he achieve that? The boundaries are there, right? From your own words, like, there's the boundaries, and there's the understanding they have is different from the understanding that we have in the south and all of that. But guess what? We need a leader that has that pull. That's all we need. Even if everybody is going to,
Yeah.
let's say tomorrow, we're going to say, okay, and maybe also people will wake up and say, you know what, we are going to Nigeria. We don't want to be Nigeria again. You understand what I'm saying? We need a leader with common sense, because that can also turn out negatively. With the way things are, if we are not careful, that can set Nigeria on fire, literally, because we have leaders with no sense, mediocre leaders,
Yeah. Exactly.
illiterate, right? So this is why, for me, I'm not saying come together so we can be singing kumbaya. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not interested in that. I'm saying let's come so we can fight the monsters first, take care of them to one side. Then everybody can now have that healthy conversation of, do we want to remain together or we don't? It's
Yeah.
just that
Exactly.
simple. Or do you want to decentralize and have a federal, every other person manage your side, and then make sure you're donating 10% to federal to maintain federal? That's the only time we
Yeah.
can have that level of conversation. But with the kind of leaders that you have, with the kind of politicians you're surrounded by, it's not going to
Exactly.
work. It's
Yeah.
not
It's
going
not
to
going to
work.
work, even if the other time they said that this guy is sponsoring regional government bill. I was just laughing because there is no policy. These people have a lot of policies. Like in Nigeria today, there are thousands of policies, but nobody is following anything. Nobody, they could spend billions of naira to draft one document, and at the end of the day, it will just be a waste of money. And that's why I believe that people who are clamoring for the so-called electoral reforms, they are not serious, to me, because I think we already have one of the most sophisticated electoral systems. We have all sorts of gadgets that we've developed, all sorts of systems that we've developed in the past. What we just need to do is to follow them. If you spend billions of naira tomorrow, now you call Akpabio, I call all those other comedians and say you are doing electoral reforms. They will bring those documents, those reforms will be done. You will still see that in those reforms there are some clauses where they are not specific, so
Right.
that you leave
Yeah.
those loopholes.
Yeah, there's somebody
And at
new
the
in the
end of the
studio.
day, they will manipulate the election.
Right. Let me just, hi, Flow TV, welcome. Greetings to you. Happy Friday. Good to have you on the panel. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's summer again. Are you be there?
Now
Can
me
you
now.
be Floor TV?
Now me, I don't change them from
I
Efrata
don't say
now.
that you. I just dey see that say okay.
Farm don't close. As the farm don't close now, so I get to change.
Not true. You get catfish farm that time.
Yeah. So I rent out.
Oh,
I don't rent out all my ponds, and so I'm not actively
on the
running
ground,
the farms.
doing it, running it yourself. Hey, yeah. I
Mhm.
hope it's there. I hope you at least you found someone to, as you know, since you rent lease them out, the person
Yeah.
they pay you. Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
Yeah.
At least that will give you peace of mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Money still dey
Welcome.
come in.
Oh, good to have you.
Yeah, it's I did listen to you all the time. I just
I know now. Flows TV. For my, I don't know say that. Now
Um,
from another. I don't know say that you at all. Oh. I just they flow along.
yeah,
I don't know say that you.
yeah.
Welcome. Good to see. Good to have you.
Hello, everybody. Hey, yeah, and guys, look, I have something to say.
Go ahead. Somebody they asked what happened. Why did you close your catfish farm?
See, thank God for me that I closed when I did, because when the moment he said fuel subsidy is gone
Gone.
and there was a nosedive, I think that was in May. Actually, I had closed it the previous year in August because we weren't actually making profit. See, the moment the dollar and the naira, the increase of whatever, the devaluation of the naira, it didn't make sense anymore. Because, for example, if when we make profits, by the time I'll just look at, can't what time, it wasn't worth my time anymore. You understand? So I pulled money out of it at that time. So that's why. So we know they make profit again because the price of feed was astronomically high. You understand? Because of export, they export feed come from abroad and stuff like that. So that's why I closed the farm. And for your information, I'm quite sure if you're following the news in Nigeria, most businesses don't close though. They don't close.
Yeah, most businesses don't close. Yes, most of them. They don't close, they don't come out. A lot of businesses don't close, they don't shut down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And everyone where they open, they're not making profit. They're just doing it to
Now just
survive.
cost, they use the wrong cost, that stuff.
Yeah. So that's the situation we're actually in. But the only people they still make money now, people they run club, people they run, hotel business, those kind of hospitality kind of, yeah. So this is what I have to say.
Go ahead.
I don't think Peter Obi is going to run in 2027. I don't think he is. I don't believe he will. You want to know why I think so? Because apart from everybody else pulling out of Labour Party, including one of his closest ally, what's his name? That just decamped
Valentine Ozigbo
a couple of days ago. Apart from that one and all remember that time when they were voting all these people in, I kept saying, but you can't just vote everybody in. They're like, vote them in, because they were just
I remember.
Okay. And so
you
today,
talk at that time. I remember.
I'm like, what's going on? Not be so it's supposed to be. Vote them anyway. Even Peter will be at a point they were going to drag him because he was saying, look, it doesn't matter where, as long as you're a good politician and when you get there, you're going to do right by the people. They were like, why would he
exactly? They dragged him. God will bless you.
So the man can't change mouths
again. Can't change mouths. Thank you. I remember.
We're here now. Not
yes.
Here.
Yes.
So I believe that the way especially the way he's going about those donations, I feel like he's like, you know what, if I can't be president of Nigeria, I'm sorry, at least let me do good. Let me distribute my wealth. Let me give back to the poor.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I also feel like he understands politics. He knows that Jagaban don't run streets. He's captured everything, and then the so-called Labour Party now has been infiltrated, and compromised, and he doesn't have time now to set up a new party. It's kind of almost he doesn't have the time. So I believe that he's going to actually end up setting up one, but he's not going to be able to make it.
he's not going to be able to get it all set up and ready to go for 2027.
Okay.
So he's going to let Jagaban just do his 4 years. Meanwhile, this period, he'll be, setting things up and all that. Obedience, whatever. That's my own thing. That's how I feel. I feel strong. I might be wrong, but I feel like that might even be the best for him because Labour Party don't scatter.
Pata.
Yeah, they don't scatter. So, and then I know that he's been talking to other parties, all of them. But I know that, remember he said he's not desperate to be president.
Yes.
He's mentioned that several times. And then last they asked him, he told them, look, let's talk about how to rescue Nigeria.
Exactly.
So those are the reasons why.
Yeah.
I hope I've been able to convince you. Remember?
No, Flow TV. No, you know what? You have a point. You really do. We never, the man has not, I have said it too before, the man has not come out and say, hey, I want to run for president. People are just what did they call them? They talk their own. The man never come out, put in heart for the ring.
Well,
he's just acting like a good citizen. Like he's playing his part. He's doing his role, playing his part, touching lives of people. That's all he's busy doing, and saying how he can help some people up out of the situation they're in. That's all. So for me, we'll see. Like I said, we'll see what happens in 2027. But you know what? You do have a point. I can't I can't say, oh, no. I don't think so. No, you probably have a point. We'll see. Time will tell us everything we need to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Moreke. I really appreciate that. It's so good to hear your voice again. You don't take.
Yeah, I did. I watch it all the time.
I know, but just hearing your voice coming on the panel, thank you so much. Mr. Amoroyi, greetings, comrade Amoroyi.
Good evening, my sister.
Good
How are you
evening,
doing?
sir. Welcome. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? How's everything, sir?
Well, thank God. I've been under the weather, but I'm getting better now.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that too. I hope you're taking care of yourself. Lemon to the answer, ginger to the. I hope you have all those things. So.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
I've been listening to you, and one cannot resist your, your passion. So I decided to,
Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Yes.
It's always a delight. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what happened yesterday in Nigeria, I think it was an absurdity, to say the least. People just gathered together, to spit on the grave of Abiola and those that died for democracy in Nigeria. And I was shocked that people were there applauding them. Look at the encomiums they were pouring on IBB. The last time we were talking here, I told you something about the leadership conspiracy theory against Nigerians. You remember when I told you there is a leadership conspiracy against the masses of Nigeria? I told you something about wherever you find them, whether in the Christendom, in the religious cycle, being Muslim or Christian, whether really a traditional cycle, they have something in common. They have something in common. They have a common coven where they meet. They don't really have much differences. You saw the way they came together yesterday. That's how they deal with their own issues. So there was nothing strange about what Abibi said, because it's already clear that Abiola won that election. So what was strange, however, was that for the first time, he didn't even see own up directly. He just indirectly, as if he was taking responsibility as the head of the military junta at the time. What about the lives that were lost? What about the business that were scattered? The family to tomorrow, the Abiola family to tomorrow is not has not recovered from the June 12 debacle. What about those of us that were involved? We're directly involved. The one thing about the struggle, if you are involved as a person, you are not just alone. The thing is affecting everybody in your family. Your mother is dying gradually. Your siblings are consigned. Everybody in the family is, it's affected one way or the other. We lost on one particular day. We lost about 25 students. They opened fire on students as if we were killing rats. So people would just come from nowhere like, oh, you're making confession because you are getting closer to your grave. People are there applauding him and donating, to look at the encomium, look at the praises. You were this, you were that. I mean, I was just shocked to see, to say the least. And nobody is saying about the sacrifices that people made. And look at Abiola, and even the Jagaba that pretended to be a part of the struggle. If not, he told the if not for you, people like me will not be in politics. So even your Peter Obi, sometimes you people overrate this Peter Obi. You people don't want to, I try to not to. It's not my problem. It's not the problem of Nigeria. Sometimes it's not different from the same leaders we blame. Do you listen to what Peter Obi was saying about IBB too? So we have to look beyond these people. We have to look for a voice that will be saying, as they were praising him yesterday, somebody that will rise up in the midst, a lone voice in the wilderness that will say, what you did was wrong. It shouldn't have happened. What is even happening today is worse than what you did. Somebody that can challenge them, not, good Lord Jonathan stood up, praise IBB. Abu Salami, I wasn't surprised. Obasanjo, I wasn't surprised because those one belong to the same political family, to the same lineage. We need a voice that a lone voice that doesn't care what will happen to him. Like what IBB did was wrong, but what they did in 2023 was worse than. It's not different from what IBB did in 1993. So. If there is any way you can honor Abiola, it's for us to begin to see, to do things differently. The election was going on, but 95% results were released. From nowhere, it so guardedly was aborted. People that died with that struggle, those of us that participated in that struggle was not about where where Abiola came from, whether it was a Yoruba man, whether it was of the SDP extraction. That was not the issue. We're talking about the people's mandate. From nowhere, it was aborted and nothing happened. So in 2023, there was an election. Look at the tribal game they played in Lagos. Look at what INEC did. Look at what they did in Edo. So what is happening today is not different from what IBB did. They're almost the same thing. We are not getting better 22 years after. So what are we applauding? Did you listen to what Peter Obi was even saying? People should have the courage to tell me, no matter where they're coming from, no matter where, try and get his feet and listen to him. Listen to him. Listen to him. It's not different from the way other people see. This is where he has to be very careful. A lot of people, when Shogore, I don't like the way Shogore attacking, but
do you have the video? Do you have the video?
I'll look for it and I can see if I can see it.
Can you share it in the private link? If you have the video, just share it to me, the private link, private chat in the studio. Yeah, I'll appreciate it. Well, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, if you listen to somebody like Shogore, I don't like him attacking Peter Obi every time, but he has to define where he belongs. Somebody, the reason why I came in was because of the last speaker that said she's not sure Peter Obi is going to come. When Kenneth Ukukwo came up to say, okay, if the last of Shogores are talking, we see them as radicals. We see them as the enemy of Obi. We see them as the problem of Obi. I'm not bothered by what Shogore is saying about Obi. But when the last of Kenneth Ukukwo that were close to Peter Obi started talking, people were not comfortable because we don't want to listen. We don't want to hear the truth because we feel the man is good. He's nice. He has a lot of, positive adjectives to his own name. He has a lot of things going for him. But with this idea of trying to, see him as a messiah, people should listen to decent voices. People should listen to alternative voices so that they know where they're coming from. When Kenneth Ukukwo was talking, he had his own point, but people were not, oh, he's a betrayer, he's this, he's that. This recently, somebody made mention of Zigbo. You know how close that guy was to Peter Obi. I know he has a so political ambition to contend with. He's gunning for Anambra gubernatorial race very soon. He needs and he's a special purpose vehicle to take him there. And the easiest way he feels he can get there is by joining APC. That is not how opposition should be, Sister Amoye. In the situation where we are today, so look at the obedient movement. Look at how strong it was. Within a few months, we were able to garner 6.something million votes. That wasn't a joke. I expected by now that thing should be going stronger. That one on its own was a revolution. It wasn't just, it was beyond a political party. The obedient movement was a movement, not just a political party. It was a revolution on its own. The way things are going right now. I like what the last speaker said, that she's not sure that Obi is going to contest. And if he doesn't contest, it's not the best way. You don't contest only when it is convenient. Who are you going to leave? Every opposition today, every dissenting voices, anything that is not for the ruling party today, everybody is kicking behind the Obi. So what do you do to the 6.something million if you don't contest this time around? It's not about just winning the election. It's about making yourself relevant at all. So the last time we were talking here, we were talking about, by now, I made mention of something. About 2 people objected me. I was like, by now, if you are for Labour, you ought to have defined where he stands by now. He said, no, they don't want him to know where he stands. Are you in politics? Who are you talking about? The last time we were talking about no structures. It was not structures, but they were able to put this together. You had the 6.something million votes. This is 2025. By 2026, every effort is geared towards 2027. By now, we're not talking. We don't know if he's remaining in Labour. We're not talking about whether he's forming. Let's assume it's too late to form a new political party. We have about 18 or 19 existing ones. Which one? Where you don't know where you stand by now. He doesn't want them to know. What do you mean by doesn't want them to know? They're still going to know all the same. The earlier you do this thing, the better, because you need to build structures across the nation. You need to have, your foot soldiers across the nation, so that what happened the last time will not repeat itself. There were instances where they could not even have a polling agent to testify for them, where they don't even have an agent to bring the result to the tribunal. Now people are saying they don't want them to know. What kind of strategy is that? You are in politics, you don't want them to do. Is it your private thing? Is it something you do in the bedroom? Politics? When even the one on the seat, the one that is holding the mantle of leadership, that has every incumbency to his advantage, is already moving everywhere, pulling people out of other position. You don't want them to know. If they know, they will attack him. Somebody just repeated it here a while ago. If they know his party, they will. Man, I don't know how people think, but that is not a good strategy at all, as far as politics is concerned. So we don't have a formidable opposition for now. If care is not taken, what we gathered in 2023, what I thought was a complete failure, if only we could build on it, I think it's even derailing. If care is not taken, if he doesn't contest, I'm not sure Shogore too is going to contest it. There are no, electoral reforms according to what it is. It means we are just giving up. Everybody's saying, Jagaban should continue to 2031. If talking about 2031 will be worse than 2027. It will even be easier. Now that the likes of El-Rufai, he's not a good man on his own. The Northerners are not, a lot of people are dissatisfied with the way things are going. They're not getting what they expected. The Dokubos of this world, all of them are complaining about what they're getting from Jagaban. So any formidable opposition leader should have taken advantage of this. If you wait till 2031, it's going to be worse. It's just going to be an effort in futility. Because as he's leaving, he's grooming another surrogate from the north. Naturally, the way they think, power will have been on his way to the north. So this settlement of, the northern settlement will have gathered enough momentum. You don't know, which means if Obi does not contest 2027, he doesn't contest 2031. By 2035, just add just imagine how old Obi will be. So you need to go to continue this trajectory forever.
Comrade Omori, so I think your submission is based on Mr. Morige's submissions. which has no basis in anything, because PO has not even come out to say anything yet. Number one. Then number two, you say from your own perception that you think that the obedient movement, is not as strong or is losing the strength that it once had. That's not true. Maybe because you're not really engaged in it, you probably don't know. So maybe I should just assume that it's actually getting stronger. And I think we have to understand that the obedient movement, right, is separate and distinct from any political party, meaning everybody from different political ideology that they came from in Nigeria that agree that we need a new Nigeria to move forward. How we are going to arrive there, we're all in that one basket, and it's growing every day. Take it to the bank. Then the third thing that you said, that when is Peter Obi going to announce? When is Peter Obi going to announce? When is Peter Obi going to announce? And you made reference to some people that made some comments when you were giving your submissions the last time. Here's the thing. I think that as Nigerians, we have to get to this point. For me, or my own opinion, it's not about when Peter Obi is going to come out and announce. I don't think we should be waiting for any specific person to come out and announce. As citizens ourselves, we need to get to a place where we look ourselves in the mirror and say, are we ready to get that new Nigeria? Let's assume that it is Sowore. If Sowore, let's say, I'm using that as an example now, let's say Sowore comes forward and says, okay, I want to throw my hat in, and we're going to vote him and then everything, right? And he comes and he decides, okay, it's me, I want to. If Nigerians themselves are not giving their full support to Sowore, if he make Sowore be the most gra person, make it be say, he said this, he promised this, he did all of that. If the people are not with him, he still will not get there. So my own focus, for me, I don't know about anybody else, I'm focusing on the citizens, all of us. We need to educate ourselves and the people back home. How much of that have we done? Because whoever is going to come out, like she said, if Peter Obi chooses not to come out tomorrow and run, we can't hold him to it. Peter Obi is not the only. He's not the only person that is candidate material in Nigeria. It's because of the way Nigeria is, where all the politicians, they want to rotate themselves. We have great human beings in Nigeria. The reason why they don't want to participate is because they don't like the way politics is done in Nigeria, and they don't want to get their hands filthy, and they don't want to have to associate with all these nicompoos. That's the truth. But to say that we don't have, wait now, Mr. Comrade, make I land first. To say that, okay, Peter Obi should come out. We are not waiting for Peter Obi. The question we should be asking ourselves now is, are we ready? Because now we be the cocoa at the end of the day. If the election happens today, and God forbid, these people are ready to give their life for it, are we ready? That is what we should be asking ourselves. Not be who go come out, because the truth is, we don't know who's going to come out. We don't know. If Peter Obi comes out and he's the best of the candidates that present themselves, I will support. If it is Sowore that comes out and is able to gather that momentum and gather the support, because you can't force people to support anybody, and he's able to gather that organic support with him, because it can't be forced. That's another thing. Then why not? My cap is not with anybody. If the people that want to come out for 2027 election, I see that they are capable and they are ready to stand in front and say, then all of us will go enter, will say, let's go there. We collect it. We there here, we there behind you. Then now that candidate that they follow, are they for sentiment? So, for me, I think that the Nigerians are the ones that need to really prepare themselves You understand? So go ahead, sir, Mr. Comrade. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
my question is still based on what the last speaker said. I think Madam Origi. Now, if Peter B is not assuming without conceding that he's not going to run in 2027, what happens to the BDM movement? By now, he should be grooming somebody. Should be grooming somebody that okay, he's not running. It will take time for people to know whoever he's grooming because the BDM movement was centered around Peter Obi. Though it wasn't a political party, it was beyond. It cut across political parties. It was beyond any political party, but it was centered around Obi. That is where even the name Obedient,
No,
came from.
Let me correct that. Let me correct that, Mr. Mori. Sorry. The obedient movement was not actually centered around Peter Obi as it is being said. That's not true. The obedient movement was centered around birthing a new Nigeria that works for all of us. Peter Obi just happened to be that person that embodied those values. I'm telling you, that's why you saw in some of the state elections, some obedience did not support the candidates that Peter Obi were because they are Labour Party. People just follow. That's why a lot of people did not support like that. They didn't give their support to candidates that Peter Obi was saying, oh yeah, I want you to support this. No. Example, case in point, Edo State. How many people support Labour Party leader?
That was an afterthought.
No, it's not even, you get my point. So I'm just saying, I'm trying to correct that notion. Personally, for me, I don't see myself as an obedient. It's just because there are a group of people who believe in one Nigeria and we seem to understand the idea of the Nigeria that we want, right? And I found this group of people and I connected with them based on that. I don't see myself as an obedient. I support Peter Obi because he's an embodiment of what I want to see in Nigeria. So really, people have wrongly tagged that obedient movement surround. No, if another person, and you're saying that, okay, they must be grooming somebody. How are you sure that somebody is not already coming out and saying, oh, I want to throw my hat? We don't know that. And we can't be in a hurry.
In politics, right? In politics, a lot of people might not believe this. Somebody just wrote on the comment section that Obi is keeping his card to his chest. Not in politics. Not in politics. It's something you do. It's not something you do in the secret. Your strategy, your specific strategies should be in the secret. But when it comes to the mobilization, your structure, your party structure, those are not the things you keep to your chest. Where you're going to run, like for number one, there's nothing like independent candidacy in Nigeria. You must have to have a platform. The earlier you start building, at a point, PDP came to be the most popular party in Africa, right? Where was that one coming from? Because of the foundation, the likes of Solomon La, Awoniyi of this world, and their founding fathers laid. So it was difficult for APC because of their propaganda, their lies and everything. You saw how long it took them to be able to, to challenge the structure of PDP after 16 years. So look at what Jagaban is doing right now. Keeping your card to your chest. By now, you don't have a platform. You don't have a. Assuming he does not even contest. You think some people will just jump at any other person the way the qualities of Obi will just automatically transfer that support to another person?
Comrade, how do you think that people supported Peter Obi? How do you think? Let me tell you, I jumped on Peter Obi's support. I don't know Peter Obi before. You know when I jumped on Peter Obi? It was a year before, a couple of months before. It was when I saw him in Brekete family. Yeah. A year or a few months before the election, now I jump on the obedient train. And you see all this one that you're saying. Politics, everybody keeps saying the way politics works. Nobody saw what happened in 2023. Was anybody anticipating a Peter Obi or an Obi movement, as they call it now? Was anybody anticipating a man called Peter Obi? When that man came out, there were people, I beg you should go and read. He was people they didn't even used to talk about him because in their minds it was irrelevant. When people will come on national network news, they will say, oh, it's just a distraction. They know they talk about Peter Obi. He crept up on people. He crept up. Let me tell you, no matter how much you've been long in politics, at least this is one thing I've observed. This is one thing I've observed, not just Nigerian politics now, global politics. You can never say, oh, this is how politics works. This is how it's going to be. This is what you have to. You can never say that. You have to be ready for surprises. I'm telling you, we always want things to be done in a structured way where, oh yeah, we can figure this out. We can know this. We can know that. How about if we don't know anything? That's a possibility. There is knowing one side, knowing the other side, and there is always a surprise. You don't know what that surprise is going to be. Somebody has come in, some Oregon has come in and say, I don't see Peter Obi running for an election. That could be a possibility. I don't know. I'm not in his head. So with time, as we approach the 2027, we mark for waiting with the project for here. Now we don't even really know what they happen. That's the truth. Waiting we know now with the perception maybe they get from people and maybe what we observe or what other people are saying. We really don't know. I don't know what I sabi. Now what I know at the talk so. But for me, I just say our own, now we important, we Nigerians, are we ready? Are you ready? Am I ready? How many of us they talk to people back home? Because at the end of the day, there is no diaspora voting yet. If to say diaspora voting day, it work, it for easy for us. We from not able to they spend too much time, they shout for people for house. No. But we have work to do as people. How are we educating our people back home to let them know or they are 5,000 you want to buy your future? If person give you 20K, not take can, you are selling your generator. How many of us are doing that? How many of us are educating those in villages where there's no, they've never seen electricity in their life before? Because there's no electricity, but when election won't happen, they go see ballot, they go see road, carry ballot to reach there. How many of us are doing that? Because it is the people that will determine what happens in 2027. That's just the truth. So with regards to whether obedient movement or no obedient movement, they grew every day. I'm sorry to announce it to people. It is. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, there must be a central figure. You know, I see maintain that if he's contesting, I know he's not sleeping, he's working. I know he's working. You know, what I'm saying is that Labour Party as it is right now, ordinarily, I would not advise Peter, like I said the other day, I would not advise Peter to go back to Labour Party. Seeing the caliber of persons he was dealing with, probably he didn't take his time to understand. You know, human beings are, difficult to understand. He didn't know he was dealing with the likes of Peter Obi. What's the national chairman's name again? The national chairman, the Arababis of this world, and the Abures of this world. Now, series of events have exposed the kind of people they are, the kind of politics they play. You don't even be surprised that the APC has infiltrated the Labour Party and all that. They're using them to destabilize the opposition. So, if it's not going to remain in Labour, my point is, by now, he should have a platform. He should have a platform where he can have control. Look at what Malema did in South Africa. It's not just about winning election today. You must define what you stand for. They on their side, all of them on that side. We on the rest of us on this side. So that people will know, is either you stand for something or you fall for nothing. So that people will know where they belong. This agent of his holding his strategy to his heart. It does not work in politics. It doesn't. It doesn't. Whether people are talking to people, look at what they did in Edo. All the politicians came together, but Edo people were still able to resist them. But the only thing that they didn't have was the state apparatus, the security to defend their vote. All the politicians were defeated by the electorate in Edo, but did he also? No, because they didn't have the police on their side. So what I'm saying is, holding your strategy it's good to hold your strategy to your side. But whatever you want to do by now, if you taking over another party, if you forming alliances which people believe that is the only way APC can be defeated. I'm not against anyone. You know, as per 20, I mean, with the what he got 2023, he ought to have even gotten more, because were we supposed to compensate APC because of 8 years of 8 years of the locus of Buhari? No. So he had every opportunity, he had everything going for him. So whether Obi, whether he won the election or not, was not even in dispute. So apart from his personality, apart from his credibility, a lot of factors also worked for him. There were just mere spillovers. We were not supposed to compensate. Nobody was ready to vote APC candidate again for another 8 years. That one was on one side. So people were tired. A lot of hopes and expectations were dashed under the Buhari's. In 2015, people thought if ABB could not, Buhari could not get even the economy right, at least security was number one factor. They attributed to Buhari, like, oh, insecurity will be reduced to the barest minimum. At the end of the day, even it got worse. So a lot of things work for to the advantage of Peter Obi, apart from his credibility as a person. So to say that APC even got what they got was because of the manipulations and the reading they did. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying if he's going to contest, by now people should be aware. If he's not going to contest, people should be aware. You know, effort should be in top gear to know exactly what people are, standing for. That's just my little concern. There are strategies you keep to yourself on how you want to, win. But on the way, so long as we don't have independent candidacy in Nigeria by now, there should the idea of a platform and everything should have been taken care of. So if you want to negotiate with other people, you will be negotiating on the part of on the position of strength. That's my just a little contribution.
Okay. You say little.
I don't know if I should come in.
God, my brother saying a little contribution.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, Omori, guess what? You're here. Whatever you're putting out here, I'm sure that people are hearing. I'm sure that there are people that will run this. Who knows who's listening. So, hey, your submissions are welcome. You understand? So it's all right. I mean, time will unfold all the things we do not know. I understand what you mean. There's an urgency. It's important for a lot of clarifications to be made. I hear you, and I'm sure that they are hearing. Whichever way our eye will see them, by the grace of God. I'm sorry, go ahead. Stay humble. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm really happy that this has generated a lot of reactions. Really, I understand where Mr. Mori is coming from. He's really concerned. Because a lot of Nigerians have invested hope in P2B. Like you said, being that vehicle that will lead us to a Nigeria that we all be happy to be part of. Yeah, like we come from different generations. Really, I come from a different generation from Mr. Morui, and our own ideologies and really our own ways of doing things might be a bit different from how things were done previous. And I think Peter Obi wants to be that person, that the guy will be the purveyor, the author of a new political system, new way of doing things, new thinking, new ideologies, really. Peter Obi is someone I've been following since 2002. Yeah, it was an interview that he granted to Radio Nigeria just before the 2003 elections, governorship elections, which he won, but which was wrongfully given to another person. He was in court for about 3 years before he reclaimed his mandate. So the Peter Obi that I know is not someone that is rash. Peter Obi is very, very calm and collected. He's a strategist, really. Peter Obi believes in the process. Peter Obi doesn't believe that because of the urgency of the situation, you have to, beat the crowd, to just get it. You understand? Peter Obi wants to make Nigerians see politics differently. Peter Obi wants to play, a refined politics. And if you say that Peter Obi is not gaining ground, I don't think that's true. Remember that when Peter Obi contested to the governor of Anambra State, and then he was in court, he was all alone. He reclaimed his mandate. When Peter Obi came out to contest the presidential election, that was in 2022. All these politicians that you see today, all these politicians were not with him. They were not with him at all. Val and the rest of them, But with time, some people decamped from different parties. People decamped from the from PDP, from APC, from APGA, from what have you, really. So Peter Obi is gaining ground, but like someone rightly said, he's holding his card close to his chest, because if you are dealing with a system, you have to really, really be careful. You have to be very tactful. The kind of the caliber of people that we are dealing with in Nigeria, they are really, really callous. You understand? They are ready to go any length to frustrate her, and they know even more than you and I that Peter Obi is gaining real momentum. Peter Obi has some of the most brilliant minds working with him, because we come from different generations, really. Your generation might be used to, this politics where, you must have a political party, you must have structures, those physical structures, or those people, who would be the typical politicians. You give this person 1 billion naira there, you give 2 billion naira at the other place, and then they would build one office and they say, oh, this is our political party. That's not the kind of system that Peter Obi wants to build, because the developed countries, even if you go there, their own political system is a politics of ideology, not just those physical political offices. You understand? You hardly see Labour Party office or Conservative Party office scattered across the UK or something. No, it's a politics of ideology, of principles. That's the same political system. Peter Obi has a group of young men and women.
My brother, politics is local. Politics is local. You comparing politics in UK to the politics in Nigeria, I think they are two different environments. Sorry to interject you.
They are different, but the political system that Peter Obi is working for is a system whereby you invest in people. These people that are decamping, moving from one party to the other, we are also mostly people that decamp from APC and just came to Labour Party to contest for they call people that are with Peter Obi, these young people that are still with him, and then he's building a critical mass, like someone has said now, a critical mass of people across the globe. So Peter Obi is not alone, just that he doesn't want to do things the conventional way. I understand that you are worried, really, because you can't see the political party, you can't see anything. But the people that Peter Obi is dealing with, they are really, really formidable. And they are people that have held Nigeria for decades, so they have a lot of things in their war chest, really. So if you're dealing with them, you have to be smarter than them. You have to be very unpredictable. You understand? And Peter Obi is even gaining more ground than he did. When Peter Obi was campaigning in 2023, there were places where people would say, oh, that if he goes to so and so place, nobody. But today, Peter Obi goes to the hinterlands of Jigawa, of Kebbi, and he is well received.
Sir, can I ask you a question, sir?
Okay.
Did you did you? I don't know. Sorry if I say I don't know how. Okay, it's not. It has nothing to do with age, though. Okay,
Yeah.
do you know the popularity? You know how many times Buhari contested? Do you have a idea about how many times he contested?
Yeah. So Buhari was.
Do you know his popularity in the north? Do you have a idea about? He was always within a certain millions. You know, before he joined forces with the likes of Tinubu and co. He was always having that support base. Plus or minus, Buhari will always have his, that support base. But do you know it was not possible for him until he was able to join forces with other people like ACN and fraction of APP and PDP and co. Now, do you know how long it took them to achieve that? Do you have an idea about how long it took them to achieve that?
Yeah, so Buhari's case is different. Yeah, Buhari was very popular and he had this mass following, mainly in northern Nigeria. You know, and then they were, mainly based on religion, really, than his ability to govern. All right, but P2B support is different. P2B support is across board, that Nigerians who have been suffering over these years and decades have come to identify somebody who not only have, the trust of the people, but who had delivered, when he was given the opportunity to govern, had delivered excellently. So this man, P2B, has the support of Nigerians across board and even outside Nigeria. So Buhari had the support of core northerners, who we are following him based on the fact that, they saw him as a frugal person and because of religion. You understand? They were not following him based on his ability to turn Nigeria.
I'm not talking about the reason why they follow him. I'm just talking about the support he had, the support base, just like the popularity. I don't have whether religion, because of religion, because of tribe.
Buhari becoming president wasn't just because of Buhari joining forces with Tinubu. Buhari coming as a president was more of a contingency plan of people that wanted Jonathan out. You understand? And then that was how Tinubu came to the picture, because Buhari and Tinubu used to be sworn enemies. You understand? So the people, the Buhari presidency was not concocted in Nigeria, really. You understand? But many people in Nigeria played a role in Buhari coming to power. Some didn't even know what they were doing, but today we've seen what's happening. How people are say, we didn't know that things would be like this. We didn't know this and that and that. So Buhari coming to power wasn't just as a result of Buhari going to meet Tinubu. Tinubu and Buhari coming together. We are not of Tinubu and Buhari's making. Some people say, okay, you guys must come together because look, we have to get this guy out. You understand? So it's something different. We don't want P2B to go through that route. We don't want someone sitting in Washington, D.C. or someone sitting in 10 Downing Street to say, okay, P2B, we want you to be president now. Okay, come together with El-Rufai. That will be will rubbish the expectations of Nigeria, because if he becomes president through that means he will not serve the interest of Nigerians. We want a president that Nigerians will come together and say, this is the person that we want and who will get there and serve the interests of Nigerians, no matter how long it takes. This is not about contingency.
My brother, let's not be carried away with your degree of enlightenment. I appreciate your degree of political awareness and enlightenment. But let's not have this assumption, this erroneous assumption that you made mention of how popular Obi is across the north. Is it the northern voting pattern that I know, or a different one you're talking about? Even in that 6.something million, how many states was he able to win in the north? Let's not have this assumption that, okay, you said something about the Buhari debacle. No matter what was said in America, no matter what was done in America, you know how many governors have to leave PDP to join them? You know how many people came from APP? You know how many people came from the original ACN to form? I think there were about 4 different groups, including his CPC. And I asked the question: do you know how long it took? Do you know how long it took to make the arrangement? And the voting took
the point.
The voting took place in Nigeria, not in America. I'm not saying it was perfect. I'm not saying it was credible, but at least they gave you something to show that they were everywhere.
You are missing the point because you think that those governors, just on their own, said, "Oh, we are leaving PDP." You don't know that all these governors are beholden to foreign powers. You don't know that all these governors, no matter what they do, even some of them had terrible criminal records in the United States and elsewhere, and they were rewarded with governorship positions in Nigeria just because they were criminals and they were sure that they will not serve the interest of Nigerians because they are criminals. So by being criminally minded, these guys are happy to work with you. You think those governors just left PDP like that and joined APC? You don't know how many times how many times did Wike travel to the UK before the last election? How many times did he travel to France? You think those governors, all these travels, they are just going to stretch their limbs? Those guys, these governors, these legislators, they are beholden because they have all these they give them all these shiny things, houses, diplomatic this, diplomatic that. You think those governors just woke up one day, Atiku and the rest of them just woke up and say, "Oh, we are forming something"? No, it didn't happen. It wasn't just them.
I'm not disputing what you are saying. I don't know the reason behind what they did, but I saw some political interplay. I saw some political maneuvering. I saw some political, accusation and counter accusations that led to the decamping of 5 governors. I'm telling you the efforts. I don't know who was behind it. I don't know what pushed them. I'm telling you the magnitude of the effort, how long it took them to garner what they garner. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what happened behind the scene, but I know there was a lot of power play.
The thing is that, it mustn't go that way. It mustn't go that pattern of, some people coming together, pulling in billions that they stole from the people and meeting several times in Abuja and Lagos and strategizing on how to capture power and impoverish the people. No, it mustn't go through that route, because even when P2B came out, I believe that Peter Obi won the election, really, but the powers that be scuttled it. The powers that be also have the ability to scuttle it again, even if Peter Obi goes by your advice, sets up a large political party with offices scattered everywhere, and they still have the ability, even with people gathering at the National Assembly to make some laws that they call electoral reforms, they will still scuttle the election. So I don't believe in all these numerous laws and reforms. I believe in them. We have one of the most sophisticated electoral systems in the world. Countries that even hold very free and fair elections have very basic electoral system, very basic. They don't even have all these gadgets that we have, but still they conduct elections. Why don't you allow the freaking votes to count? You need to amend your laws 1 billion times? Must you need to go and bring equipment from Venus and Mercury to conduct it? Why don't you allow the freaking, we don't even need all those gadgets. Allow the freaking votes to count. Allow the freaking votes to count. And then, even with all the things you're suggesting that Peter Obi should do, if Nigerians do not stand up, as far as I'm concerned, with due respect, Peter Obi does not even need to campaign, because every freaking person in Nigeria knows that Peter Obi is the man. And if you open a ballot this night or early tomorrow morning, 90% of the people will cast their votes for Peter Obi. The problem is, are Nigerians even ready to stand up and say, our votes must count? We will defend our... How many thugs does Tinubu have? Does Tinubu have up to 100,000 dogs? What is the number of Nigerians? We have more than 50 million youths. You understand my point? With all these things, Nigerians don't actually stand up to say enough is enough. Our votes must freaking count, and they are waiting for P2B. It will not change anything. So I think P2B has done all his parts, even more than necessary. The remaining part is the part of Nigerians.
Yeah, my brother, I think you're missing it. You're missing the point there. You're missing the point there. Let's be honest. We're not campaigning tonight. This is a moment of true confession. This is a moment of rubbing minds. This is a moment of sincere engagement. We are not contesting. We are not contesting anything right now. We are not campaigning for anybody. Let me tell you about one thing. Let me tell you one thing about Nigerians. This generation of Nigerians you have, the Gen Z, they don't believe in what we did in June 12th. I was in a vehicle, in the struggle to restore June 12th, where 5 people died. I escaped dead. I was in the back of a tipper. 5 people died beside me. You can see people, you were chanting solidarity songs together, lying flat. You could see blood around you, right? So it got to that point. So let me tell you one thing about Nigerians. Even in the last dispensation in 2023, most Nigerians were ready. They were ready. They were ready to do anything to prevent the evil they did. The evil they call ringing, the announcement they did around 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. To actualize, to declare a Jagaban. My brother, I have to be honest with you. And let me give you a very personal experience. When June 12 was annulled, right? There was tension everywhere. It was like a joke. Even Abiola himself thought it was a joke because of his closeness to IBB. Even Kola, his first, Kola Abiola was dating IBB's daughter. They were almost at the point of getting married. Are you aware of this fact? They were that close. There was an interview.
Yeah, I think there are stories, around.
Okay.
About
No story. They were there. It was in the public domain. I'm going somewhere with this analysis. Even there was an interview Abiola granted. He said, no, he will change his mind. He's my friend. He said, look at my house. The number of this is I have portraits I have in my house. Of IBB is more than the one of my own pictures in my living room. It like a joke. When at a point he discovered that it was beyond a friendship, the friendship between him and IBB. So he left Nigeria. As soon as he left, the momentum was kind of dying down. Like we didn't know what he was up to. But most of us were ready to die with him, not because we are Yorubas, not because we belong to SDP, or we're just concerned about the people's mandate. If you talk of student unionism, then you could think of a formidable force to challenge any authority. We were ready to put our lives. We protested one time because of 100 naira increment, and that thing was reversed. So that was how strong the student union body was. I'm going somewhere with this analysis. When you're talking about whether Nigerians are ready, they are more than ready. The point I'm trying to make is where leadership comes in. So when he discovered that it was beyond his relationship with IBB as a friend, he has to travel. He left Nigeria, went to America, went to his other friends around the Western world. After some days or weeks, he discovered that it was going to be, nobody was coming to install him. He was dealing with something bigger than his own friendship with the international world. So he discovered that it was a personal fight. That it was only the fight was only going to happen in Nigeria, and if June 12 was going to be restored, it was only going to happen in Nigeria. He came back. As soon as Abiola came back, right, we were waiting for what will happen. As serious as we were, as desperate, as ready as we were, we could not really do much when he was away. But as soon as he came, that day could only be likened to, actually the Ekpetedo declaration, that day could only be likened to the coming of the Holy Spirit, in the upper room. It was, everybody was gingered, everybody was empowered, everybody was willing to do. See, you remember what Pengassi did, You know what the Pegasus said at a point? They had a meeting that they were going to block everywhere with their trailers. There will be a stampede. There will be stampede everywhere. No movement everywhere in Nigeria. It was that serious because of the position Abiola took. Because of the, I embarked on the protest one day. We lost about 25 students. The following day, I still found myself in another protest to tell you how concerned we were. You know, you see, instead of trying to recover from the trauma of the previous day, I was outside the following day again before we got arrested. First time, second time, each time we were out, we were ready to do worse than we did before, because the man himself was ready to pay the price. So whether Nigerians are ready or not, when people start coming, it's up to Nigerians. My brother, this is political power. Nobody gives it to you a la carte. You don't get it on a platter of gold. There was an interview Abiola granted. He said, Chief, let me land my point, please. Let me land this. He said, Chief, we learned the negotiating your freedom. We're negotiating your mandate for your freedom. He just laughed. He laughed and said, whatever they are doing, I think that is an effort in futility. You don't tell the barber to barb your hair when you are not there. You know. So when we listen to this man, see, he was a billionaire. He had his family to protect. He has his life to protect. If he wanted money, he would have gotten. Americans were concerned. You know, everybody wanted, he did that for how many years? For close to 4 years. You know, he was ready to remain in detention, hoping someday, because of that pressure, IBB has to step aside. I'm telling you what the people can do when they have a leader at the front. So nobody is willing to go. You are saying, you want a better Nigeria, but you also want to be the president. You want to be a leader. If you look at the definition of a leader shows the way. A leader is not somebody that is the most powerful. A leader is the person that that shows the way for others to follow. So if you're thinking that Nigerians are not serious, Nigerians are very, very serious. Not everybody will be involved in that kind of struggle. But in 2023, a lot of people were ready to do worse or even more than what we did in 1993. But they were waiting for what Peter Obi will say. He wanted, like you said, he's a gentleman. I can't take that one away from him. He wants to do things differently. Something worked for him while he was in Anambra. Times have changed, my brother. So if you think Nigerians are not serious, if there's anything that has been, if not for anything, the hunger in the land, people were ready to die for the cause they believe in. People were ready to hit the street. People were ready to challenge the status quo. But if your leader is saying, you don't want that, please, let the court prevail. When I was in Anambra, he worked for me in Anambra, he's going to work for me again. People waited until he exhausted all the legal processes. So to say Nigerians are not serious, each time people say Nigerians are not serious, I'm looking at them like, you know how many people died in 2023? You know how many people died in Lagos? You saw one woman that was whose head was broken, blood was gushing out. She came back later to seek cast and vote. You know how many?
Describe. They go take this video down. All these
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry,
please, please like. Guys, you guys are not liking. Please like, share, and subscribe. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
There was a lady in Lagos. She wanted to cast her vote. All the basketballs, you could see her, profusely everywhere. She came back later. To cast her vote. You know how there was another woman over 100 years old. They have to guide her to the polling booth. I have to vote. I'm not just coming here just because of it. Peter Obi, So everybody was just looking for a trigger, for a push. But when your leader, the person you are fighting for, you say, no, I'm not for that. I'm not for that struggle. I believe in the legal process. There is nothing much you can do. So when people blame Nigerians like Nigerians are not serious, Nigerians have always been serious, and we have always been close to it. 1993 we were close to it. 2023 again we were close to it. NSAS we were close to it. But somebody has to lead. Somebody has to lead the struggle. This is my concern. If you to say Nigerians are not serious, I think it's a lie. People were ready to pay any price.
I agree with you, Mr. Amori. Nigerians were serious in 2023. They were ready. It was because Peter Obi said, calm down, I'm going to court. Now we take calm down. Now the calm down, now we still calm till today. You understand? So a lot of people, a lot of hurt happened, a lot of things happened. However, I have to note that Peter Obi himself has come out and said, once he puts his hat in there, if it is required, he's going to lead. He's going to lead the protest. Let's not forget that the man has already decided that's what he's going to do. Okay, so if Peter Obi come out tomorrow, which court you want even go? Look at the courts. The man don't position all the people for there, right? And we have to give kudos where kudos is due. As much as we are here, what's it called? Strategizing, talking, and all of that, right? See, the fact say somehow, I'm sorry, you guys might not like this. I'm kind of happy that it's Tinubu that is president. I'm not gonna lie to now, because Nigerians are insufferable. The exposure that this Peter Obi's election, this election 2023 has the exposure it has given Nigerians. Oh my God. The things that we did not know that we have now come to know. For those of us that did not know, that have now come to know, and the thing has spread wide. The information that we did not have access to that has now been made available. People's eyes are opened. All those lies after lies that they told you about your heroes past, you are now seeing it now. Look heroes past. All the atrocities that was committed, all that glossing over that was done, all those decades-old lies, everything has come to the front. For that, I say, T-Pain, thank you very much. Even though he has brought mayhem, the pressing of neck that he's doing to Nigerians, the suffering that he's dishing out to Nigerians, it is refining those that want to be refined and is exposing those that need to be exposed. Would anybody, if to say Peter Obi enter 2023, look at all the people that surrounded him, all of them, it's all about self-gratification. Everybody's wanting to line their pockets. Everybody, one way or the other, have consciously or unconsciously worked for people outside of their country's interest. Hello? The kind of exposure that we have had since this whole thing. Look at it. Is it not Ozigbo we're talking about now? That just, who would have thought that Val, that's always around Peter Obi, will decide that, okay, let me go and join APC. Hey, you need to say that. If you say I see her for dream, I go wake up, I go say, nah, that cannot happen. Maybe it's what I thought about before I slept. Well, lie to lie. Look at it. Everybody has just been jumping ship. They have been betraying Peter Obi left, right, center. There is more to come. So somehow, even though as much as, and to be honest, even during that 2020 election, when I saw the way Nigerians were moving and how insufferable some of them were, especially Nigerians that live outside of Nigeria, that will come and start talking about, oh, I want to Nigerians that will come and say, T-Pain is a strategist, he's a this, he's a that. They will speak big grammar. They collected money. All of them entered inside house, collect mountain of money to come and run agenda for Tinubu. All of it has been in a way. Even during the election, I was like, secretly, these people, Nigerians are God, there's something else. I just wish Tinubu would just rule for one day so that they can have a taste of the medicine. I don't know, say God, they answer that kind of prayer. I was praying it silently. Maybe it's part of my prayer that made this man was able to cheat freely. Who knows? So now I have to guard my heart. Now, when I will say, no, I don't want to think it. Let it not really come and become a reality. I'm telling you, people, everything when we don't see today, tell me, say, you for know this thing. Now, so Peter Obi for become president, all these betrayers, now then go even, you go come become like Jonathan, time all over again, because Peter Obi is a gentleman. You want to, make everybody do okay. Even though he doesn't come across, he seems like a tough person, but they would have been able to put pressure on him because he's trying to, satisfy people. That's the kind of person he is. You can't ignore that. They for turn out another Jonathan time. They for use propaganda against him. in a way, I kind of like that this is happening. I'm not going to lie to you. Because if Peter Obi enter, if I not get the kahunas, that, full confidence to run him as he should. I remember when they did an interview of him asking what he's going to do to the people that have looted Nigeria. He said we'll go and talk to them. I know that maybe that was just a diplomatic response, but I kind of found out I was pissed at that response. Like, but I understood why he responded like that. But you see this one, I don't they see everybody eye don't open. And maybe this is what needed to happen for all of us, because we all need to get on one ship. We all need to drop our goddamn pride and get on one ship and know what we're doing. Otherwise, this Nigeria we're trying to get, we might, if we take and play, see, blink, it is like, because there are external eyes in your country, in case you don't know. Okay? So in a way, I don't know. They say there's blessing in disguise. I don't know. But I kind of feel like this pressure that Tinubu has been delivering is what Nigeria needs. Make their head correct. Because Nigerians are wicked. We come from a wicked country. I'm sorry. I just have to say it. Evil people. When I remember the way people were defending this T-Pain, hey, I say, God, I beg you. So in a way, it's kind of working out. Whatever happens in 2027, I'm hoping for the best. Hopefully, people would have learned their lessons well enough, made the suffering enter their bone marrow. So nobody will have to tell them this is the right thing to do. Anyway, I yield. Welcome, Idemudia, welcome. Anybody, I don't know who was talking. I think it was a comrade I interjected. Comrade, if you're done, let Idemudia go. He's new on the panel, my brother.
Yeah, he can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead. Welcome, Idemudia, chairman. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm good. Good morning. I was on the listener session. You see, when I call myself the prophet of Nigeria politics, people always disagree with me. I remember a forum when I told somebody that, look, Peter Obi is just him and him alone. You see all these other people called Val, Zibo, Alex, Oti, and Co. They will leave him when it's time. And that day, I remember people say, go, you are not obedient, you are not this, you are not that. Except you have not been following Nigeria politics for the longest. Okay. It was very clear that after Peter Obi lost the presidential election, or rather was ring out, there was a meeting we had with Val Ozigbo on the way forward. I remember him saying that he have his own political ambition to run. He will not put another man's ambition on his head, in quotes. This was on a Twitter space on July 20, 2024. Okay. And somebody asked on that space, his name is Isaac Undek, a Twitter handle, asked him, are you considering going to other party, APC included? And he said, and I quote, no party is perfect. What is in your mind is what make it. And somebody asked, are you wanting to be governor of Anambra State? Will you do anything, in quote, will you do anything to achieve it? Mr. Valentine Ozigbo said, and I quote, that he is open to every possibility of him becoming Anambra State. And somebody asked, even Mini joining the APC, and he was silent, he did not respond. That was when I know that, that man have since left Peter Obi. There are series of information I have here with me and co. The moment I saw Hope Uzodinma and Valentine hanging out, that was when I know it's over. The next person that will move is Alex Oti. Today is 22 February 2025. This is why they call me the prophet. It's Alex Oti who is going to be moving to APC very soon. You see, whether we like it or not, today, the man in Aso Rock, I call him political janjaweed. He's well experienced, he's well versed, and he's well exposed in politics, not governance. So please quote me correctly. He's not vast in governance, but very vast in politics. Now, when you are navigating such person, you have to be very, 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 very careful so as not to lose your card immediately to him because he's going to trample on that. Now, on the part of Peter Obi is not very well versed in deeper politics. Why did I say that? Because there are some errors that Peter Obi has made in the past 9 months that I feel he should not have made. What is one of the errors? One of the errors was him praising a genocidal military general, who is Yakubu Gowon. That is one. Then two, yesterday, Peter Obi made a big blunder. He showered the Maradona himself, the evil genius, the husband of Miriam Babangida. Peter Obi went on the rampage, praising him of how he was a distinguished leader, how he was true to the cause, how he perfected Nigeria unity, etc., etc. And I wonder, is it that Peter Obi was not alive when IBB was a military ruler in this country? Certainly, he was alive because Peter Obi is going to be my father. If me, a young Kekere, can read between the lines on how IBB is one of the people who made Nigeria to be a failure today, and you, PO, say that you want to chart a new course for us, and you are praising someone who is attributed in history, even though he denied it in his book and yesterday, that the letter bomb that killed Delegiwa came from his office. Okay? He denied it yesterday. And you are praising such person when his time, people were using national carriers to take white substance.
Oh, are you still there, bro? Oh yeah. Ooh, what happened? This guy was making some valid points.
Idemudia, I think his connection.
Who are well experienced in this field.
We lost you for a few seconds, IG.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
We lost you for a few minutes.
I think
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that Peter Obi praising IBB yesterday left a sour taste in us who are willing to carry the cross of a new Nigeria. I think the best he needs to do now is to step back and seek for political advices, because everybody around Peter Obi, take this to the bank, are either agents of APC who have had dealings with Tinubu in the past, or who are currently having dealing with Tinubu currently, or are those anti-NGO people who always sabotage Nigeria. These are the type of people behind Peter Obi. What I want Peter Obi to do is to seek for political advice. They strategize and come out with either your own party or you come out with, let's say, opposition coming together with other like minds. This I think he will do. Because I have watched his move in the last 8 months. He was doing like somebody who is a novice. One of the clear thing he did that I know I was like, was the attitude he showed in Edo State. Because Edo State is one of his key states and he lost that out just because they do not hear people's advice. People who are seasoned APC agents deceive them again. That is that for Peter Obi. Now, on the on the larger scale,
My brother, sorry to interject you. The first time of seeing a sincere, obedient that has the guts and the courage to speak truth to power, no matter the status of his leader. Please, God bless you. May I know your name, please?
yeah, my name is
You,
Idemudia, as in Idemudia.
God bless you, man. See, you just, there are certain things I was not able to express, the way I was supposed to do it. Sometimes they feel you are against Peter Obi. My first time I have
No,
seen an obedience saying it the way it is. May God bless you, man.
Yeah.
Fire on.
Yeah, there is something that Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore always say that there is no leader above mistake. If you don't correct your leader or suggest a better solution to your leader, you and your leader will fail. So I love Peter Obi. I want him to become president because if he become president, somebody like me who is an aspiring politician who wants to make a difference for my people, I will have a leeway to follow. That is why I always want him to do right. But in the last 8-9 months, the decision he has made, the step, is either running against his time or they just, they are just backfiring from all cylinders. So I think you need to seek a political advisor, then come out with a roadmap, a proper roadmap that will indicate that, look, we are going to, for instance, we are going to use Young Progressive Party to run for 2027. Then let's see you groom, like minds to that party. Somebody like Valentine Ozigbo is a young guy. He ran in 4 years ago against Andy Uba and Soludo. He came second in that election with about, I think,
In
2,000
PDP then. He was the PDP candidate
Yes,
then.
yeah. Peter Obi was the one who handpicked him then because Peter Obi was the national leader of PDP in Anambra State then. There are still series of debates of them. Peter Obi even clearly said that this will be his redeem time. When Peter Obi was leaving office, he picked Willie Obiano, and Willie Obiano became a disaster. Peter Obi have always said he is going to bring somebody who will clear that disaster. So when he picked Valentine Ozigbo for the PDP primaries then, and he won, we know Valentine Ozigbo was a former CEO in Transcorp. He used to be the managing director then. A seasoned, you know, finance guy who is very big in the finance world and all of that. In fact, he was the right hand man of Peter Obi when they went abroad to look for finances to finance election. So Peter Obi losing such persona to his opponents is a big blow on his political career and journey, which is not to repeat himself. Okay, that is that for that. Then on the larger scale, I was sad yesterday when I saw Miriam Babagida's husband came out with Agbada. They were in Abuja to rewrite history. He said, and I quote, that the protests that claimed the lives of students then were not initiated by him, but rather was initiated by Abacha. And I just had a question, like, sir, are you saying that a junior officer were taking decision under you? Meaning Abacha will now pass IBB himself, the military ruler, will pass Augustine Ihom, the deputy vice president, right? And will now pass what is that his name again? I forget what he calls here. So, to a junior officer taking command.
We're talking about
You know,
Dipo.
Dipo Dia,
Dipo.
thank you. Yes, thank you. Because these were the three men that took the country, that were holding the country under him, right? And my other, I was not surprised anyway. So was Obasanjo coming to raise praises on IBB. OBJ said, and I quote, if there are leaders who have worked for the progress and unity of this country, is IBB. Please, let somebody ask me, what progress have IBB brought to this country? Because we have a lot of killings and a lot of ill treatment under him. So I was not surprised anyway, because T.Y. Danjuma, OBJ, Amen Gusau, Gowan, these are all from the same time.
Abdul Salam.
Adu Salami is I don't even talk about Adu Salami because that one was a failure. And he's part of the people today who is heading electoral failure. Why did I say so? Adu Salami have never cautioned the APC of their violence nature, but rather he will go on rampage to caution the opposition and even give them document to sign called peace accord. So when I see elders like Adu Salam, I don't even regard them. So that's why I don't want to mention his name. Now, yesterday, they were all pleasing themselves, rewriting history. Tinubu came out, said his own, how he confronted IBB to inaugurate the National Assembly because he was elected senator to represent Lagos West. So you can see these people are toiling with Nigerians. And it was so unfortunate yesterday that even the PO that we think should be different was in that gathering, dining and whining. I don't want to talk about Atiku. Atiku is an expired politician, so that one is not even in the conversation. So yesterday shows that even though he don't have much following, but he can never side with the people who have destroyed Nigeria. And I applaud him for that. And I applaud him for that. So coming to 2027, my brothers and sisters, I was watching the Senate plenary today. Akpabio have the guts to suspend Natasha Akpoti today. There's one thing that rings the bell, and it's called state capture. It's either you are for or you are against. And you know why they are maltreating Natasha like that? Because she's from the opposition. Natasha casually said the other day that they have been toasting her to come into the APC, that they will make her the chairwoman leader in the National Assembly and make her a powerful lady in the National Assembly. Since she refused, Akpabio went on a run to either throw negative comments at her, insult her, sometimes even off her mic, unprovoked. She said the other day at a full session, Akpabio off her mic all through. Do not allow her to contribute, debate, or even make suggestions in the National Assembly. That is somebody who was elected by his constituents to represent them at the national level of discussion and development influence. You can see Nigeria have denigrated to the level of arrogancy, um, power drunk, and all of that. For them, you must join the ruling party because they want it to get bigger, bigger, and larger and larger. We must fight back. Currently, I heard that tomorrow there are about 14 senators from Labour and LP ready to move into the APC. They are going to announce it on Monday. 14. 14. So, my brothers and sisters, we must fight back. And we must fight back in a way that we don't put another power drunk animal in Aso Rock. That is why I keep suggesting that PO is also a better option. At least he is decent to an extent compared to the rest. So for me, 2027 is a no-brainer. That one, if you are not ready to fight head-on, please enter your house. We are not going to listen to, oh, wait for the court. They have already positioned the courts. Okay, that is that for that. I think in August this year or next, Yakubu Mahmoud will cease to be the INEC chairman. He have done his 5 years complete. And guess what? Tinubu is going to replace Yakubu with his very good friend, okay, Taiwo, Mr. Taiwo, to be the INEC chairman. In fact, there
Taiwo
have
from where?
been links from Osun State, sir. There have been seasons of linked documents suggesting that a lot of powerful people are lobbying the INEC post. It have gotten to that an independent body that is supposed to be independent have been lobbied for, because some people feel that they can't win election without manipulating the process. But guess what? We are going to be ready for them. We must make sure that they don't get away with this. So, my brothers and sisters, Nigeria sees the authority every day. And if we keep folding our hands, it might be you, it might be me tomorrow. Because it not concern me, it not concern me. Now I make your neighbor house go dey burn. The day where your own go dey burn, go see say it too go say it not concern me, not concern me. Nigerian belong to every one of us. No matter your ethnicity, no matter your background. That is why I always tell to myself that I am not a minority in Nigeria. You know why? The people who are causing havoc, corruption, siphoning money, over bloating the budget, the national budget, they are not just Igbos, Yorubas, or Hausa people alone. They are all from all ethnicity in Nigeria. Auntie Woyemi, sorry, I say Woyemi. Auntie Omoye, there was a revelation document that was sent out by the Binance chairman. Guess what? There were lawmakers that were lobbying them, telling the Binance chairman to bring $500 million for them to truncate the process of his process. The documents are there. The names of the people who are on that document, two are from Edo State, three are from Delta, one is from Katsina. Are these people, quote unquote, the majority of the country? The minute we stop pointing, oh, Yoruba this, oh, they now Yoruba man this, now Igbo man this. No, we are all involved. It's only when politics now come, we say, oh, I be minority, oh, I be this, oh, I be that. But when it comes to siphoning the money, they remember you be minority, oh. We must tell ourselves the truth. When people say, oh, it's the Wazobia causing havoc in Nigeria, I disagree. Both the tribe that have only two people in it, they are there. So, my brothers and sisters, we must tell ourselves the truth. I have followed Nigerian politics for a very long time, and I know that this crop of politicians we have do not mean good. And also, the people too who you see today, some of the young people, let's not get too sugarcoat issues. Some of our youth today, if you put them in position of power they will do worse because the society have made them to believe that it's only when you become governor, senator, etc., you can siphon as you like. That is why me as a person, I advocate for institution building. You think there is no corruption in America? In Italy, the former Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi was one convicted of corruption and and rape, which is famous, the Bogo Bogo Party. Okay, so we must start building strong institutions that will hold our leaders accountable when they are found wanting. Yesterday, there have been series of audits in the National Assembly. Guess what? Some people were awarding contracts to restaurants. Do you know what that means? They will give you a contract to do your road in your constituency, right? People will now award that contract to a restaurant. Do restaurants build road? Right? Senators were allocated money to build ICT hubs in their constituency. A certain senator from Jigawa allocated to the money to a boutique. How can that country grow? That is why I say the citizens, the office of the citizens of Nigeria need to start reading, not just the president alone. I know the president is corrupt and all of that, but have you gone to the National Assembly to see the level of corruption going on there? I don't want to even talk about Tinubu alone. We must hold the president accountable, but have you gone to the lower house of rep to see the level of corruption going on there? We must get our priority right because the National Assembly are the ones in charge of approving the money, funds that goes in and goes out of this country. They are the ones that make laws. So because Nigeria are not really that much interested in those arm of government, right? That Nigeria are more focused who become the president. That's why they do what they do. A senator will catch the other day on tape saying that even though you offer him 4 billion naira, right, to become the president or Senate, he would rather pick the Senate. You know why he said that? And guess what? This senator have been in the Senate for more than 20 years. The Senate, the other arms of government, they are looting and looting and looting and looting that place. Nigeria need to spread their torchlight to that place. Okay? Even the president have to go through the Senate. Even though they want to do corruption malpractice, he have to go through the Senate and House of Rep to approve budgets for them to siphon. But the Senate, who's approving their budget? No one. They are the kings and kings that approve and disapprove. Let's be serious. Nigeria needs total cleaning. And guess what? The so-called opposition senators are moving to where the tide is. The bike man that won his rep seat in Kaduna under Labour Party is already waiting to defer to APC. So, Auntie Omo, yeah, I don't want to talk too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro. You said a lot, man. You've taken a lot of, you've made a lot of valid points. And again, what do you suggest? There are different groups. There is a school of thought that believe that 2027 is a done deal for APC. There is a done deal. There is nothing the people can do, which I don't subscribe to. There are others that feel, oh, if there's anything we can do, 2027 is even a better chance than 2031. So what is your suggestion? And if you were Obi yesterday, there is a lot of Obedient that feel, oh, Obi was invited. He needs people like IBB. He needs to work with people. He needs the help of everybody to be able to become the president. If you were, do you think it would have been better for Peter Obi yesterday to tactically avoid such a gathering, or it would have been better for him to be there or not to speak?
Let me even tell you, my brother, as of today, IBB don't have no political value in this country. Was IBB not fighting in 2003 to remove Obasanjo to become president in 2003? How did that end? It failed woefully. The thing is, Peter Obi must align himself with the people. He must find a way to wake up the majority of Nigerians, either directly or indirectly. The people who were there yesterday, they are in their 80s, some are in their 90s. I saw Baba Chinwale Achundag from Jigawa State. The man was sleeping all through the program. Even when Mr. President was walking in, he sat down. He cannot stand up again. Waste don't finish. And
Yeah,
those
bro.
one
Thank you
of the
very much. I like,
yeah.
I see you said you made a lot of valid points. This sometimes this is not a campaign period. This is not by any candidate right now. We try to say it the way it is, right? It's neither by Tobi or Moyele or whatever. So what do you think about those that feel it's too early for Obi? They feel Obi is holding his card to his chest. It's too early to declare his platform. This is 2025. We're talking about presidential election coming up in 2027. It's too early. Even if he wants to make collaboration with other parties, is it not better for him to have a party so that he can negotiate on the part of strength when it comes to collaboration? That's my last question for you.
Let me even tell you, we only have 600 days to the presidential election. All that card to his chest, that is absolutely nonsense. Let me tell you something. If Peter Obi in the next 300 days don't come out with a clear plan that, look, we are going to use the YPP, for example, and every hand should be on desk. Go to your grassroots. In fact, go to your polling unit level. That is the smaller unit in Nigeria electioneering. Start canvassing. Okay? Start canvassing. We will not go anywhere. Look at Valentine Ozigbo. That have shown clearly that there is loophole in the way Peter Obi handle party politics affairs. This is not politics now in general, but party politics. How do you allow your right-hand man to fall into the hands of APC just because he wants to be governor? I'm even hearing that Hope Uzodinma have toasted Valentine Ozigbo to come to APC since last year. And because the election is coming in November, he finalized everything. Okay, so any candidate that is serious should come out with a platform. At least by August, we should know that, okay, you are running for YPP or you are running from OPP, right? Now, start a movement of mass registration, okay, into the party. Make sure that anybody that is coming into the party is somebody who is ready to go to grassroots. Not people who go to TV to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. No. We need to start from the what I call the local roots, which is the grassroots, right? To the top. There should be a mass movement that will shake Nigeria down to its political foundation. This is presidential election we are talking about. Have Peter Obi's votes in Ekiti increased after the presidential election? The answer is no. Rather,
the same thing. The same thing.
Yeah, Peter Obi, guess what? Guess the strategy Tinubu is using, or rather, let me not say Tinubu now. The political party is using bigotry. They are using it to reduce his chances every day. Peter Obi currently in Edo State, guess what? The governor is APC. They have reduced his political capital there. The other day, I'm from Uromi, right? The Labour Party secretariat in Uromi, they went there and destroyed the place, saying that place, that the where the secretariat is, now road one person. In Onewa, they have destroyed the secretariat. And every day you have people who are either resigning from Labour Party to APC or people resigning completely from Labour. Because guess what? The chairman of the Labour Party is another seasoned thief, Abure.
Thank you, my brother, for your objectivity. I've never seen an obedient like you. This is the first time I'm having a robust engagement. I've learned a lot from you. You know, for your objectivity, number one, I've never met you before. I don't think we've met in any forum to discuss, to share political ideas. What you have said this evening, my brother, I'm flabbergasted. I am overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So you said basically everything, not from the point of politicking. You know, you said it the way it is. And another thing, look at what happened. Look at what people are not getting. The 2025, you're telling me it's too early for somebody to show his platform, which is going to run in 2027, a presidential candidate. This was why he made those mistakes he made. Like if you ask them, why were those people elected into National Assembly? We are not hearing their voice. No voice, no formidable voice of opposition coming from them. The likes of Aisha Yusuf will tell you a lot of people took advantage of the obedient movement that they didn't even know who they were voting for. I mean, I could excuse such a. I could. You know, I don't want to. I could understand like he was in a hurry. I mean, there's a saying that failure or mistake could be success only to the extent we can learn from them. You've made that mistake just in 2023 here. You are even making more. Look at what happened in Anambra when they were trying to organize their local government elections. Because of the crisis with labor, you know what they did? They hurriedly used the YPP to gain that their grassroots support, right? So they won almost all the local government. Now, I was even expecting somebody like Ozigbo. If you want to decamp, anybody as close as Ozigbo to Peter Obi, thinking of decamping for now, I mean, you should have been going towards that YPP pending when they have a bigger platform, not to APC. Somebody will come around and tell me
guess what?
he'll be a strategist. He's holding his platform to his case. In the politics, is he a bedroom romance? Are you talking about a relationship with your wife or your girlfriend?
Let me even tell you, my brother, YPP is a popular party in Anambra State. The late Ifeanyi Ubah used it to win his Senate seat twice.
Those are the kind of leaders. Those are the kind of builders I respect.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on, my brother. Thank you for your objectivity. I just say, my respect for you. I drop my heart for you.
Thank you very much. See, the thing is, the other day, I proposed that we should have civil society groups within the obedient movement. Because I won't lie, 2023, we voted in a lot of lacunas into the Senate and House of Reps that we thought that, okay, since Obi is not there, they will be our voice. Rather, if they are not, some are not even going to their seat anymore. Okay.
They have become, most of them have become to APC.
Yeah. Yesterday,
I wasn't expecting them to have their way, at least have their opposition say, no matter how little it is, play the role of the opposition. Pending when Obi comes on board, it's like you were featuring people you don't even know their character. Well, who do you tell that one to? What kind of a leader? What kind of party leader are you portraying?
Let me even tell you one thing. Are you aware that no LP senator or lawmaker have moved the motion since they came into the house? We just found out yesterday. Yeah. Is that bad?
They are busy sharing the same money and buying the same SUV, PDP, APC are buying. You want to tell me APC, PDP have expired? We need Labour. How is Labour even better than APC and PDP? They will be worse if they have the kind of power APC and PDP have enjoyed. This is just my personal opinion.
Could I chime in, Mr. Amoriye? Good evening to everybody over here in the Pacific time zone. It's evening time. See, the thing that you have to allow...
Is that Mr. Pansett? Is that Mr. Pansett?
Yeah, how are you?
Good, fine, good to have you, sir.
Yeah, you have to make room for teething problems. When you, it's like you have a baby, right? And it start growing teeth, and he won't sleep. You have all kinds of problems when you have a new thing come into play. One thing you have to know, though, is that Labour Party is not evil. The other two parties are evil, right? But they will have teething problems as a new party. Like you said, it brought in all kinds of people into the party. But you're going to have to stop being a finicky patron.
Did you, sorry, Pastor, did you say Labour Party is not evil? Other parties are evil. Is that what you said?
Yes. Because evil, there are three components that make up evil, right? That differentiate wrong or doing something bad or doing something wrong from somebody doing something evil. That is this. There are three components to it. Number one, you know the right thing to do, but you don't do the right thing. Instead, you do the wrong thing. And then you know it's wrong. And then it's hurting somebody else and you have nothing to gain from it. Once you have those three things, it's evil and you have to eschew it. It's something that you just can't work with anything. It's gonna hurt somebody, it's gonna kill somebody. It's wrong, it's beyond wrong, it's evil. It's not like you don't know better that you do something that's wrong, that's bad, right? Now, with the Labour Party, the things that you're talking about, it's nothing that they know. And then they're doing it purposefully. It's just
Mr. Pastor, sorry to interject you. With what the likes of Abude, Arab beasts of this world have done to Obi, you think they are not evil? We're not playing politics tonight. We're just discussing. We're rubbing minds. Because if you cannot challenge, you cannot see anything wrong in your leader.
Just hold on, Omariye, because I want to address you on the 2 points. Number one is what you're saying right now. I'm talking
you can't
about
even let me land my point.
the political party is totally different from an individual. It's different from OB. It's different from the chairman. It's the party, what they have to give. But what I want, a more important point I'm making to you in particular, because you happen to be a very important person, right? In this whole thing that we're doing online, talking all the time. You are ubiquitous on the online, and you are a Showere supporter, right? Which there's really not that much difference between a Peter Ruby
No, don't come with
supporter.
that mindset tonight. If you come with that mindset, we're not going to get the best from this conversation. Don't come with the mindset that I'm a show with a supporter.
Just hold on now, hold on. Let me make a key point. Forget about
you're making a very wrong assumption. This is why you're not busy enough
hold on. I
to be
know you very well,
objective.
so just hold on. What I'm saying
You
is this.
see what you mean. You come in with your past to the present.
Let's be in order here. 2 minutes and I'm done. I want
this
you
is
to
not
hear
about
what I'm saying.
Showere. It's not about Showere.
I understand. Hold on.
Free your mind. Go with a free mind so that you can get the best of this conversation.
Would you be in order so you don't invoke the host or something? I wanna listen to you. I want you to hear what I'm saying. It's very important. You are a finicky patriot. In essence, you're like picking as if we have a lot of choices. We don't have a choice.
We have
come down to where we have to choose between good and evil. That's it. You don't have all the degree whereby, you want somebody who is empathetic, who is fair, but he does one thing bad here and there, or he's inadequate here and there. We don't have that kind of choice. Now, I want you to know that, for example, Showere, we all like Showere. There's nothing wrong with Showere. But the point is this. If you look at what Showere is saying, he's saying that Babangida, for example, the only reason why he doesn't like Babangida, what is it? Because he did not allow Mr. MKO Abiola to be president. He wants IBB executed for doing that. Now, IBB did the wrong thing, and that's true, but there's so many other things that are going on. Abiola is not a saint. Abiola is friends with this military. Fela sang a song about him that he's international thief. If you know the song, ITT. I'm driving now.
You're coming with a very you're taking this conversation beyond the.
You know what? To make it fair, what I will do. I'm almost home now.
We know what you're trying. We're talking about ITT. Is the element of the struggle for G12 revalidation was not about the personality of IBB, MKO. It has to do with those that put our lives on the line. We did what we did not because we are Yorubas, not because we were of the SDP, not because of even Abiola, because of the people's mandate. We felt an individual had no authority to just go to the people's mandate, at a will, at his own will.
That's right.
So don't bring whether Abiola was a criminal, whether he stole money from ITT. We were not fighting about the money he stole. We're fighting to validate the people's mandate.
Okay, but then make it make sense. When you had an election in 2020.
If I may ask you, is IBB a good man? You blame Showere for saying IBB is not what Showere said about IBB. IBB is a criminal, is a Maradona, and he can never be trusted.
No.
You want me to give you something?
What I'm saying,
not because he validated June 12. I give you 12 reasons why IBB is not a good man.
Omariye, let's be in order. That's all. I'm almost done.
No, you putting a lot of things into you going to partisan.
No, I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying again. I'm saying if you had a character like Abiola be rigged out of an election that he won, but then in 2023, we also had a similar thing, but with a much better character. And then Showere doesn't say that we should execute whoever did that, and you're going all the way back a generation, right, with a character that is one of these colleagues. He is one of them, right? And they rigged him out, and that's democratically, that's unfair, that's wrong, and we should condemn that. But how can you be more enraged about that than a character like Peter Obi, who won the election in this present generation just a couple of years ago, of which he himself was a candidate, and he knows that it was rigged out. So now you're not upset. His whole thing is about MKO Abiola, who is no good. Now, he won't work with others right now, but he'll work with Abiola. How can make that make sense to me? Now I'm home. I'm gonna log off of this cell phone, and I'm gonna.
Mr. Pastor, you still there? I'm just gonna
go into moderate, but you're not gonna be gung ho about Showore
Mr.
stuff.
Pastor, we lost you for some time. We lost you for some seconds. We don't know.
Oh, okay.
We
I'm
lost
gonna
you for.
log in. I'm in the garage. I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna log off here now. I'll be back. Give me a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Continue. You are better now. You are better now. You can continue.
But what I'm saying that my car is steaming. I'm gonna get out of the garage and go into the house. But I want you to remember the deal we made last time you and I talked. We made a deal, and you said you were gonna be a normal person. You're not gonna be a Showore crazy kind of person, right? You're gonna work together. Make sure when they work with Peter Obi and obedience, right? That's the deal we made, and you're not upholding that deal because I've been
I've
watching
not
you.
broken that deal. I don't know
You
how long
have
you've been
broken the
listening to
deal.
us.
You've
No,
broken the deal
no, no, no,
because
no.
you have to criticize Showore for what he's doing, which is to divide us. We all belong in one camp. Showore, Peter Obi, me, everybody who wants a better Nigeria belongs in one camp.
Including IBB.
No, not IBB,
Okay.
but you know,
Now you
look,
just made some wrong. You made some wrong postulations. Can you let me correct you on what you said? That Shogore said he cannot work with. It's not even about Shogore tonight. I don't know for how long
Would
you've
you
been
let
listening
me
to
get
us.
into the house before you correct me? Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back online. 5 minutes.
No
I want to
problem.
hear
No
you.
problem.
Thank
I
you.
will be going to
All right.
bed soon to bed until you come back. This is your Shogore phobia. I don't. I don't know. Over here, you see there. Who else is on the panel?
I am here.
Okay. See problem with the pastor, right?
Mm.
You just go with the assumption that he just feels everything I have to say is all about Shogore. This is doesn't even know my kind of person. You know, I'm not for Shogore tonight. I'm not talking about
We're
Shogore
just
tonight.
talking generally about, we're postulating, and the people are giving their own opinions on.
You know, you could see the way I praised the last week, Mr. Demuja, for, you know, he just aligned with my, you know, my line of thought, like, oh, these are, I'm not bashing OP anymore. I mean, even in 2023, for every opportunity I had, I said he has the qualities. The man is objective. He has I mean, if you put, I even went as far as, you know, people accuse me of being blasphemous. There was I said, if you put Obi in the midst of Atiku and Tinubu, that Obi can be likened to Jesus Christ in the midst of Barabbas and the other criminal. You know, I said that, you know, a time with that number, people were like, why are you liking Obi? I said, no, I'm not saying Obi is Jesus Christ. But in the midst of Atiku and...
not like anything. Here's the thing, Mr. Comrade Omori. Hansat, once he hear Obi and he hear anything contrary to, you know, the likeness of Obi, or in any way at all that will possibly threaten or come close to affecting anything that Peter Obi wants to do, Mr. Hansat not dey hear any other thing. So that's what you have to understand.
And again, if he has anything to worry,
when you come straight for the attack, you go come for the jugular. So, but he doesn't understand. I'm sure he didn't. I don't think Mr. Pastor started the life with us. He may have been, maybe he caught up at some point, and all he was hearing was the postulations about what Mr. Peter Obi should be doing or what he shouldn't be doing. He could not come attack. That's Mr. Pastor for you. You don't want to hear anything else for Peter Obi. But like
you could see the way, you could see how objective Mr. Demujan was, right?
Yes.
Nobody can be more obedient than that guy.
And guess what?
So,
Mr. Idemuja, let me tell you people, Mr. Idemuja is one of the top obedience. People don't even know that.
Those are the kind of people he needs around him, no psychopaths.
This young man that came to speak single-handedly, you see all the local governments for Edo State in the different senatorial district, the senatorial district where he comes from, he single-handedly ensured that everybody voted. 90% of the votes were for Peter Obi. He single-handedly, this is not them say, is what he did.
So when he came here to be talking, notice how quiet I was?
Because there was no, you did not object him, and I was just, happy too. Like, you see the way he was dishing out the points. Where he needs to be corrected, he will say it. Where he has gone wrong, he will say it. What he needs to do on the way forward, he will say it.
Exactly.
You could see this level of maturity and objectivity.
Yes, he wants the party to, that's why I did not interrupt him. Remember,
Man, I will get that guy's contact. I'll get that guy's contact, man.
Yeah.
You could see the way he mastered out, even better than me that was trying to move. There were certain things I wanted to say, so that to not look as if I'm against Obi, I'm at Obi. I was cautious because of what I've vowed never to attack Obi.
He is an obedient to the core. He's one of the people that were in the back, talking online, but on the back end, they were all working together for this Obi movement. Take it to the bank. This young man used his resources. I'm telling you, senatorial, the entire, how many local governments, maybe 18 or so local governments, this guy used his resources. Nobody gave it to him. He marched from one village to the other, talking to people. I kid you not. So when you hear him talking, that's why I left him, because he's an obedient to the core, and he's calling out what needs to be called out. Anybody that wants improvement, he wants he wants Mr. Peter Obi to win. That's what he wants. He wants Mr. Peter Obi to win, and he's coming to tell us this is where I think he should do some work. So I know people like that. Me, I'm not going to put water in their mouth when they're talking. I have to have them air whatever opinions they need to air, so that we can do better. 2027 is not for joke. It's literally where our lives on the line. Literally, our lives collectively is on the line. So if we do not get our acts together, if we don't do what we're supposed to do and fix what needs to be fixed, anyway, me don't already talk until I see what will push me forward. Because right now, I'm very unhappy about the praises that Mr. Peter Obi was raining on IBB. I'm sorry. I'm very, very unhappy. I responded to his tweet. I don't like that. He should have found a way to get himself out of it. I'm not in support. But anyway, go ahead. That's all I wanted to say.
Omio, thank you very much. You could see, I've not met that guy before. See, I benefited, immensely from his contribution, from his beginning to the end. Even when I wanted to interject, I was being careful not to interrupt him, but to corroborate what he was saying, or to probe him further by asking some questions. The way he took me off balance. You understand? You could see his level of sincerity. You could see his level of maturity. You could see his level of objectivity. You could see, he was not biased. He would tell you he was supposed to do this, he's supposed to do this. If he's serious, he would tell you the way forward and everything. As soon as Pastor jumped in, he's already coming with the mindset that Omori is for Showere. Why would I continue to support somebody? See, I even said in 2023, I said, in terms of political views, in terms of ideology, I would have preferred somebody like when Peter Obi was saying things like God put eyes in your front so that you move forward, you don't look back. When he was asked about how you're going to handle people that have made Nigeria what it is today, I wasn't too comfortable with things like that. Probably because of where I'm coming from, because of what we have suffered, during the military era. Most of them enjoying politics today. They don't even do half of what we did. We thought IBB was bad, but when Abacha came, oh my God, you need to see brutality promise. The level of brutality that came with Abacha, was nothing compared to that of that came with Abacha. It was nothing compared to. That of IBB was a tip of the iceberg. So you coming here, hoping, just having the assumption that he's for Shogure, whatever he says, is no. That is not what I benefited immensely from.
Okay, let me say hello to everybody formally. Ms. Omoye, could you remove the other mobile account that I think I still see it there?
Okay, I'll remove it.
Yeah, Mr. Pastor, before you continue, can I just correct some erroneous foundation you already made so that we can have a fruitful engagement? Okay. Please, tonight, what we're doing tonight, what you met on ground was not about Shogori or Obi. You know, I don't know if you listened to me earlier. I said that this is a moment of truth, a moment of sober reflection, a moment of sincerity and meaningful and educative engagement. So, and I had a very intelligent gentleman, Mr. Edemudia, that came on board. You know, you cannot, even you as an Igbo man cannot be more obedient than that gentleman. And he was giving it bit by bit the way it's supposed to be. You know, we're not playing politics. We're not campaigning for anybody. It's not about any candidate tonight. And you made some very wrong, foundations. You try to push it on Shogori. I see Shogori is the person trying to make IBB look like a bad guy. Yeah, Shogori was not the person that pushed them to kill Delejua, to eliminate Delejua through letter bomb. So whether was not the person that made them to force young military officers, to cut them off in their prime. So whether it's not the same person that made him to play, that made ABB to play everybody. He will organize, he will form political parties, he will disband them. That was what we call the new and the old brigade, where he banned the likes of late Yaradua and co. That they were not qualified to engage. He later came back. He would form political parties. He would disqualify them. He would wasting Nigerian Nigerian resources for nothing. At the end of the day, he conducted an election. You know, I'm not concerned about who won or who did not win. You know, a winner was almost emerging. You truncated people's efforts. You truncated people's mandate. You know, that is our concern tonight, not who Abiola was. No matter how you feel Abiola was a criminal, Abiola did not even do what this crop of criminals are doing today. I don't see any company in America owned by Abiola. I don't see any company, any mansion in Abiola in Britain. Everything was centered in Nigeria. Let's assume he stole from Nigeria, if I may borrow your word. He invested his loot in Nigeria. In terms of sport, Abiola was there. In the church, Abiola was there. In the mosque, Abiola was there. Whatever you think about in terms of humanity, Abiola was there. Abiola wanted a society where a son of nobody could be somebody. Abiola was there for everybody. The low and the high and the mighty. So that is not even the risk we took for Abiola wasn't because he was from the South, or he was a Yoruba man. I'm not a Yoruba man either. It wasn't because of his political affiliation, because I didn't even have any political party then. I was still in school. I was a student.
All right.
So the foundation I'm trying to don't put everything on Shogori. So when he came up to express his own view, like, look at who IBB has never. He said IBB has been a liar, and he wasn't far from the truth. I can go on and on and on to tell you what IBB did. That he was never true to his word.
Let's make use of
so don't
time.
remove your word. When you see me, don't see your word. I'm not going to say word tonight. I'm telling you what can we do. Be objective in your analysis. Come with a free mind so that we can benefit from each other. Thank you.
Let me say to you that you are making an argument that is far from what I was talking about. Let me actually put this to where I could just hear my ears. Okay, here we go. Now, you are way off from what I was talking about, right? What one thing you have to understand. By the way, I liked the discussion you guys were having when I was in the car. I was listening, and you were, of course, you've been heaping a load of compliments to that gentleman that was here, Mr. Demodia, right? So what our problem that I'm trying to solve right now, which you are skirting around, is that we need to be one as a progressive force to take our country back. And the division that Sowore is creating is what I'm attacking, right? So tonight, what I want you to do is to be cerebral. You have to think. You have to be intelligible, even when you talk, cognizable, appreciate, right?
So I'm not intelligent. I'm not intelligent.
Talking about,
I don't want to start this personal insult attack with you. If we start, it will be fine.
After a lengthy dialogue, that we're gonna try to make sure work with others, because that's the problem he has. Now, to
make sure what
he's saying, that's why I brought the issue that I spoke about.
So we're going to make sure what redundant.
You cannot say I cannot work with Peter Obi, but then you are trying to work with MK Abiola, right? So
okay, let me correct. You see, I made that mistake again. Let me correct you quickly. Showore was not of the. Let me see. We are talking like. Let's not overheat this conversation, please.
Whole debate between Abiola and Peter Obi, who's a better character in the country. Then we could have that debate.
Mr. Pansat, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Mr. Pansat, 1 minute. 1 minute, I'm done.
In essence, he's here with us now. If you agree, then if he's able to work with Abiola, try to recover Abiola's mandate, he should do the same thing with Peter Obi as well, because first of all, Peter Obi's mandate was stolen as well. So there is nowhere you're going to hear me say that Showore is not good. I believe that Showore is very useful. He's a good patriot. I disagree with him on a couple of things, and I've made those clear before. One of them is that he says he's not a capitalist. I'm a capitalist. I believe that our economic system is capitalism in our country. As far as we have that constitution we have right now, you have to be a capitalist. So the last time he was at Dr. Damage's, I asked him point blank, you were there. I asked him, are you a capitalist? And he said positively, no, I am not a capitalist. And he went on to elucidate the fact that he's actually some kind of communist, not even a socialist now, because I extrapolated that because of the way he wants to come to office. The difference between a socialist and a communist is mode of coming into office. He wants to come into office by a revolution. So that makes him a communist right there. Now, it was embarrassing. Now, I regretted asking that question because I don't want him destroyed. I want him redeemed. Do you understand that, Omori? You know where I'm coming from. So I know I'm not
Can I make? You just made another mistake. Can I correct that? Let me tell you, in 1993,
our country is
in 1993. Can I correct that impression?
Work with IBB in the past, or he used to be in the PDP. You know, a lot of excuses.
Mr. Pansat,
of which makes him a hypocrite, because number one, you're working with the Abiola family, and Abiola is rumored to be corrupt.
Mr. Pansat, can you listen to me? Can you listen to me before
military coups in the country? So if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So those military people that he was running around with, that's who took the mandate away from him. That's true. Now we have to resolve the issue.
Mr. Pansat, do you have feelings for those that lost their lives during the struggle of June 12? Do you have feelings for the Abiola family that lost their breadwinner, their mother?
Avatar moving. Omoro, can you hear me?
Also, I
can hear you. I can hear you.
When I'm speaking, it's moving the avatar of the other guy here. So I don't know if you could hear me. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Mr. Pansat.
Omori, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can I correct the wrong impressions you just made right now?
Can people in the comment section hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear Mr. Omori? Mr. Pansat, I think you can, maybe your connection. You might want to go out and come back in because I can't hear you. Mr. Omori, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Mr. Pansat, you probably need to go. Stay humble. Thank you. I think
you I can hear you.
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me? Now I can no longer hear you, Mr. Pansat.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Something is not right here. I mean,
Mr. Omori, you can hear me?
They can hear me, but
loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Mr. Pansat, we can't hear you.
Is moving. I can't hear either one of you. So
you need
I don't know if I should continue or not.
Drop off and come back. Drop off and come back, Mr. Pansa.
Because of your because of your weapon of destruction. Because of your weapon of mass destruction. He's always fighting. I don't know. Even when there's no need to fight, he always wants to fight. You know, you're not the only person supporting Peter Obi. Listen to other people's opinion. You could learn from it. Corrections could be, there could be corrections here and there.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Pastor doesn't like to hear. He doesn't want to hear any differing opinion, especially when it has to do with Mr. Omori. I just sent that. I just sent the number contact to you. So
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable. The guy was very central. Yes. Mr. Omori, I don't know what happened though. Your connection. Can you hear? Can you hear now, Mr. Pastor? Mr. Pastor,
Omoye, the problem might be from your end.
You think so? Okay, hold on. Let me.
So I can't hear you.
Okay, let me see. Let me switch devices and see because this is weird. That's weird. Okay, hold on.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Are you testing 1, 2? Wow, this is wild.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, okay. Much better now.
That's wild. That's crazy.
Okay, I can hear you and I can see you. Boy, you look good tonight over there.
Thank you. Mr. Gawalele says you play your guitar. Mr. Gawalele, come up and listen to guitar live. Listen to Mr. Pansa is a good artist, though. The man they play guitar.
No, only an amateur, that's all.
I know you're not too. What you played for us the last time, that's not the work of an amateur.
What did I play for you the last time?
You played some high life. We're talking about high life music, and then you played a tune. I remember. I can't remember the name of it, but it was so good. It was pretty good. All of
Okay,
them.
we'll end it with this, but I do want to have I think Mr. Omori is back.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Omori, what I was saying, I don't know how much you heard.
I heard everything you said. Can I make? Can you give me opportunity to respond to what you said, so that I got everything you said earlier?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What we were doing before you came on board, right? We were just engaging each other on a general level. We're not supporting any candidates. We're looking at the possibility of 2027. We're looking at the preparation for 2027. We're looking at what can we do between 2027, 2031. We're not talking about Showore, or we're talking on the general level. And a gentleman came on board that was really making some valid points based on sincerity and objective. He was not biased at all. And he's very, very obedient, more obedient than you are. So having said that, you came with the impression that, they must be supporting Showore there. And we must have to do away with this impression that if you say anything, if you point anything out that Obi is not doing right, that the person is against Obi. No. That was one thing I've learned from that gentleman tonight. Before Moyena even came up to tell me the commitment, his level of commitment, financially and otherwise, in 2023, towards Obi's victory. Those are the kind of people I like. I learned a lot from that guy. I was happy when he was dishing out his, submission. From the angle of sincerity, objectivity, and unbiased. And when you came on board, the first thing you mentioned is Showore. You are a Showore guy. I've vowed never to attack Obi anymore. Obi is not the problem. It's not my problem. Just Showore is not your problem. This is one thing I want us to. We have to reconcile this fact. Obi is a victim of a society that's not working. Showore is a victim of a better society that he has been fighting for the past 3.5 decades. So they are both victims. We are in the same boat. So I've vowed never to attack Obi. But when you see somebody, your leader especially, even Obi has subscribed to the fact that he doesn't want psychophants around him. He needs people that will be able to tell him when you are wrong or when you are right. If you are wrong, they should be able to call him to order. Those are the kind of people he likes to work with. And if Mr. Demudian was in Nigeria, I would have personally recommended him for Obi tonight because of the kind of mindset, maturity, and the sincerity he has. And you just came aboard like if Showore can work with people like Abiola, who was this, who was that. You called Abiola sorts of names. You know, can I even tell you that as at 1993, Showore was still a politician. He was just a student leader. And the battle for the revalidation of June 12th was beyond Abiola as a person. Everybody that made work for Nigeria was involved. Do you remember the Kokori of Pengasi? Not the kind of labor leadership Shomole did, where you call for protests in the afternoon, in the night you go to power that bill and collect a bribe. No. Kokori is late now. He was the chairman of Pengasi. They were ready to deploy their tankers to block all the highways in Nigeria so that there would be no movement. It got to that extent. I don't know where we were already in America. You know, we participated. I'm not telling you what I read in the book or what somebody wrote in a book. I'm telling you the struggle I participated in. You know, I almost lost my life when we escaped death by the whiskers. We were incarcerated for years. I lost how many years in school? We were incarcerated for years. You know, one day we were released. Instead of going south, I was going north because I've lost orientation of the environment. So it wasn't about Abiola as a person. It was about the people's mandate. It was about the arrogant power of one individual truncating the people's mandate. That was what we were fighting for. Showore wasn't a politician. He was just a student leader in Unilag.
Okay.
You
All
know,
right.
could you hold on? Let me land my point. Give me 1 minute. I will be done. You say if you could work with Abiola, the first visit he made to Abiola house, listen to that this again. There were a lot of politicians around Abiola. So why we were there was to ask Abiola, are you prepared for this struggle? Wanted to know how serious, how prepared he was. Because we knew the kind of people he was dealing with. It was beyond his friendship, the friendship that was existing between him and IBB. We knew he was in for a long thing. So actually, when Showore was about leaving, you know, he grabbed a bag. I think it was about 800,000 naira then. It was a lot of money then. Hey, student leader, come. You have this for your transport. Showore rejected that money. Then the late Momo, the owners of Channel, was sitting beside Abiola. Then one came outside and said, listen to these people. These are the people you need. These are the people you need, not the politicians sitting around you.
Maury, hold on.
Showore is ready to work with anybody.
Let me say something before you.
Can I also tell you that if you win again, let me land this point. Let me land this point. I'll let you to continue. I will allow you to continue.
No,
whenever you hear Showore, don't always come with the mindset that.
Hold on. Let me say something that you continue. What I'm saying is that all those anecdotal stuff you're talking about, it's really none of my business. I'm not against that. You're not talking to somebody who's against Showore, right? So, and I'm familiar with those things you're talking about. That's not the issue, right? So I was saying, which you didn't hear what I said before. Let's look at it this way. I'm saying that we should be in the same camp, right? That is the contour of what I'm talking about. We should be in the same camp. Showore cannot hide his hypocrisy anymore. If you're elucidating and then tossing out all those virtues about MK Abiola, okay, then fine, you could work with Abiola, I said. But if you can then work with Abiola, you can work with Peter Obi. You understand what I'm saying? That's where the point is. They say we're on the same side, but it's a little shade. But he's going, like, look, Peter Obi is the worst human being. I'm not even I work with Tinubu before I work with Peter Obi. That's the kind of stuff he says. Now, that's stupid, right? So now what I want to say to you, though, now remember what I have to say to you is different from what I have to say to Showore. I've told Showore what I have to say to him. I also value you just as much as Showore because you're ubiquitous on the internet and you're loud, and you wouldn't let anybody else talk. So we want you on our side. Now, what I wanted to say.
Have I not letting you talk right now?
No, but just let me 2 minutes and then I'll pass it back to you. I don't want to do all the talking. I really want to hear you, because how am I going to convince you if I don't understand what the problem is? But here's what I'm saying to you. Like the guy you had earlier, I heard a little bit and I liked what I heard, right? But the way you judge people or trying to contrast, like say me, right? Yours truly, Pensad. Are you looking at the guy's virtues compared to mine? Are you looking at tactical or strategic? See, all this are not the same thing. Are you looking at his elucidations tactically, or are you looking at them strategically? You follow? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You have to understand that what we need to get out of where we are right now is going to involve a lot of talents. Somebody's calculated, good. They're clever, they're cunning. Nobody has all these things in one whole person. Even P2B doesn't have all these things in as a wholesome thing, where he's cunning, deliberate, political, prudent, skillful, right? Shrewd, thoughtful, judicious, advised, whatever it is. Nobody has it all. So the guy you met today, don't try to replace me or replace me with him. You need the guy, that you need me too. And we need you, and we need Chowere. Now, I do have a couple of points, if I remember, I want to make on the political party discussion you had, because that was a good discussion. Incidentally, Madam, I can never remember her name when I'm trying to think about her. Aisha Yusufu. Yeah, she was proposing opening a new political party and stuff like that. I encourage you to listen to her show today. So what I'm saying to you is this: P2B has his pluses. They're different from mine. I have mine. I like mine a lot, even a lot more than P2B's positives, right? And your new guy here, and you, and Showore, we're all different. And Miss Omoye's corner here has her own thing. But we can all then bring it together and take our country back. We're not gonna. I was saying in my car, maybe you didn't hear me. I was calling you a finicky progressive, because once Obi does one little thing or it's lacking one little thing, then you be hopping on and as if it's equalized with the other side. No, it's not. P2B is a different politician, and if we can mold one, we'll go to God right now and say, okay, you tell me what kind of president you want, and I'll mold it for you. Well, there'll be some things we're going to cut off from P2B, and there are some things we're going to add. But we don't have that choice. So we nobody in Nigeria is a Jeffersonian Democrat or politician. Therefore, we have to go with the best. Now, that's a superlative, right? The best. But when we're dealing in the competitive sense, which is most of the time, like right now, we're dealing with P2B versus Showore, for example. Showore is not up to wiping P2B's shoes. Now, that gets you upset. Hold on, I'm going to land with this. Let me land with this.
Are you deceivable? I don't want to go that line with you.
No, well, listen, so the only reason why,
I don't want to go down. Hold on. I wanted things I'm about to do again. You pushing me there right now.
All right.
You're talking about somebody someone to watch Mr. Shoe. Is Obi still a human being?
I wanted to test.
I
wanted to test if the deal we made is still holding.
I'm not about to go to
I know that once I say
Obi is not the problem.
I know that once I say that. But hold on now. Let me conclude by saying this, right? There's no need to come here and be caligenious, dim, gloomy. No, we've got this. We have to take our country back. On the issue of building this new progressive movement, I believe that we should be talking to a lot of students in Nigeria. Students, the military, right? Those who are armed in that country. That'll be armed forces, Navy, Army, Marines, whatever we have. We have to do that education, and it has to start now from people back home. But us here in the United States, now I happen to be in the United States. I don't know where the hell you are, Omori. And being here in the United States is a big deal.
I'm in my village.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying if you're not in America, then it doesn't matter where you are. I lump everybody else together who's not in the United States. We've got $30 trillion economy here in the United States, right? We have a lot of Nigerians who are in what they call a diaspora, right? Here. And we do quite well here. But there's one thing we haven't done, which is to play the diplomatic game. We need to do that. If they make us a deal that they will talk to soldiers, they will talk to students back home, and make this thing happen, because that's where no matter what you plan, it comes down to thugs and the military back home. That's where it is. No matter what anybody does, it comes down to the fact that we have to meet an eye for an eye this time. Right? We have to, people, gentle. Temple, and they were in and selling in his father's house. He lost his cool and he threw everybody out of there, right? We have to take the country back. That means we have to out-talk the thugs. We have to deal with them this time. I'm talking about we have to deal with them this time. It's our country. We don't want a bunch of thugs there. So anybody who's not going to do that back home doesn't have a deal. But if they make me that deal, that they're going to be ready to out-thug all these thugs, because that's the only thing Tinubu has in his under his sleeves. Thuggish people. That's why he's calling them wiki, all those kind of people back home. They have to lose those people this time. If one person gets hurt, we have to take back that country. And the way we're going to do it is to obey the laws by eliminating people who are killing people. That's against our laws. We have to have people ready to go out there and take that country back with matching thuggery with thuggery. Period. No other than that. Over here, we need to talk to the administration, because the United States, I'm gonna end with this, then you talk, then I'll come back again. Here's what I'm saying. United States is not just one monolith. Okay, this is the US policy. It's administration by administration. That's how it's done. Obama administration brought us all these problems we have back home now in 2015. But it's not him himself, even though he was also that wicked, he could have done it himself. But the culprit here is a guy called John Kerry, who was a Secretary of State, right? I believe he's corrupt. I believe that he had all those people back there, northern governors and all kinds of people, to remove Jonathan. And since then, other people have come into office, but they've never dealt with that particular cadre of diplomats, including the British High Commissioner, who's gone now, but brought somebody also with the same philosophy, right? So the people that Katie put there, when it came to President Trump's first 4 years, he didn't deal with that issue at all. He just ignored Nigeria completely and left all those people there. So now that he's back, we need to go and make sure that he understands that he'd be a hypocrite if he's saying that he's different from Obama, he's different from Biden, but then he leaves everybody, those people left over there, and he doesn't want to check and investigate John Kerry and see why those 19 governors came over here and why our country is going to hell. If he wants us to go back home, we'll go home, but just help us out a little bit to take our country back, and they could have this place, right? So they have to put their money where their mouth is. If you are disrespecting us, make it possible and see how many Nigerians go back home from here and from other places, even though this is the best country in the world, Moria. So I'll let you talk, but I want you to go to the facts now. Forget that your recitation of what Showore did and all that. Showore is a good actor, he's a patriot, but he has very, very, very poor judgment. Completely poor judgment. It's embarrassing, right? So I've said to you before, for example, the premier EFCC chairman, that was the guy who's now national security for Tinubu, right? Ribadu, right? He was the guy, he was like this with Showere, two of them. And he was feeding all kinds of nonsense that he was writing in his Sahara reporters, including Gozo Kunjiwale and other female women, some of our best women public servants. And he was decimating all those people, writing all kinds of trash about them, including the 151 articles that I recite all the time with one neutral on somebody like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. But that particular guy, he made that guy look like he was a saint. Now we know better. With hindsight, we know that Ribadu, because most of the things that he said, he was basing it on the fact that Ribadu was a saint. So if he said something about James Ibori giving him $15 million and he put it in a vault and all that, he takes what he said on face value because he believed like that. But now he hasn't said anything, no mea culpa, no apologies, because we now know this guy is an idiot, right? A scoundrel, right? He's corrupt. He's working for a drug baron. Do you see Showore? Excuse me? Showore was not able to pick that out, that he can become a guy like this now, right? So, or the former, I mean, still the mayor of Kano, or the Erufai of Kaduna State, right? These were Showore's pals. These were his buddies, and they're no good. Now, if you could be pals with people like that, why can't you work with progressive Nigerians? Especially if you're a communist. So what I'm saying to you is that I want to separate you from Showore because you are actually more important than Showore in this thing. Now, I want to work with Showore. Showore is okay in my book. Don't get me wrong. I like Showore. But let me just say this and then I'm done. He's costing us a lot. I'll give you an example. Historically, when you go to 2015, right? It came down to hard choice between Buhari and Jonathan. Now, Jonathan is not the lightest bulb and the brightest bulb in the room. That's true, but he's a gentleman. He's a PhD holder, civilian, right? Has empathy and all kinds of other things. He's a civilian, and then the other guy is a geriatric military thug that committed a coup d'état. Right? Not even a Nigerian. And he's running against Jonathan. And Showore, I saw him. I have a tape now. I could give it to you if you want to see it, where he's saying that they're both the same. How could they be the same? Because it came down to, at some point, you have to make a hard choice. You have to choose one of these two. He never changed, even up to the last moment. He celebrated.
Mr. Pansa, you've repeated this, your conspiracy theories again and again.
Mr. Omori, 1 second, sir. Mr. Pansat, I have a question for you, right?
Yes.
So, the guy that was here earlier that's left now, Mr. Idemudia, right?
Yes.
He is very crucial. I don't know how we can get him even closer to working with Peter Obi, because the guy has a lot of ideas that I think is going to be very useful. I don't know how we can make that connection happen for him, to be honest with you. Because the way things are going, Peter Obi needs people who are ready and have what it takes. Everybody that's been surrounding this man, Peter Obi, they've been hyenas and tigers. I'm sorry.
Psychopaths.
I'm very, very sorry. They have been. So he needs, of course, you can't, there's no such a thing as a perfect person, but we got to get the right people closer to him. We have to have people that can work, not closer, but people who can really work with him. Somebody like this Idemudia that came and spoke earlier is somebody that we really need to get around him, to be honest. If we're going to move forward in 2020, we got to start doing that. So if you have any way you can, I can give you his connection so you can make connections with him and see how you can link him up. That would be great so that we can get this rolling. 2027, if we blink, it's already here.
It is here, and I don't represent Peter Obi. First of all, I just want to make that clear. I have no connection whatsoever with Peter Obi. I'm not obedient. I support Peter Obi. I support the Labour Party. I support the progressive movement. But the guy sounds to me that like exactly the way you describe him, very smart, very sharp, and that is. I don't think you can do any other way by the way we're talking about it here now. They will hear about it, and then we're gonna be talking about it some more. He needs to get on other platforms as well, or write a letter, because we're not doing this thing for Peter
No,
Obi.
no, no, it's not. No. It's not. He's not even him. I'm just suggesting. I've been listening to him,
Right,
and I'm
right.
sure everybody here. He's not even here, so I don't. He's left the panel. I'm
No,
just
he could
saying.
hear us. I'm sure he could still hear us. Like me, when I leave
Perhaps
this,
yeah, perhaps he can. I'm just saying, but
yeah.
I just put it out there, like you said. Maybe somebody will hear, because we really, really need to hit the floor running. Go ahead, sir.
We do, and we're doing that right now. I gotta tell you, equally as Mr. Demodier, it's Mr. Morier. Mr. Morier, I have a lot of respect for you. I hope you don't take it for granted, right?
Yeah, something like Mr. Omori, you needs to be around as well. Honestly,
Right.
we gotta look for a way
Just
to.
talk to Showere. You see, the
I've
last time
always been,
Showere was there, right, and Mr.
I
Omori
don't
was
think
there.
that he's stuck to Shore to the point where he's not willing to work with somebody who wants a new Nigeria. Mr. Omori wants a new Nigeria. That's the bottom line.
We have
It's
to
not
work on
about.
him on this. Believe it or not, he talks the way he does, but deep down, he doesn't support Peter Obi, right?
Okay,
He said,
Guy
"Stop."
Walele, thank you very much. I will
Let me
do
say
that.
this.
Pastor, you don't even
The
know
funny
me.
thing
You
is
don't
that
even know me. You don't even know me at all.
Mr. Moyo was there. I was there. Showore was there. Mr. Omori asked a question after giving heaps of praises to Showore, just tossed them out like a used tissue paper, right? Now, I was upset about that because I know how much Mr. Omori fights for Showore online, right? If you go to Dr. Damages, you see Omori and I tussling about Showore's abuses on Peter Obi, and I don't like that. I gotta be honest with you. I believe that
Pastor, you'll be talking for. Can I just
sure. Go ahead.
You repeat almost the same thing.
Go ahead.
I just over and over. Ordinarily, to be honest with you, you've just come to change the pattern of this discussion. I didn't want to make it about Showore tonight, but because of the little things you've said, let me make the corrections. Let me put them in perspective. You're talking about Showore working with Abiola. If I may ask you, I have nothing against Peter Obi. I have nothing whatsoever with Obi. The first thing Showore was able to find out from Abiola was to know how serious he was, because he knew how close he was to IBB. He knew the relationship that was existing between IBB and Abiola. Abiola was even shocked that IBB could do that to him, considering what they have done in common in the past. So as soon as it was made clear to Showore that Abiola was ready to lay down everything, to recover his mandate, we had no choice than to follow. Can you say the same thing about Peter Obi? I don't mean any harm tonight. Let's be honest with ourselves. We are not playing politics. That's on one side. Two different people. One was saying, you don't tell the barber to cut your hair while you are not there. Whatever they are saying, whatever negotiation they are making, for me to sacrifice my freedom, sacrifice my mandate for my freedom, is all effort in futility. That is the kind of leader I want to listen to. On the other one, you have a gentleman, who has the credibility, who has popularity, who was able to galvanize 6-point-something million votes within a few months in a presidential election as tight as the 2023 race, saying, no, cool down, everybody cool down. I got it through court in Anambra. I'm going to get it again. Not putting into consideration the kind of people he was dealing with. In that situation, there is little you can do to help such a person than to wait for a due process, which he believes in. If somebody is telling you, calm down, you hitting the street, you telling truck drivers to block the road, you telling students to hit the street, it look like I see something is wrong with you, of course. As if you are not okay. People will take you to psychiatric home for examination. Because the man in question, because you cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. The man in question is telling you, this is not my this is not my style. My style is a due diligence. My style is a due process. I don't think there is much you can do for that. And again,
okay, so hold on that point. Let me shoot back. Just on that point. Hold on. You continue after that. Take a conversation on. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you this. Who do you say believes in due process? Showore?
I'm talking about Peter Obi, who believe in court process in Nigeria, who believe in due process. There was nothing much somebody like Showore could do for him, because they're coming from their belief, their ideologies are different. Somebody is saying, you're dealing with somebody that said, nobody gives you political power a la carte. You have to grab it and run with it. You're dealing with that kind of person that has infiltrated the Nigerian police, the INEC, and the court. You're saying you're waiting for your mandate to be restored to you through the court.
Okay,
so
hold on. Okay, so but Showore ran in that election as well. So you have to know that they have that in common, right? So why didn't he do it? In essence, why didn't he
do what on behalf of who now? On behalf of what?
On behalf of himself. Why didn't he then go extrajudicial, right? Why didn't he take that power back?
Mr. Panta, before we continue,
hold on. I want you to answer that. Hold on now. I want you to answer this particular, because this is a key point. Peter Obi, you said, have a divergent view with Omoye. What's his name? Showore, right? Showore believes that you don't have to go to the judicial way. He could just go on street and take the power back. Peter Obi believes that you have to do it according to the Constitution. Okay, so they differ. But he also ran in that election. He ran for office and he was rigged out. So why didn't he take the power back?
Can you let me answer you? You're repeating it over and over. Can you let me answer you?
Yes, go ahead. But be responsive to my question. Yeah.
By the allocation of votes, right? It was okay even before the vote. Because of the electionary campaign, it was clear that the momentum was not behind Showore. It was clear to everybody that the momentum, the Nigerian voters were not queuing behind the Showore.
All right, then hold on.
Let me answer you.
You've answered me. You have answered me. Hold on now.
I'm not done yet.
No.
Give me
I have to insist on it because
no. Let me answer you.
Listen to me. See, once you make that stipulation, okay, hold on, because that's a very important stipulation to make. For example, if you say 10 is greater than 9, right? Once you agree to that, then we'll know that 10 is greater than 1. You don't have to say it. 10 is greater than 2, 10 is greater than 3. You're saying all those things. Once you say that 10 is greater than 9, right? So the momentum. Let me land now. I want to make a point. That's a key point in this. This is the whole thing we're talking about. Because if the momentum was with Showore, I will be for Showore. Do you understand? You made that stipulation which eviscerates everything else that you're saying tonight. Once the people are not behind Showore, he has to get back in the line and get with the goddamn program. The people have to decide. If the people chose Peter Obi in that election and he gave it his best in the primary, he gave it his best, and he did. He tried. He was all over the place. I saw him. But if it was the people are queuing behind Peter Obi, then he has to get in line as a progressive. It's done here in the United States. When you do a primary, right, and you run, and if you don't, people are not
I'm not ready for this kind of read my rolling. You read my
no. You made a
I wasn't prepared for this
that
tonight.
People are not behind him.
You like talking and listening to yourself. You don't want anybody to make any contribution.
What am I getting wrong? If you say the people are not behind him, right? People are not behind him. That's why he didn't go on the street.
You didn't allow me to land. I was talking about the activities leading to the election, right?
Okay, so, I'll give you another chance at it, but I'm not going to be here all night.
The Showore message was not resonating with Nigerians for some reason best known to them.
Right.
And after the election, you see the allocation of votes. And I say this every time.
He didn't even win a single precinct, right? He didn't win a polling unit.
Have a good night,
hold on now, Omorio, please. I don't
want you let me talk. When you're talking, I'll give you time to talk.
What I'm saying, let's define what we mean here, right? He didn't win a single polling unit.
You want to talk for me?
No, but it's a fact. It has nothing to do. You have to admit that first.
You said this over and over. Yeah, okay. You know this. Why are you asking me? So, by the allocation of votes, you said you couldn't score up to 30,000. Somebody had 6 point something million. Conversely, let's flip the coin. If that 6 point something was given to Showore, you know he would have done something better with it. That is not the subject of discussion tonight, because you will not agree, because you feel you see somebody, a human being, as somebody that can never make mistake. I don't discuss I'm not brought up that way, and I'm not wired that way.
I just said it a minute ago, right?
You are a Christian, right? You are a Christian. Your Bible says, even God himself.
You're maligning what I said.
Even God himself, after creating man, he said he regretted creating man, seeing what man has become, right? Which means he was disappointed in man. Another version said he repented creating man, which is also talking about regret. You know,
I said that already, right? I said that.
No, when you look at a human being, this is the problem we have in my state now. When you begin to adore a human being as God that can never make mistake, as a perfect God, when God himself regretted creating man, seeing who man has become, it becomes a problem to talk about such a person, because you feel the man can never make.
Nobody here saying that, right? It's a straw man. You are building that up to tear it down.
Okay,
I'm not saying that. As a matter of fact, wait a minute. As a matter of fact, I said if God came down here and is asking us what kind of person should he mold for us to be president, that we're gonna take away a lot of stuff from Peter Obi and then we're gonna add some things on Peter Obi, right? I said that already. It's not perfect, but I also said when you have a situation where you have a superlative where you could say this is the best we can do right now. That's the superlative. He occupies that position. But also when it comes to between when he said after the adjective, then you go to competitive, right? You're gonna go between Peter Obi and Showore. Then you have to compare. This is somebody who's been a governor, right, for 8 years, and then he has.
Perfect. You have said this over and over. Can you let me just say one or two things? Okay, I'm done. This is almost past 12 already. Since you don't want me to, you said this over and over. I want to correct the impressions you have made over the years. You're not giving me the opportunity to correct you.
Okay, let's do about time now. Let me
correct the allegations you have made so far.
Okay, you get 2 minutes and then I'll speak for 2 minutes.
No, 5 minutes. I'm taking 5 minutes. You take 5 minutes.
Okay.
So that I can be able to. You've made a lot of allegations.
Okay, fine.
In 1993, like I said, Showore wasn't a politician. He wasn't a presidential candidate either. So he didn't run in the same election with Abiola. As soon as I'm not even sure if he voted or not. I am sure he didn't belong to any political party. I wasn't in any political party then. But the way I fought for Abiola, no SDP member would have done more than what we did for Abiola, except Abiola himself, for laying down his life.
Hold on there then. Could you hold on right there? No, let me just ask you a question right there. So you admit that you and Showore worked for Abiola, correct?
Can you let me learn? Can you let me learn? Can you listen? Can you listen? Can you just listen?
All right, go ahead.
I'm going somewhere. You want to speak for me? Yeah. As soon as that, we didn't contest. We were not even contenders. I didn't even know what political parties were all about. We were concerned about the people's mandate, which was at stake. We felt no singular individual could just come from nowhere to truncate the people's will. So we took it upon ourselves. And the first thing we did was to make sure the man we're trying to fight for was ready. Did you underline that? That he was ready to challenge his friend. They were very close. Even Kola Abiola, I said before you came on this panel, Kola Abiola was dating IBB's doctor. They were almost at the verge of getting married. So we were not sure he was ready to fight his fight. And in the past, before the June 12 debacle, before 1993, there were allegations that Abiola was busy sponsoring a lot of coup. Even the coup that brought IBB to power, that it was sponsored by Abiola. But that's a subject for discussion. Not tonight. So, because of his closeness to Abiola, we're not sure he was ready to fight. When we got to Abiola's house, he was surrounded by a lot of politicians, who for their own selfish interests or otherwise. Traditional rulers, everybody was. The one thing that Almajiri wanted to know was to make sure that Abiola was ready to fight for his mandate. He was ready to put his word on the line, his life on the line, everything he got on the line to fight. And that message we got clear it was clear. It was clear that he was ready to fight for his mandate. At the beginning, he thought it was a joke. He thought it was he thought he was dealing with his friend. So by the time he traveled, after exhausting everything he could in Nigeria, he discovered that it was beyond his relationship with the IBB. IBB was not ready to back down. He traveled out. So he made contact with America, UK, and his friends all over the world. He was very connected. He discovered that the fight he needed to fight was to be fought in Nigeria, not in America. He came back. He did not just, he would have been in America making, effort. When he left, we were weakened. When he came back, it was like the day of Pentecost. We got a baptism. And if I reflect my mind back to what I did, I'm like, was I crazy? We following people that were not just using tear gas, that were using gun, using everything on us. I mean, what did I even do? I'm like, see, we were not concerned about what they could do to us. We were brutalized. We were tear gas. We were shot. Everything was done to us. We were incarcerated. We were ready to fight because the man we were fighting with was ready to lay down his life for his mandate, for the purpose he believed in. So I said, conversely, let's play the coin. In 2023, somebody was like, don't hit the street. I will cover my mandate through the court. I did it before in Anambra. I'm going to do it. A court will do it for me again. Calm down. No need to fight.
You got 1 more minute.
See, you wanted Sowore to fight for that kind of person when he was a candidate too in the same election? Why didn't you fight for? Why didn't you do that for him? Somebody, you trying to be more Catholic than the Pope. You trying to cry more than the bereaved. Somebody that won election is telling you to calm down. Whatever the court does is ready to take it. You will be hitting the streets. I think that only a madman could have done that. We were expecting somebody to come and fight for me. That was not ready to fight for himself.
5 minutes is up. Be a gentleman, okay? So let me, first of all, you're making arguments that I'm not making, right? I'm saying Sowore should fight for himself, right? If he's saying that the modus operandi.
He didn't win the election. They gave him 30,000 or less than 30,000.
Okay.
So what justification does he have to fight? Who will fight with him on the street?
Hold on. That's a good
Nigerians
answer.
were behind Obi. They were not behind Sowore.
You're not going to let me talk here?
It's not supposed to be about Sowore. You're making me look as if I don't know what I'm... This is something I said I wasn't going to do again.
Do I have to change attitude here? Let's be general, okay? Let's be cool. Now, I on the private section, I've posted lyrics to a very famous song by Anikulapo Kuti, fella Anikulapo Kuti. It's called International Thief, right? ITT. Now, around the last paragraph of that song, right, you're going to see where he names it. After he talks a lot of things, for time's sake, I'll read it for you. It says, like Obasanjo and Abiola, then people will say international thief, right? He named him. Abiola didn't sue him, which means it's true. And you fought for this character, right? Obviously, his mandate was stolen. And I'm not against that. All of us believe that he won that election. Only area I'm saying is that if Sowore could make it his life's work, because apparently that's his life work, everything he's doing is to recover that mandate. Now, Buhari went as far as honoring it and making him a president, Abiola. Now, I have also said that Abiola was part of people who were financing coup d'etat in the country. These are known facts. Just Google it, and that's not the issue. None of that's the issue. I'm not saying Sowore should fight for Peter Obi. I'm saying Sowore should.
That was what you said. That was the question you posed before me. Why you changing your position?
I'm not changing. There's a subtle difference, so I'm not going to hold you.
Hold on, let me
what I'm saying.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Here's what I made the comment for. Now, remember, we have people listening to us. We have to make this a little entertaining as well, right? So what I'm saying is that you said that P2B's method is to go through the constitutional way, the normal way, right? And that Sowore believes in going to the streets and doing it by force. And I'm saying he was in the election, then he should have used his own method to reclaim his own mandate. Then you made an admission, a stipulation by saying, oh, he didn't win the election, right? The people didn't choose him for whatever reason, quote unquote. So once you made that stipulation, then that brings Shore down to somebody that the people didn't choose. He lost. Do you understand? Therefore, somebody like me could then come out and say he cannot shine P2B shoes because P2B won 12 states, even with a rigged election. 12 states, including Lagos, Abuja, which are our biggest.
What did you do with the mandate you got?
Hold on now, hold on. We're doing it. It takes time. It's something called in English language called inchoate. INCHOATE. It's inchoate. It's maybe rudimentary right now because if we just jump in there and get the democracy that we want, we're not going to cherish it. It's good that we'll go through all these teething problems, but problems. Let's suffer it through so people could see inflation, not even hyper yet, right? They could, so we could cherish it. We can, because if let's say P2B won and was given his mandate and he was in office, a lot of people, myself inclusive, would have been saying, "Oh, I wonder what Tinubu would have done. He built Lagos. They say he built Lagos. They said he's done. Who knows what he could have done?" Now we know what he could have done, which is nothing. Nigerians are savvy. They didn't choose him. He didn't win that election. Mostly because of Showore now. Showore has done it before. I confronted him about when he did it to Jonathan. And he says, "Hey, look, only me cannot make Jonathan lose. Jonathan made himself lose." But it's not true. Because it's all of us. It's our cilia that's going to make us move. That's if you look at muscle, for example, they're very tiny fibers, but you have a lot of it. That's how somebody has muscles, right? So Showore has a substantial following. You be one of the formidable ones. Like I said, I've given you some kudos here. Why I want you inside pissing out instead of outside pissing in, like you've been doing. Now you've mastered the technique of coming like here, Omoye's corner, who's a progressive, and you would muddy up the waters, right? You be like, oh, if just one thing is gonna be okay, then you're gonna support the obedient movement, right? The Labour Party. But that's not true because I watched you, I confronted you many times. I had big fights with you, right? I noticed that you have a problem. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I cannot diagnose it scientifically. But I know
have a problem. How do you mean?
That, let me tell you what I mean. What I mean is that you have some kind of how could I say it nicely? With Showore, mentioning Showore, I can abuse you all I want here, and you're not gonna worry about it. But once I say something about Showore, then you lose it, right? Now that's not fair to you. Now because I watch you now. You correct me if I'm wrong. You and I were on the screen. We showed it on the screen. I was there. You were there. And I spoke and I challenged Showore, including this capitalism stuff that I think he made a mistake on. And then when it was your turn to speak, you tried to remind him that the two of you were in the trenches together, and he didn't for 1 second acknowledge you, nor answer your question. As a matter of fact, he said, "Go to the next person."
I didn't want him to acknowledge me. I don't
hold on.
I don't need his acknowledgement. I don't need his validation.
Hold on.
I know what he did. I know what he stands for.
Look,
you'll be speaking for 10 minutes now. You'll be talking for 10 minutes.
But remember what I did? I gave you one. Plus, I haven't been speaking for even 3 minutes.
You're not supposed to break the moderation. You'll be talking for 10 minutes.
Give me a minute notice warning. But let me say this to you. Now, remember, I'm on your side here. I'm not saying this to belittle you. I'm saying this to you. Now, listen to me. You know, like me, like I said, I'm here in the United States. It's a big country, right? If you were to step in here, you're gonna look so bad, right? If you're not from the United States, because I was sharp when I came here. I stopped in Germany for a little bit, then I came to the United States, and I was the sharpest anybody could come out of Nigeria when I left there, right? But when you get here, a bomb is smarter than you are. You're dressed in a bomb will be smarter than you for coming from Nigeria. Right? When you first get here, you have no style, you have no class. And if anybody would have done it, I would have been the one to do it. But I'm trying to tell you that this is a big country with $30 trillion economy. How much you have in Nigeria? Maybe $24 billion, right? So now, what I'm saying to you is that when I'm talking, I have a problem with.
I think you have just come here to balkanize this conversation. I was enjoying my
let me land. Here's what I'm saying to you.
You don't have direction. You are not. I don't know where you're going. You read rolling.
Here's where I'm going.
We're talking about the way forward. When the Debujan was here, we're talking about the way forward. The mistakes we have made. How to correct them and move on. You come here. You're making it all about Showere. I don't know the problem. This your Showere phobia should be cured.
See, here I am insulting you, and I'm making about Showere. I'm insulting you, not Showere. Listen to what I'm saying to you. When Showere did not acknowledge you, all I want is for you to say to everybody listening to us, yes, that's what happened. Then leave the data analysis to everybody else. Acknowledge the data. In essence, when you ask questions to Showere, number one, he didn't answer your question. He had you kicked out, and he didn't even give you any kind of acknowledgement and say, you know what, we went in the trenches together, and I appreciate your support, right? There's no way he hasn't seen what's going on at Dr. Damage's, where you and I, where I'm telling you to stop propping up.
Are you trying so hard to hit me and Showere together? I wasn't expecting anything from Showere. That is how we do our
thing. At least this time you included yourself. That's an improvement. I want you to have self-worth, self-respect. We shouldn't be worshiping any of these politicians.
If I expected anything from Showere, I didn't get it. You are not the one that will complain for me. I don't need to. I don't need your validation to complain for me.
You know, you could be my son, right?
Who told you? Who told you? Don't make that mistake.
I told you. Listen to me.
You have a lot of erroneous assumptions.
No, what I'm saying to you,
I could be your son. How old are you?
By age now. By age.
How old are you?
I was in Okigwe sector during the Biafran War. Were you born then? Were you in the war? Were you in that war?
You don't know about the war. You don't know about the war. You talk.
Let me end with this. Here's what I'm saying to you. I want you to have some self-worth. Okay, you are as important as Showere. That's what my first premise here when I first came in. You are very important. We're not gonna worship Peter Obi. We're not gonna worship Showere. We're not gonna worship Tinubu. Any of these people. What we want is our country back, and we want people to work together. Right now, anybody, for example, my friend here, Nigerian man, on the comment section, he's also somebody I like to build up on. You know why? Because he plays that game where they all come, you come on these platforms, and you behave as if you're reasonable, you're progressive, but you're not. Somebody like a Nigerian man there, right? She doesn't want to come up here, so I could beat him over the head again. Because I want you guys to get in line. Let's take our country back. Because these people, like Omoroye said, Ms. Omoye said earlier.
You just make him mad. Somebody recommended a very viable access to you in the person of Idemudian. Look at the way you just, push it aside. Look at the way you trivialize it. Which means you're not even committed.
No,
the effort I make for being in 2023, I'm not sure you're making half of that effort.
I'm not worried about it.
Look at an asset in Debujan. Look at what you can do to look at the way you just trivialize it. Look at the way you brought it aside.
Doesn't need to be okay. You
sounded very hypocritical here. I don't even know how committed you are to this struggle.
This because he's making me do it. He won't let me talk here. Right? Let me get a word in, will you? So what I'm saying is that Mr. Demede it's in the camp. We don't have to worry about that. It's you who have to worry about. Right?
You say you have no access to you can work with even without informing. You can work with them for the betterment of the movement without necessarily informing Peter Obi. You say you don't know Peter Obi. You have no contact with Peter Obi. You look at the way you just trivialize it.
I have no.
You are not committed. You are not committed to the struggle. You are not committed to the struggle.
If Peter does anything, we're gonna also jettison him. The goal is to take our country back. It doesn't matter. I'm not obedient. I'm not a obedient guy, right? But I support the obedient movement because it's a progressive part of the country. Now you have some Northerners who are progressive. You have some Southwesterners who are progressive. So, but our mission number one is to take our country back. Now, a bunch of those people who are in the middle, right, who are on the fence, like Najaman here, like you. What we're gonna try to do first is what I'm doing tonight. Try to talk to you with reason.
You've spoken for 15 minutes.
If you don't want to listen, right, I'm gonna put down my guitar and I'm gonna let you have it, right, on these platforms because it's very important that we take a country back. So go ahead. You're talking more than I'm talking. I'm responding to you All I'm saying is that if you come in here and you disclose yourself, you say to OC, you know, Omoye, I'm against the obedient movement. I'm a Showore supporter, 100%. Period. You make
no,
that.
you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not going to respond to the way I'm responding. I'm only saying this because I believe that you are in camouflage and that you are trying to destroy our movement. And we're
not at all. You are the real camouflage. Let me tell you. Let me correct. You have erroneous impression, and sometimes you come up with your own conspiracy theories, thinking that is the true position of things. You know, I'm not stuck with the Showore ambition. You know, he has been trying for some time now. If the message is not resonating with Nigerians, so I can't do otherwise. You know, I was one of the people that really wish they could work together, but they are two different human beings. You know, they can't. You know, like look at what Showore did yesterday. I don't know your problem with Showore. You blaming Showore for talking against Jonathan regime. What Showore did against Jonathan regime was it personal, and you have not been able to debunk the allegations, the monumental looting that was perpetrated under Jonathan. Nobody has been able to take that one away. Till tomorrow, they still the lives of Dizani, the lives of what's the other man, your former CN chief security advisor or whatever. You know, they caught them with a private jet loaded with Nigerian naira in South Africa. None of you have been able to debunk the.
Okay, so is corruption? What I mean is corruption enough to make somebody not to be considered? Right? Is corruption a deal breaker?
It's one of the greatest problems we have in Nigeria.
Okay, then answer the question I asked you. How come you're supporting Abiola then? If corruption is a problem, listen, and I believe it is. Listen to what I'm saying. If corruption is a problem, I believe that Abiola is more corrupt than Jonathan. I believe that Abiola sponsored a lot more coups in that country. He's one of the guys. It's like somebody today. You look at what's his name there? The guy that said that he built a refinery. What's his name? Dangote, right? If you saw him in that meeting where they're talking to IBB, right? So Abiola was the Dangote
IBB. Did you hear the praises? The outcome Obi was hipping on IBB.
I didn't see that, to be honest with you.
Okay, I will advise you to go and see it. When you don't see Showore blaming Obi for supporting those that brought Nigeria to where it is today,
I know,
that is part of them. You start accusing them.
The difference between Showore and myself. Listen to me. You're missing this point, and it's a very key point.
You are the one missing it up.
Here's the thing you're missing, right? See, I could say that because I haven't made it my mantra to be against corruption. I'm not saying that corruption is a deal breaker, right? Showore is. So he cannot support anybody who's corrupt now, in the future, or in the past. He boxed himself in that corner because the moment he supports anybody who's corrupt, then he commits the worst vice in the world. You know what it is? Google it right now. The worst vice, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is worse than corruption, right? Hypocrisy is worse than murder. Somebody killing somebody.
You are not being fair. I think you are not being fair to Showore. All the allegations. See, all the work Showore did with his little Sahara reporters, stuff channels, stuff Rise, stuff AIT could not do in terms of revelations about the true state of Nigeria. What he was able to do through his Sahara reporters, none of you blaming Showore as able to debunk any of them. Was there corruption under Jonathan?
Let's debate Peter Obi versus Showore. You want to have that debate?
What kind of debate?
You're doing it with style. Peter Obi versus Showore. You want to have that debate?
What kind of debate?
Okay, well, in essence, you're gonna stand up for Showore. I'll stand up for Peter Obi. We're gonna compare and contrast. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. Hold on now. We only have one person to proffer. If you make us believe that Showore is gonna be the man to win the election, then we'll go with Showore, right? But if I convince you that Peter Obi is the man, then all of us we have. You can only give one candidate. You cannot give two. You follow what I'm saying? So
if you win again, Passat, if you win again like you said you won in 2023, what are you going to do differently? On this note, I'm going to rest. If you win again, right now, by now you don't even have a party. In 2023, all of you were saying Shogure should come and join Labour Party. If Shogure had joined Labour Party, by now, it's like that is tantamount to telling a landlord to come and join tenant in the boys' quarter. Now he will have been partyless. Somebody that built his.
Can I answer that? Can I answer? I think
I've not landed yet. Somebody that was able to, he took the initiative, ab initio, to build his own political party because he was not ready to rub minds with those he call corrupt politicians. In 2023, he said, no, cancel your party, just come and join Labour, come and join Obi, who was a tenant in Labour. Now, instead of you guys apologizing to Shogure for making such a mistake, you guys are still here castigating him. The Jonathan you talked about, the revelation he made in Jonathan's regime, it was nothing personal. It was what happened. The lights of the Ziani were there. The lights of Dansuki were there. The corruption he revealed during Jonathan, none of you have been able to debunk the facts. So he's still there. He's not running away. None of you have been able to take him to court. Those that have taken him to court, he has defeated all of them. So what offense has he committed against you people? What do you have against Shogure as a person that you cannot let go? Now, 2027 is around the corner. You have no party. You have no platform. You don't even know what to do next. You're not sure whether you're going to want to contest or not. What do we do? What's the way forward? And if you win again 2027, if he's going to contest, which I'm not sure the way things are going, I'm not sure he has the liver to contest right now. And I wonder what he's going to do with 6.something million obedience that are supporting, that are ready to die for him, if he's going to abandon them in the wilderness. And if he wins again, is he going to wait for court again to give him his mandate like he did in 2023?
Okay, is that a cue for me to come in?
You can go ahead. Don't repeat whatever you have said before. Don't start.
Okay, I believe that we regressed from where we were before. So let me see if we can bring it back, right? We made a deal before that we're going to try to have a common goal of profiting the best candidate and having Shogure and Peter Obi work together. Was that the deal? Yes,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether I can't force Shogure to work with Peter Obi. I wish they could work together because they are both victims of a society that is not working. They have something in common. They also have a big difference considering the ideological inclination and where they're coming from. One is a gentleman, one is a radical.
Right. Okay.
When Obi is saying, let me just finish this one. I'll give you time to talk.
Sure.
Look at the things of Shogure is not comfortable with. Personally, I'm not comfortable with. When Obi starts saying the likes of IBB, the likes of Papa Sanjo, the likes of Atiku, the likes of Salami should go free. Those that have brought Nigeria down on his knees should go free, that he has no time to ask them questions, he has no time to hold them accountable, that God puts your eyes in your front so that you don't look back. Most of us are not comfortable with such a state utterances because of what we suffered in the hands of these people. When we see Peter Obi heaping encomium, praises, and applause on people like IBB, you have done well, you contributed immensely to the growth of this nation. Most of us are not comfortable with that. A lot of obedience say he needs the likes of IBB. That is the difference between him and Shogure. Shogure does not need to generate on the altar of those of the ancestors that have.
That's not true. That's not true. Let me tell you why that's not true. All night I've been telling you that Abiola is corrupt, was corrupt, right? So he cannot make that statement. He supports a corrupt man. Fela Ransom Kuti.
He didn't support you. You're going back to the same mistake. He didn't support. He didn't support Abiola.
Please let me talk. I want you to be quiet now.
You said it before. I corrected you. You're going back to it.
No, mute yourself now. Here's what I'm.
You said it before. I corrected you that he didn't support it. I'm not sure he even voted.
No,
we're talking about the people's mandate.
I am not talking about support. It's not only voting. That's the same excuse he gives when it comes to Jonathan. It's not when it comes to Nigeria war against these politicians, if you're not for us, you're against us. I want you to let that sink in, because that is a political slogan people have had in the past. It's not unique to our country, but when it comes to the heat of that battle, when it comes down to take our country back, and during that election, if you're not for us, you can't even be on the fence. You're against us if you're on the fence, because we're talking about evil here. The Bible tells you to eschew evil. Eschew evil, the way we say it back home. So you cannot say I'm sitting on the fence. Like, for example, Rudolph does that. You cannot sit on the fence. You're an evil person if you do that. You have to come out and first of all, the gradient is this: true and false. First, we have to determine what is true and what is false, which he doesn't do on his platform. It's like, oh, I'll let you speak for 5 minutes. Oh, you're speaking more than 5 minutes. And then you don't say anything when it comes to true and false. It's binary. This is what Oyibo has above us. They could build a computer with what? Binary language. True or false. 0 or 1. That's it. You cannot find 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 in that language. True or false. We have to have that first of all. Just like I told you right now that Showore, I know you can't wait to talk. And you don't want to talk about anything else with Showore, and I believe it's some kind of mental illness, actually, to be honest with you. Because what is it? What are you fighting about? I'm not fighting for P2B. You know, the only time I mention P2B is when I'm talking to you. You're never gonna hear me. Listen, you're never gonna hear me anywhere else. Let me. Okay, see now you're healing because I want when I insult you, then you fight me for that. What you've been doing all night is when I insult you, you don't say anything. When I insult you, then you start being loud and talking. I'm saying to you, unless I'm talking to you, I don't mention P2B. The only time I mention P2B is when I'm talking to you. That's it. Why? Why do I do that? So I would say this to you because we've regressed from the thing that we had going on the last time. I spent a lot of time to get you to want to be objective, to know what the mission is to take back our country. We're not gonna. Okay, let me give you an example. Here's why what you're saying doesn't make any sense, right? Let's take Showore for example. I've seen him call for street protests, right? And he wants as many people as possible to come out on those protests to take back the street or fight the government or something. Guess what he doesn't do? He doesn't start checking them to see who's corrupt, who committed a crime. He doesn't do that. As soon as you come out there, he wants you in that team protesting. It's the same thing when it comes to that election. That's what he should be doing, exactly what he's doing when it's on the streets. Right? So you see why he lacks judgment. And it hurts my heart to say that because I like Showore, you know, he's a patriot, he's worked hard. He's a young man. I've seen him shed his prejudice. We're Nigerians after all, so we had that, and he had that in the beginning. But on top of that, he also hated women. I believe that a lot of the women in our country who end up being public servants, they go through a lot.
Stop the blackmail, Mr.
President. No, it's not. I'm gonna back it up.
Blackmailing somebody.
Hold on, I'm not. You see, you cannot stand anybody criticizing Showore. But
Showore fight for everybody. Fight for women, fight for men, fight for old and young. Stop the blackmail.
When I was beating you up at Dr. Damage's and he was there, he didn't come to your rescue. He didn't help.
You were beating me up
over the head, right? But listen, Omar, listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is very important. When Showore goes out to protest, right? He doesn't give a damn if Atiku comes out there, he's gonna accept him to protest. He's not gonna say, Atiku, please, I don't want you in this protest because you're corrupt. He doesn't do that. Right. First of all, he's stupid. Now, he doesn't like to follow due process, like you said. I'll end with this. You won't let me talk here. Can I get a word in here? Now, what I'm saying to you is this. Amori, listen to this. He doesn't like to follow due process. See, Nigerians, we're not revolutionary people. Unfortunately, we're evolutionary.
And that is all we need.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. If he goes out there and is calling everybody corrupt, including Peter Obi of all people, believe it or not, right? Peter Obi, almost a saint, right? Who's been in government? He's got, Peter Obi said, and remember, he was running against Showore in that election. So Showore, since he was a blastocyst, has had the the expertise of opposition research. So here we're watching them, and the initial part of that thing was in order. He should try. We shouldn't crown somebody who without a challenge. So it's okay for Showore to challenge them in that election. So now, what Showore is supposed to do as an opposition researcher, especially the best we have in the country for that, is to come out, bring out stuff and say, you know, look, P2B did this, P2B did this. P2B is corrupt here, P2B did this. You cannot come out and say, oh, he was in the PDP, therefore he's bad. That's stupid, right? So now he didn't bring out anything. Now P2B went further than that and said, hey, look, you show me one place where in my state they bought me a bottle of water since I left office, or where I'm corrupt, where I committed a crime, and I'll stop running. I believe that was very foolish for P2B to do that, but he did that. So all Showore has to do to get him out of the race was to show us. So now I'm saying this, I'm wasting my energy. I got off from my business activity. I was in the car. I came here to talk to you again. But if you're not going to listen, Omoriye, then we're going to have to do the old-fashioned way here.
I've been listening to you. You've been talking for 20 minutes.
You are making me be ungentle. Now, I want you...
You're not a gentleman. Everybody knows you're not a gentleman.
No, because you come in here and because you had a guy who is talking nice, right? And that's nothing wrong with talking nice. I said to you...
He was making sense, not just talking nice. He was making sense. He was saying it the way it is.
Okay, but I asked you, is he being tactical or is he being strategic?
He was very strategic and tactical.
Both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so now tell me, take away, what did he say that's most important? Now, this question is going to be my last question to you until you speak, and I'll speak again, right? If OC is going to let us. Here's the question now. I want you to think very carefully before you answer it. What is the best virtue of that guy? What did he say that is just the best thing that he said? Nothing beats it. What did he say?
All right. In one word, you give me time to explain. I'll first of all give it to you in one word, because I'm a good student of a summary. Objectivity and sincerity, number one. Number two, whenever he was talking about, number one, I want you to realize that he's an obedient, right? A committed one at that. I didn't even know until Omoye's corner has to confirm that. But the moment he started talking,
what I asked you. That's not what I asked
you. Listen to me. He was very objective.
Answer my question. I can hear all that. What is one thing he said that you took away, because you've been profusely praising him here, which is okay.
Listen to me. Can you let me answer you?
Yeah, go ahead.
In all that he said, not just one word, in all that he said, he was very objective. He was very sincere. He wasn't sycophantic like most obedient do. Listen to me. Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Hold on. This is the last time I'm going to interrupt you.
I'm not benefiting from this conversation. I have to go sleep.
Let me ask you. Let me tell you something.
Is
the last time I'm going to interrupt you. Is the last time.
Mr. Pansa, guys, I left you guys because I was hoping that you guys can moderate by yourselves. Mr. Pansa, can you let him have his can he let him?
Can I ask him the last time I'm going to interrupt him is this? He's
not. The first one you asked, you didn't ask me. You didn't allow me to answer you.
Wait, Mr. Omori, Comrade Omori, sorry. Okay, Mr. Pansa, ask your question so that he can go. Please, can we at least learn to just moderate ourselves? Yeah, Mr. Pansa, quickly, the question.
Thank you. Did you know, Omoriye, that if you stick your head in the freezer and you stick your feet in the oven, right, that the average temperature is going to be ambient, right? If you're doing things by average, the way you're doing it, you stick your head, say microwave even if you want, but in a conventional oven as well. And then you put your feet in the freezer. Then the average of this very hot and very cold thing is going to give you the ambient temperature, right? But you're going to be, your brain will be fried. So you shouldn't be doing things by average. I asked you a question. What did he say that is a takeaway? You're trying to tell me on the average what he said was objectivity. What am I going to do with objectivity?
Mr. Pansa, you've asked him a question. Let him answer.
Make sure he answers it.
It's not make sure, just leave them. Now you ask the question, right? That you be the teacher in this case. Let the student answer. When he finish, then if he talks, okay, for me, oh, you know, get her or you get her. Eh? I beg. Go
Okay,
ahead.
madam, you're right. Okay, go ahead.
My takeaway from Mr. Edemudian, number one, he was very sincere, and he tackled every submission from the angle of, on the point of objectivity. I never knew he was even that committed. I thought he was an Agbado person. He will give it to you the way it is. Wherever mistake Obi is making, he will tell you. And he will tell you the reason why he shouldn't have done what he did. He will tell you what he should have done. He will tell you the way forward. For me, I've never engaged that guy before in any conversation. I was very, very satisfied with that. And I learned a lot from that gentleman. You know, he will tell you the way it is. He wasn't sycophantic in his views. You know, I asked him a couple of questions. I gave him time. When he was talking, I didn't want to interject him because he was dishing out everything the way it's supposed to be. You know, he wasn't biased at all. You know, I asked him a couple of questions. A lot of people have the opinion that he's holding his platform to his chest. This is 2025. 2027 is around the corner. Do you think it's the right thing to do? He told me, no. By now, either if he's sticking to Labour, he's supposed to remain there. If he wants to form another platform, even before negotiating with other parties, so that he can negotiate from the point of strength, he ought to have done them right now. I asked him again. He was very objective. He wasn't biased.
Okay, but the point is this: we're trying to take our country back, right? What you just said right now, is that what we need? Is that the only thing we need? Somebody who's objective, somebody who did what you're saying. Is that what we really need, or do we need more than that? Do we need a strategic thinker? Do you think in Labour Party we don't have people like Baba Ahmed and so many others? Aisha there, Omoye's corner there.
Okay, okay. Let me answer you this. Now.
If we are going to confront people like you, hold on now. Are you going to talk the whole time? I get to talk too, you know. So now, when somebody confronts a guy like you, right, they cannot be a gentleman. Now, I don't look at a gentleman as a virtue myself. He's got to be gentle when it calls for gentility, and then if we met a guy like you, then you don't have to be a gentleman. I'm not going to be a gentleman with you. Let me tell you why. In order for you to recommend for us what we need, you have to join us. That's why I want your skin in the game first.
Join you in where?
In taking back the country, progressive movement.
You've not even done half of what you have done. We laid down our lives. We have been incarcerated. We have bullet wound in my body. You are here talking. You've been in America chopping burger. You are there talking. Okay. Join you in where? Or you should come and join us so I will teach you the way forward. What are you talking about?
Let me. You know what? You deserve more respect than that. I'll give you that.
What are you talking about? I should join you.
Would you let me? You see, there's an assumption you have here, which is that you were here before me. Therefore, if I'm talking, you're yielding me time. It's my turn to talk. So what is it that I'm saying to you in this episode? Because we have a lot of discussions here. There are a lot of things we should agree on. It's just that you're not committal. I'm saying before you give us advice, before you give Peter Obi advice, before you give OC advice, right? Before you give the Labour Party advice, you have to first commit. Because why should we take advice from somebody who's against us? Why?
Who is against you? I don't know what you mean by that.
You.
I'm against who?
Obi does it by constitution.
No, I'm not against Obi. You are the one that is against me. How can I be against Obi?
Commit right now. Commit right now.
How?
Commit to the obedient movement right now.
You are not even obedient. So I don't know. I think you are kind of confused here.
And let's both do it together.
One time, you don't even believe in Nigeria. You are a Biafra. You don't believe in Nigeria. So I don't expect so much from you.
Let's commit to the obedient movement right now, you and I. Let's work hard to join the obedient movement. I'll join if you join. Would you join?
Pastor, yeah. I did everything I could in 2023. You know, if the Showore message was not resonating with Nigerians, I did everything humanly possible to make sure Obi was the best alternative. So I don't know what you mean by commitment to be. I don't have to be obedient to support what is good for my country.
Or you against us. That's it. Show what
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? I don't know. What do you mean by us?
Let me tell you. Take this message back to Showore, because this time around, I believe that he needs to realize it's a lot on the line. He's done a lot of damage, including starting from Jonathan, right? That's when our country took the turn for the worse. 2015 was pivotal. But now the United States worked against us as well. Obama administration via John Kerry. So when Showore says, you know what, only me couldn't have done it, that's true. He's right on that case. But he ought to be ashamed of himself, though, right? Because time after time again, he's making the same mistake. He did it to Jonathan, and then he repeats it with Peter Obi. And he another thing, he's white. He has no shame whatsoever. He comes out and he's combative about it, right? And I want that stopped. And that's why I've come to you, not tonight, in the past. I've come to you many times and I say, you know what? Relate to Showore that he needs to knock it off. He's causing us a lot of harm.
Pastor, I think you need some respect. You need some respect for those that fought on the ground, that fought IBB, fought Abacha, faced the tear gas and the bullets of Abacha while you were in America eating burger. You have no respect at all. You talk on the internet. It's easy to talk on the internet. Can you spend 1 week in Nigeria prison? You can't. You will die. You will die.
Listen to me.
You will die. You can't survive it.
Listen to me. The only reason why I would
not you have some respect. You have some respect for people that show with it. He has been fighting on the ground, online and offline.
I will not go to prison anywhere. Is that
you can't survive it.
We're gonna have to shoot it out, right? I'm not gonna be taken to prison because I'm going to shoot my way out of it or die.
You don't even have the commitment. You don't even have what it takes to do that.
Listen to this, Omori. A lot of
talk is cheap.
Talk is cheap, but listen to what I'm saying. When you see people in trippy suits and the general, it doesn't mean they cannot leave their birds growing, change into some genes and make trouble as well. People are just gentlemen because they're working with a system and they want, even like Peter Obi, for example, it doesn't mean that he's stupid or that he couldn't go out in the street and protest. But
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question here? Just one last question. I'm done. Do you believe? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you one question?
If you know what I did for Showore to come out, right? What I don't like to do my own horn, right? I did a lot because I felt it personally when he was being disrespected.
So why the bashing? Why are you always bashing and castigating him? Why are you destroying his image?
I knew who was behind his ordeal. I knew that the British High Commissioner at the time wasn't raising a finger. I knew that John Kerry and some of the ambassadors he left there, because there's no way, you heard me say it many times, the way I busted them is this. If even an ordinary secretary in the office of a U.S. ambassador picks up the phone, like when they saw Showore in the courthouse being ruffled up, and there are 2 young kids in New Jersey, right? A young wife. If they picked up the phone and say, release that boy, he'll be released before they hang up the phone, right? So they didn't do that. That cut our knees off, all of us, even those of us here. That was a big disrespect to us. That Showore is in Nigeria fighting for our rights, and they got him in custody and he's in court, and they were doing that. They wouldn't give him due process. Now, we did a lot, even though that Mr. Senator Menendez, he's a he's senator now, is convicted of a crime now and is going to jail. But we worked very hard to make sure to shame Americans and their foolishness in their policies towards our home country, where they basically gave it over to the United Kingdom to be doing whatever they want in that country. United Kingdom, a small country.
Mr. President.
Right? So what I'm saying to you is that some of us, we don't come here talking. The pen is mightier than the sword. If you went to jail for us, fine. We'll thank you for your service. But it doesn't mean that those of us who are fighting by other means, we're just as effective. And that's what I'm trying to do with you, because it comes, we're blessed with all kinds of talents. So
you've not shown commitment. All you do is to bash people, that are doing the work. What are you doing in your own way?
Cognitive. you have to be discernible. Now, these are some of the problems Showore has as well. You have to be corporeal. You have to be comprehensive, right? You have to be apportioned. You have to.
You're on the internet talking, talking people now, talking Showore down. If you do half of what Showore is doing, if everybody does half of what Showore is doing, Nigeria will be a better country.
And be quote unquote objective. That's fine. We also need that, but that's not what we need to take our country back this time. You're gonna have to be in, first of all, for me not to accuse you of trying to distract us with superficial things that don't mean anything. That's what we're not looking for, an objective person. We want somebody who is not objective. We want somebody who's for us. Life is not objective. Life is not fair. In essence, it doesn't mean, okay, if you're right, you're right all the time. If you're wrong, you're gonna be wrong all the time.
Pastor, can I ask you one question? Let's say Pastor, I'm not happy the way you came to change the direction of this conversation. It wasn't about Showore, it wasn't about Obi. We're just we're talking about the mistakes of the past, the current situation, and the way forward. You came here and hijacked the conversation. My last question to you.
I came here and I changed the discussion, right? That's
allowed. You just came here and balkanized everything. My last question to you: did you believe Abiola died in vain?
In vain?
Do you believe the death of Abiola was in vain?
No.
Okay. Do you believe the death of Abiola was was the seed that germinated to the democracy we have today?
Okay, let me answer that. But do you see how I'm answering your questions? I'm being responsive to your questions, and because I have respect for you. That's what you have to learn from me tonight, right? When somebody asks you a question, answer the questions. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. Abiola is a multifaceted thing. It's not one size fits all, right? It's not whether he's good or bad. The point is that he had a lot of virtues. For example, he liked sports and he supported sports in our country, right? So in that case, he was good. But unfortunately, he also was out there fleecing the country, right? Committing all kinds of frauds out there, financing military coups, especially the one that took our nascent democracy with Buhari and all the others back in 82 or 83 or something like that. He was the richest Nigerian at the time. He was and Fela Aníkúlápó Kuti sang it in a song. Fela is a world-class human rights fighter. Don't forget about the songs, which are good. But if you listen to the song,
you've answered that one. You're going too far. If Obi, my last question.
He did not die in vain, Abiola, in the case that they truncated the plebiscite and they rigged the elections, right?
That's fine. If Obi find himself in the situation Abiola found himself in 1993, what will you advise him to do?
Well, if he finds himself in that situation, it's not on P2B, it's on us, right? Now,
no. Don't divert this question. What will you advise Obi to do? I'm not talking about us. I'm not talking about us. Us, we have given him the mandate. Assuming the people have given him the mandate, he find himself in the position Abiola found himself in 1993. What will you advise him to do?
I just told you it will not happen like that. That's why you have to let me answer the question.
It's a hypothetical question. If he finds himself, you started the question for me.
No. Wait, listen. If you listen to OC earlier, Omoyo's corner, call her OC, right? So we cannot go to an election with the INEC we had the last time. We cannot. So
it could even be worse. It could even be worse because Mahmoud is leaving soon, and Abiola stooge. I mean, Jagaban stooge, Emilio stooge will be coming in to replace Mahmoud. So you could have a worse INEC. I'm asking you a simple question, direct question. If Obi finds himself in a situation Abiola found himself in 1993, what will you advise him to do?
Let me say something, and I want you to pay attention to what I'm going to say. You see, if you go out there and you have a friend and they have a poison and you also have a stranger, somebody you don't know before, guess who's going to be able to poison you easiest? It's your friend, right? Somebody you know. but you didn't believe they can do that, he or she. Now, the INEC were successful in 2023 because somehow we felt that they can be trusted, right? That Buhari was not really taking any position. You see, who rigged the election was not Tinubu, was Buhari and INEC, right? So they said, they went around saying, okay, we have this now. You're going to transmit the result from the polling unit and blah, blah, blah. Now, to buttress my point, I want you to know that Tinubu wanted to win Lagos by all means, but he couldn't win Lagos.
Can you answer my question, Pastor?
My answer to you is this. INEC has to be in order. And actually, we're going to take the upper hand this time. Now, we're coming down from here. If we're successful in right now, the Trump administration is investigating Nigeria, right? So if we're successful,
you don't go into that Trump nonsense. Who is Trump to investigate Nigeria? Who is he? He should start from himself. A criminal, somebody that was convicted of 37 felonies, investigating who? Don't go there, man. Let's not go there, man.
He's going to be on the run during that election.
Who is a criminal to investigate Nigeria?
Who is that? What are you talking about? You talking about Trump? You talking nonsense?
I don't want to go into all that. Let's not. That will not enter
I
don't know how you guys adulate a criminal. You idolize a criminal in America. You blame a Tinubu for allegation of drug dealings.
Like you're in Nigeria now, right?
You guys are very hypocritical.
Listen to this. The Secretary of State now is Marco Rubio of Florida. Now, that's where it is. That's where the action is. The Secretary, forget about the President of the United States. That's usually too big for our country. The problem we've been having is the Secretary of State from this country and whatever deal they'll have with Britain. That's it, not the president.
Pastor, you are digressing. If Obi finds himself in the position of Abiola in 1993, what will he do? What will he advise him? Should he be ready to die for the same? Should he take the same position Abiola took?
No,
if not for himself, for a better Nigeria. You didn't answer me.
The difference between Abiola and Showore.
I don't want analysis. Can you just answer my question?
Yes, the answer. The difference between those two is that they don't have a movement behind them, including Showore. Peter Obi has a movement. Remember that. So is the people are running for office with Peter Obi as a front, as a face, as a facade. It's us. You should be asking me, what are we gonna do? Not Peter Obi.
You see the problem. You see how you guys are. You see how you guys are not committed. That you guys are not serious at all.
Who are we?
Look at the diversion. Look at the maneuvering. Look at the.
Who are we?
Look at the hypocrisy. Look at the level of
Tell Omoye,
scheming.
Who are we? Tell Omoye, who are we?
Okay. My question again, if you didn't get it, I know you're trying to maneuver. I know you're trying to dodge the question. Will you, okay, let me put it differently. Will you advise Obi, if he wins again in 2027, will you advise Obi to take the position Abiola took in 1993 if they try to behave funny? If Gaban and INEC try to behave funny to mess with the people's mandate? Yes. Will you advise Obi to take the position of Abiola as a man?
I will advise him to pick his cabinet, even from exile, right? So it's not going to be what you had before. You see, Peter Obi, when he was a governor, he went to court. Let me answer you. Be quiet for a second. Peter Obi went to court and recovered his mandate as a governor, right? So that kind of made him go through the process, right? He had to, because he believed, okay, look, it happened before. I went to court and I
You're dwelling in the past. You're dwelling in Anabra. I'm talking about 2023.
Yeah, but listen to me, because there is a nexus between the past and the present. What I'm saying to you is this. This time around, when that night, the elections, those results have to be transmitted from the polling unit live to where we can see it according to the laws of election laws of 2022. Right, Electoral Act of 2022 is supposed to be transmitted from section 60 to 65 of that section of that law has to be obeyed. Else, P2B will pick his cabinet, even if it's not in Nigeria. He just all he has to do is pick his cabinet and we're going to occupy the country and take it over. So it's not going to be anything like that before. Now, remember who rigged the election. Tinubu could never rig an election because he believes in thugs and bribery, right? He tried it in Lagos and he lost his shot. So that's the same thing he's going to do now. He's been accumulating all these thugs. But what's going to happen is that because of the popularity of Peter Obi and the Labour Party, right? Because of the people, it's impossible to do that. You don't have enough money to bribe your way out of that. So
it's wanting to be popular. It's wanting to be popular. What you do with your popularity is a different ballgame entirely.
I'm telling you.
What will he do? What will Obi do? What will you advise Obi to do? You are not answering the question.
I've been answering them. Listen to this. There's another way.
You're going too far.
Hold on. I don't like the snide way you're talking. You have to. Let's look at the rigged election. If you want, I could post it for Omoye to show on the screen. Peter Obi, even after, I know he won 31 states, right? But after they rigged the election, he won 12. But he won Lagos, he won Abuja, he won so many other states in the South, and
I'm aware. If he wins more than that again, 2027,
not win a single precinct. I want you. That's very important for you to know that he didn't win his own precinct.
I don't know who will cure you of this Shogore phobia. I'm not talking about Shogore.
Nobody reached the election that far. He should have won his own polling unit. He did not.
Okay,
so,
he lost. That is not the question. Why are you dodging the question?
So the point I'm making to you, what I'm saying that is this. Now remember, at the risk of losing you not coming in to piss out instead of pissing in, or at the risk of showing not saying, okay, you know what, guys, I'll join, I'll come in and we'll get this thing done. I'm telling you this fact so you know that the comparison is retarded. You're retarded to make that comparison or to talk to P2B the way you do. You don't know what it is to win a state. You don't know what it is to win a state. It's not easy in any election.
It's not about winning. He has won. Okay, let's assume he won 25 states. Okay, let's assume he's going to win 30 states. What will he do differently?
He won.
You are the one that is retarded here, man. You sort people. Answer the simple question.
What is it?
What is he going to do with the support, with the mandate?
I just told you he will form a cabinet if the results are not transmitted from the polling unit. Not even to wait for anything else. And Baba Ahmed is going to be there as the vice president, and he's going to be the president. And once that happens, you see, the problem we had before, even in this last election, what happened?
So for your information, that year Ahmed has moved on. He's not comfortable with the likes of Obi.
Until the United States,
Obi is too cold for people like Dati Ahmed.
Until the United States congratulates somebody. Once they did that, it cut off our knees, right? Biden and the rest of his Democratic gang, right? That was set up there by John Kerry. So once that call came in, they were done. But this time around, that will never happen, right? He's a drug dealer, heroin. His case is here. So when that election comes about, you see, the Supreme Court is not supposed to pick winners and losers, according to our laws. The role of that Supreme Court, according to judicial review, is to determine if those things were followed. If, for example, you didn't transmit the results, then you cancel the election. You cancel that particular precinct or the state or the local government or whatever, or the entire election. You cancel it and rerun it. They are never supposed to pick the winner, period. So now that's not going to happen again because, like I said, we're organized here. If anybody makes that call that Biden made the last time, in the tricky way they did it with the Secretary of State, then this country is not going to be big enough for the two of us because we have to take our country back this time, whether they like it or not. So, and I want you to know that, Omori, right? We're going to take the country back, whether they like it or not. Even the United States, they have to do the right.
You want to take the country back. It's beyond the rhetoric. It's beyond the talking on the internet. It's beyond your talk. It's beyond your touch and your bashing of Showore.
Even when it comes to Showore himself, I've done more for Showore than you can ever do in your life. I've done a lot for Showore, right? So what we do, the pen is mightier than the sword. First of all, I'm here in the United States. Do you know what you're going to do to catch up to something like that? That's a deficit between you and I. I'm here in the United States. $30 trillion economy.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Do you know what you have to do to catch up to me? You have to drag in Britain, Russia, Germany, all that. You be in a country that has all those people, right? Before you could even talk.
Of
Now,
what relevance? Of what relevance is that of this conversation?
In the 70s and 80s, when I used to come home to Nigeria, right? I'll come there. Somebody like you, I'll tell you to get on your knees and you do it. Do you know why? Because I came from the United States. You understand?
I think you eating too much burger, man. You talking like
you don't need a visa now to talk to me. Like you just dial in and here I am, right?
you tell me to kneel down because you from United States of America. You tell me to kneel down. Do you even know who you're talking to?
And I'm telling you, but
Do I give F about where you coming from? Do I care about where you coming from?
I want you on our side, or you completely disclaim yourself whenever you come in to talk. You say, you know what? I'm against Peter Obi. I'm against the Labour Party.
No, I'm not against Peter Obi. That is one thing you get it wrong. Okay,
you cannot say that.
Let me put it straight. I'm not against Peter Obi. I wish we could have a president like Peter Obi. Whether he's going to make a good president or not is a discussion for another day. I wish when you put.
Hold on, tell me, why do you think he's not going to make a good president? Tell me.
Well, no, he's a human being. Let's not go into that. Because that one will take another.
Let's do that for the benefit of our viewers.
No. When I have an election where Jagaban was contesting, Atiku was contesting, Obi was in their middle, I will certainly prefer an Obi to those two. Irrespective of.
There's no difference between you and I. That's it. If there's somebody else better, hold on. If there's somebody else better, I will go for that person. Reason why, hold on now. I told you that Peter Obi occupies what's called the superlative position. When you're looking at an adjective, right? You have the adjective itself, then you have the comparative, then you have the superlative. So out of those three, it was not a binary choice. There is a Peter Obi, there's Atiku, there's Tinubu, there's Showore, right? So when you weigh
in terms of ideology, Showore, Obi is not a match for Showore. Let's not go into that one. If I go into there now, you will make me start saying things I don't want to say. I guess
hold on.
Things I don't want to say. I guess Obi. I just told you most of us are not comfortable with political ideology. The idea of forgiving those that ruined Nigeria, let them go free, is giving us a wrong impression about who he really is. But that is a discussion for another day.
No.
The idea of you have to see the likes of IBB, you have to see the blessing of IBB or Pastor Joe and Co before you can rule Nigeria. Gives us because when he goes to those areas to seek blessings, they're going to condition him. And when he comes on board, if he fails to abide by those conditions, they're gonna check him out. So let's not go into all those political ideologies.
Be quiet for a minute. Be quiet.
Ideologically, he has nothing. He's not much to show with it.
Right. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. I want you to go first. Right. Out of respect for you, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, and I'll take 5 minutes, unless the host wants to close the show. That stuff that you always do, which you say that's for another day. Let's talk about this today. Let's talk about.
I'm tired. You taking too much to talk. You don't want me to talk, so I cannot continue to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm not that strong.
5 minutes, you go, and then I follow you with 5 minutes. Let's debate Peter Obi versus Showore, right?
I don't want to go into that unnecessary debate. The debate should be how to take care of Jagaban. How do you remove Jagaban from power in 2027? Not Showore and Obi. They're not the problems. You guys are trying to hit them together. They're supposed to be working together.
That's what I'm saying.
They met at Debajo's place. They hug themselves. You guys are online fighting, trying to hit two victims.
My position.
They are both victims of a society that is not working. They meant well for Nigeria. They want a better society for everybody. They want a better Nigeria, but from different angle. Right. That's really difference they have. In terms of ideology.
Very good.
So there's no point. Obi and Showore, they are not your problem. You should face your problem. Think of how to tackle the Jagabans of this world. How you to contend with the Jagabans of this world in 2027. Not engaging in unnecessary debate between who is better between Showore and Peter Obi. I don't want to go delusional. I'm not delusional.
Okay, 100%. I agree with you. 100%. Do you understand? I agree with you 100%. They should be on the same side. Now, I have never, ever heard Peter Obi criticize Sure, I believe that if he has something to tell Showore that he should do better, he will pick up the phone and call him. I want that to be reciprocal. They should be on the same side. You just said it more poetic than I could put it. It's poignant point. And I'm sure if anybody's violating that, then you and I are supposed to come down hard on them. If you have something to tell Peter Obi, pick up the phone and tell him. And vice versa.
If you were here earlier, you would have fought me. You know why is something I like about that gentleman called Idemudia? We were talking, people were attacking me like, oh, I was making reference to what Obi said concerning IBB's book of that was launched 2 days ago, right? So it's like the guy had from the background. A lot of people were not comfortable with that. A lot of people, one thing I've discovered, if you criticize somebody objectively, it doesn't necessarily mean you hate the person, right? If you said something that somebody is not doing right, I think you're looking for an opportunity for correction, right? So a lot of obedience don't want you to say anything about Obi. That they see Obi as somebody that can never make mistake. That is not good for a human being. Obi does not even want. Obi does not even let me land. I thought you said you gave me 5 minutes.
No. You didn't take up. That's for the debate. But
okay,
now
Obi does not want that kind of toga for himself. Obi does not want to wear that agbada of perfection, of a man that does not make mistake. He said the kind of people he likes around him are people that can correct him, that can call him to order when he's going astray. That is one thing I like about Obi. But most thing with obedience, even when you tell them Obi shouldn't have done this, they want to come at you. They feel you castigating Obi. They think you attacking Obi. Like the speech he made yesterday, praising IBB. Most of us that suffer from Abacha and IBB were not comfortable with that kind of speech.
I don't think you could hear me. I'm saying you make in the last, the last 3 or 4 minutes, you've taken some kind of vitamin. I don't know. But you're making great points. But you have to take it to the logical.
I've always been like that, man. It's just that you too consuming your hatred against Showore that you don't want to listen.
Don't take overdose on this. But listen to this. Okay, you know what? I'll make you a deal. I'm not going to mention Showore. I'm not going to mention Peter Obi. Let's talk. Listen to what I'm saying to you, right? If you criticize somebody fairly, I don't believe there's any obedience that I've seen that will say, okay, no, you shouldn't say that. It's not, don't say that about Peter Obi, right? For example, criticize Peter Obi for me right now. Tell me some negatives. Tell me a couple of negatives. The worst about Peter Obi. Tell me 2.
No, it's not. I don't want to. Okay, I'll come in form of questions, right?
No, but
if you have opportunity.
No,
I will come in form of questions. But listen to this now. Listen to this.
Hold on. I'm asking you now, right? Remember, I'm the one. I'm trying to open it up.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Peter Obi, I'm asking you something that I don't know what you're gonna say. It could be bad for me, right? But because I'm not obedient, I want you to tell me right now 2 things that are wrong with Peter Obi. 2.
I'm not here to judge Peter Obi. Let me come in form of question. If you have opportunity to be Nigerian president, if you have the support of Nigerians and you're elected the next Nigerian president, will you want the likes of IBB, Abdul Salami, or Basaja, will you want them to go free? Those that are, they are the owners of Nigeria, those that brought Nigeria to this situation. If you were elected today as the Nigerian president, next president of Nigeria, what will you do to them?
Let me answer you, okay? I want you to listen to what I'm going to say. See, as president, who's doing things by the book, by the Constitution, I would be cognizant of the fact that there are 3 branches of government, and then there are agencies. I would know what the role of the president is because it's enumerated in the Constitution, right? It will tell you what a president does. It will tell you what the House and the Senate does in the federal level, because it's bicameral in the state as well. All these things are designated. These are things that the Constitution confers powers from the people. The way it's supposed to be, even though it's fake, in the
No,
preamble.
what would be your policy direction on corrupt practices?
I'm going to answer the question. So, listen, I have to give you this body for that answer. But it's a very important question you asked, because you could be fooled unless you know this. So the president does not enforce the laws, and that's not his role. You have agencies, you have 3 branches of government that are supposed to check one another. They are co-equal branches of government, right? The way it's normally talked about is the executive branch, which is the presidency. Then you have the judiciary, which are our courts. They have the legislature, which is our assembly, right? So the president does not determine even if he doesn't, he could not say, for example, hey, look, I don't want this guy prosecuted. It's not his job. Or I want this guy prosecuted. It's not his job.
He does. He does. Can I correct you there? Can I correct you there?
Let me land. In order for you to correct me, you have to quote any section, because I'm very conversant with all parts of our constitution, right? I know.
This is not a constitutional matter. You're talking about you're talking about it.
Let me land now. You asked me
the 3 organs of government.
Could you just let me land here? You're making me talk a lot, and you're gonna pay for this, Omori, by the way. I'm gonna oblige you tonight, but you're gonna pay for it. You're making me talk a lot here. The point I'm making to you is that it's not the role of the president to exonerate somebody or say charge him or don't charge him. It's not the rule. Anybody who's been doing it has, I'm not saying it wasn't done in the past. Let's say OBJ and all these people. They do it. They did it, but Peter Obi is not going to do anything like that. So even if you go and you bribe Peter Obi or you do whatever and say, you know what, don't prosecute me. It's not his job. He's not going to be getting you. You have to go to court and prove your innocence. Now, the only thing you could say is he going to appoint somebody who's going to make sure that laws are faithfully executed, right? That's it. And I know he's gonna do that. I know.
No, you're wrong. He said you don't look at the past. He said God puts your eyes in your front so that you can look forward.
No, but listen,
let the past be in the past.
He chose Peter Obi and then he picked a vice president. Now, don't forget, it's not a one-man thing. Okay, this is Baba Ahmed.
As the president, as the executive head, he shows direction. It's a policy. His policy as per corruption. We go a long way to show his direction.
To finish answering your question, here's another fallacy you have in your head, which is that there is a particular virtue that Sholowere is better than Peter Obi. Right?
No, not at all. I don't dwell in that anymore. Because it's you that is always making comparison.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to say to you that in all virtue, all of it, honesty, honorableness, decency, right? Incorruptibility. In essence, Peter Obi is incorruptible, but we haven't seen Sholowere to be corrupt. I don't think he's corrupt, but I know he's not incorruptible. Now, when it comes to decency, okay, I'll give you an example. You see, if Peter Obi goes to a barber, right? He's gonna say to the barber, "Take it down. I don't want to come back here in 2 weeks. I'm busy. I don't want to start. Just take it to brush head, cut it all the way off, shave it all the way to the skin, like a 0 or 1, right? And put a patch right here or whatever, and that's it." But if Sholowere goes to the barber, he's gonna go telling them a style. He's gonna say, "Give me an agilo," for example, right? And he says he's gonna go back within a week or 2. He's gonna have his head with a style, a president with an agilo haircut. Have you ever seen that before? Right? So what I'm saying to you is that in every virtue, you're gonna, once you're cutting a hair with a hairstyle, first of all, it means you're gonna be chasing girls, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a lot involved. Or for example, Sholowere is not even a Christian. Sholowere is not a Christian. Peter Obi is a Christian. That's big.
You see where you're going right now? You see where you go?
Hold on.
This is unnecessary.
I said to you.
I don't think this is. I think.
Hold on. We're comparing.
I think Almajiri has tried for us. Let's call it a day, man.
Sholowere now. Let me tell you. Peter Obi believes in the Lord. He goes to church on Sunday. Maybe he goes there early, and the choir will sing.
You sounded judgmental already. Who is a Christian? Who is not a Christian?
It matters. That's what shapes.
Who made you a judge? Who made you a judge over us?
If you're not a Christian, what stops you from being corrupt?
Even you Christians are not giving us a good example in Nigeria. I can mention like 10 names to you now who are big leaders of their own group. They're not living by example. They're
No,
even
but
worse than the politicians. What
you
you
are
mean by it's not a Christian?
okay. First of all, you
That's
just
a big error there. That one you just said
you
there
know what I'm
is
saying,
a
right?
big
I'm
error.
saying if you go to
The
the
best
Bible, right?
president we ever had in Nigeria wasn't a Christian, was a Muslim. Yeah, the late Yaradua among them was the best. He wasn't a Christian. What do you mean by Showore is not a Christian?
Hold on. If you go to the barber and you go and cut an Agilo haircut, right? It means you're gonna go back again in a week or two. That you don't save any money. Like your head, I've seen you cut your hair all the way down to the what we call brush head. I remember when I was growing up, when I was younger, we had unfortunately one of our family members all the way in front cuts hair. So they would tell me to go get a haircut, right? And I just want a little bit on top, leave a little bit, right? But the guy already knows you cannot come home without a nice brush haircut. You follow me? Responsible guy. Sure, if he wants to be president, needs to change his hair, go to the barber and get a haircut. Stop wearing necklaces that are almost like a choker, choking your goddamn throat.
You're making this conversation very pedestrian, very amateur. You're making it very infantile. And I'm not comfortable with your utterances. Number one, you say he's not a Christian. Now you're talking about his haircut. I think Omoye Kona has done enough for us. She wants to go and sleep. This is no longer constructive, no longer educative anymore. I'm not benefiting anything from it.
You're lucky because if
the whole essence of this conversation has been defeated. You're talking about haircut, you're talking about being a Christian. What has your Christianity do for you as far as Nigeria politician is concerned?
For most of the virtue, there is nothing that Showore can even hold a candle when it comes to honor, nobility, right? Trustworthiness, meritoriousness, right? Blamelessness. Any of the high principles that you could talk about. Like I said, it's incorruptible, which is Showore's mantra. Because, first of all, doesn't it bother you that the major thing that we know Showore for is his distaste for corruption?
That is the greatest problem we have in Nigeria. That's the greatest problem. When you tackle that problem, every other thing will fall in place.
You have an election where you have somebody like Tinubu and Atiku running with Peter Obi, right? And then you try your best, just like you went ahead and modestly admitted to tonight the people went out with him for whatever reason. So then you're not supposed to come out and say they're all the same. It means that you either you're being a phony when you said you hated corruption more than anything, because if you hated corruption and it's your singular most important matter. I remember calling Showore maybe 10 years ago. I called him and I'm saying, hey, look, you keep talking about corruption, you're naming all these our public servants. First of all, these are allegations. You don't have any proof. Okay, but that's not the issue why I'm calling him.
He has proof, he has receipts for them.
I'm saying, why there are a lot of killings. There are a lot of killings in our country. Why don't you? Because you could go the entire publication and it's nothing but Ibori did this corruption. Ngozi Okonjo did this corruption. Jonathan is corrupt here. This is nothing about all the murders. People are getting killed left and right. So I was concerned about that because at that time I really had high regard for Showore at the time, right? And including the way he portrayed this Nuhu Rebadu, because I thought that James Ibori went through our court system. He was found not guilty of 171 counts. I believe that should end it. But Showore pursued him and they went and they go to Saudi Arabia, where the guy was over there. They arrested him and took him to Britain, which is not a democracy, right? To the Queen's Court or something stupid like that to convict one of our people. He doesn't have a jury of his peers. These Oyibos, that's the cause of all our problems, selling our commodity prices, picking our leaders. Tried an African in Nigeria, in a strange land, in something that he's already been acquitted of, found not guilty out of 171 counts. I didn't like that. I thought that was wrong. Britain is not a democracy. They got no business whatsoever trying any African. So that's what I'm talking about. So when it comes to all the virtues, Showore cannot hold a candle. I mean, you name
So,
anything.
so by your submission, you mean Diziani was a saint? She shouldn't have been tried.
Unless she's convicted in our land with our laws, she is a saint, right? Everybody is presumed to be innocent until they found guilty by a jury of their peers, not our enemies. How would you like your enemy to try you? And if they want to try Nigerians, they ought to get rid of our monarchy and have elections for the head of state and open it up and be a democracy.
Iboritu was a saint.
These are imbeciles who've been.
Iboritu was a saint.
They've never had a goddamn head of state picked by the people, right? So they have a lot of nerves because of people like you here, Omori. Just because somebody's pointed out to be corrupt, you take it hook, line, and sinker. Half of the time, somebody doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He has no proof. Because
Take him to court. Take him to court.
Even if Showore sees somebody take a $100 bill and put it in their pocket, like we saw with the APC chairman there, I forgot his name from
Ganduji.
Ganduji, right? You still have to say alleged as a responsible journalist. You have it's only the court that's going to pronounce somebody guilty.
That's what he says every time.
No, he does not. Does not. Even in his utterances, he never he takes it like he's the one who determines guilt and innocent. And then now here's the funny part of it. Like I said, he's a hypocrite. When he's accused by the state of more heinous crimes, right? Then he doesn't want you to believe it. At the same time, the same state that's accusing you of corruption in Saudi Arabia, of capital punishment type of crimes, unpatriotic crimes, then you say, oh, no, that's the Nigerian government, you know they're no good. But then when they accuse somebody else, then you want to take it and write it in your articles. Up to today. Now, if I'm in his position, if you accuse me of those things and I know it's not true, then I will never trust you again. No matter who you make an allegation on, I'm going to say, we need to change this government.
They took him to court. He defeated them all. Are you not aware?
That's not the point, though. The point I'm making is that when people are not defeated in court, he considered them to be guilty. But he himself is charged with treason, which is the most heinous crime. So if we use his standard, he shouldn't be running for office when you're accused of treason. Now, if you may turn around and you make the argument of saying, you know what? Come on, do you believe the Nigerian state they can accuse somebody of treason while they're not guilty of it? Then you're forever precluded.
Unfounded allegation they could not prove, they could not sustain in court, that could not stand the test of time.
Listen, now if you listen,
I think you're reducing the essence of this conversation.
You're being ridiculous now. What I'm saying
becoming very, very worthless.
If a state can accuse you of treason where it's unfounded, then when they accuse somebody of shoplifting, you shouldn't take it.
Why did they withdraw their own suit?
Pardon?
Why did the state withdraw their own suit?
No, you're missing the point. I'm not going to the verdict and all that. I'm saying, okay,
what was reasonable in what Showore did? What was reasonable in what Showore did for calling for a change of system?
Let's anthropomorphify it, okay? Let's say you don't know me from Adam, but you just met me now. And you come out and I say, hey, Omori took $500 from my wallet. And you going, what were you talking about? I don't even know you. I know been, and I'm shouting, hey, this guy took $500 from my wallet. But then again, somebody else is passing by, let's say OC, and I say, OC, come here, you took $50 from my wallet, right? So if somebody comes to you now and go, hey, look, what do you think about this guy making these allegations? You're going to say, I didn't take $500 from his wallet. He's making an unfounded allegation. Therefore, OC more than likely did not take any money either. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're not going to go, oh, I believe you that OC took $50 from your wallet, but this $500, I don't believe that one. It's the same accuser, me, making unfounded accusations. So you cannot exonerate yourself alone. So what I'm saying is that if I'm in Showore's shoes where I've been falsely accused by a tyrannical government, right, of doing something that I didn't do, I'm not going to believe anything else they say about somebody else. I won't believe what they said about me. I won't believe what they say about somebody else until that system is secure. So he cannot be operating his Sahara reporters, accusing other people, writing bad stuff about people who EFCC accused of something, while he's saying that the actor, the state, who is the actor in this case, is not credible. Do you see what I'm saying? If the state is not credible to make an allegation, therefore, everybody that's accused of a crime, at the minimum, you will not take what they're saying until they've been to court.
So what you're saying now, all the expose Shawore did through his Sahara reporters were false allegations. Is that what you're saying?
No,
that your insinuation?
that's what I'm saying. You make the choice then. If you say they're credible allegations, then the accusations they made on him, remember, it's not just the treason. They accuse him of taking money, stealing money from his political party where he's voted. Hold on.
Who accused him?
Hold on. Oh no. You look up the case. It's right there. So
who accused him? Who? I'm asking you. Who accused him of stealing money?
EFCC. Right?
You are lying. That's a lie. That's
no, it's not a lie.
It was one surrogate they wanted to use against him to hijack.
I know, but that's the way.
What's his name again? Donald. What is he? One Donald? Somebody, not EFCC.
Yeah.
Why are you accusing somebody falsely?
Omori, I'm on your side. I don't believe those things. I don't believe Showore is corrupt, right? I don't believe Showore committed treason by saying revolution now. But it has nothing to do with me. I'm saying, in order for Showore not to be committing the worst vice, which is hypocrisy, and you too, by the way, right? You either gonna discredit the Nigerian, at least the EFCC and all those kind of agencies, right? You're gonna discredit them and say, okay, you know what? They're not credible anyway. I'm gonna wait till it goes to court. If the court finds somebody guilty, then I'm gonna take it at the minimum. Like me, I shouldn't even take any of it, including the courts, right? But at the minimum, if the EFCC is accusing him of things, including treason, that's a lot. That's the biggest crime in any country, including the money they're talking about. But that's
that was a phantom allegation. What do you mean by?
I agree. You don't listen to him.
Allegation without substance.
I'm on the same
Giving
side.
Giving a dog a band in order to hang it.
Yeah, I believe you. I don't believe Showore is corrupt. I don't think he committed treason, right? So, but anybody else, the Nigerian government accused of the same thing, I don't believe they did that either. See, that's the difference between me and you.
The greatest level of treason is being committed by those accusing Showore of committing treason.
Exactly.
Those that are guilty of treason felony are those, truncating people's mandate, ringing election. It's a treasonable offense against the people, against the masses.
Absolutely, but you are missing the point though, and that's sad. I'm saying that I agree with you. Showore is not corrupt. The people accusing him of corruption are the ones who are corrupt, right? But the difference between Showore and myself is that I'm extending the same thing I'm giving to Showore to everybody else. Because they're able to accuse Showore of stuff like this, including treason. Now, that's nothing. That's a capital punishment. That's the biggest crime.
When he said Ibori, the likes of Ibori, the Zionists were corrupt, people like you will accuse him of false allegation. Now that they have been convicted elsewhere because they were not in Nigeria, so they don't convince them over there without substantial evidence.
You have that problem.
Substantial evidence.
Listen to this. You are making the same mistake right now. If you say that when they accused Desiani and they accused a lot of people who've been accused of crimes, right? Ibori and all that, that the state actor is credible. They will not bring about frivolous charges. They are responsible. They are professional, right? That's what you say. Then you're going to have to bring it up on Showore as well as one of the accused, right? The accusation is being made by a professional, credible actor, the Nigerian state. Then he committed treason and he took that money from his political party because he doesn't have secretary and a cashier and all that stuff, right? He's doing it by himself and he's putting that money in his pocket, right? So you cannot have it both ways. After all, if I'm a judge, let me tell you something. If I'm a judge, I'm in a courtroom, I'm presiding, right? Sure, they walk in with that haircut. I'm gonna find him guilty without adjudication. You know,
what because of his haircut?
Without haircut, I'm gonna find him guilty. Period.
I'm done. I'm done with you, Pastor. I think you making a. I'm done with you, man.
All right, Omoye.
You're going to convince him of not of the crime he has committed because of his based on his haircut. Are you serious?
You're running for president.
Is that how your mind works? Is that the kind of judge you are?
Take it down to the skin. All right, that's it. Give him advice.
You're going to convince him based on his haircut without looking at the fact of the case.
You know, by the way, let me say something on a serious.
No, did you just say that on air? Did you just say that on air?
No, I was being facetious on that. But listen to this on a serious note. Listen to this, Amori.
That's so funny.
Since you say you have contact with Showere, you're gonna have to do what we talked about. I'm asking you again because I believe you made a statement already tonight that they are both on the same, just a different shade of the same gray, right? They should be on the same side. But if he doesn't do it, it's okay if you yourself insist on it.
Pastor, I don't think they have a personal problem. Let me show you something again. I don't think we listened to Showere yesterday. There was something Showere said yesterday. He was reacting to IBB's book. Yeah. Let me tell you what brings friction. What brings friction between Showere and Obi? Yeah. I think they are on the same side. They are in the same boat. You know, fighting for a better society, better Nigeria. Fighting for an egalitarian society for the masses. Exactly. Let me tell you what brings the problem. Now, Showere reacted to that book launch as a gathering of the hogs that have devoured Nigeria society. Now, when Obi started reacting to IBB like a leader that has contributed so much, to the development of Nigeria, in the leader like never before, Showere, considering where he's coming from, he's not always comfortable with such utterances coming from Obi that wants a better Nigeria for the people, praising the same people that brought Nigeria down, to his knees. So when he starts reacting, making such a reaction, people think he has something against Obi. When he starts saying things like he doesn't have to, you don't have to probe the past. You have your eyes in the front so you can move forward. He gives the people like Showere and the likes of us the impression that he's subscribing to the corruption of the past and the present. That we should not. Let me give you a vivid example. If somebody stole your car, right? Somebody broke into your house to cut away with your items. Maybe in 2 months' time, because he's taking good care of the car or he's misusing the car, you know this very well that this is your car. Will you tell him to continue using the car, even if he has stolen it, because it doesn't matter, because you don't want to go back to your 2 months, to the past 2 months where the car was stolen? Does that make sense to a good leader?
Let that be a way for me to come in as well. Listen to me, and this is very, very important, right? Because you are one of the purveyors of this particular, what you may call it. See, yes, Showere is opinionated, assertive, right? Domineering, imperious, rigid. In essence, it's unbending, pontifical, doctrinaire. Whereas Peter Obi is erudite, cerebral, thoughtful, right? An honest guy. Not just honest, but earnest.
Was he honest when he said that BB has contributed so much to Nigeria?
Let me make it because I
want. Was he honest when it comes to what he said about IBB yesterday?
Earnest, like when Nigerians who have an accent, EARNEST. We have people that answer that.
I thought you said honest.
That too, But I said honest, like you have.
How honest was he when he started praising people like IBB, the enemies of our democracy?
Why, if you have to listen to my answer, I said that he's a thoughtful person, cerebral, right? And I had given you before that the dogmatic, Showore one, authoritative, domineering, imperious, right? Dictatorial, that kind of stuff, intolerant, unchallengeable kind of behavior. That's not Peter Obi. Peter Obi is thoughtful, cerebral, erudite, even purposeful, right? It's careful, it's attentive, it's assiduous. It does things by being painstakingly thorough, meticulous, punctuous. You understand? Now, unfortunately for Showere, his own virtue, like I was saying before, they come with negligence and carelessness. Peter B is not a careless person. Now, the role, we're not trying to elect a dictator or a pope. And Peter B tend to know this. He's a politician. It's not his job to determine guilt and innocence. But he does have the wisdom, right? He has that wisdom. And what is that thing that I say that Showore lacked? You heard me talk about it all the time. Judgment. It's a very important thing. I boiled it down to that. That's what Showore lacks, right? So when he's being dogmatic and just adamant, he doesn't want to work with anybody on bending, finding people guilty without a court, right? Without their jury of their peers, being rigid and just very difficult. Now, sometime we may need that. Maybe we need it in our EFCC chairman.
But Obi said the same thing recently when he said he wasn't going to collaborate with anybody for state capture for winning sake. He was almost referring to the same thing, except he was telling me it's not serious. It was just plain politics.
Please hang tight. I'm almost done. I'm answering because you see, if you're listening to me, you will see that there's a root to all these branches of what I'm talking about, because that is what the Nigerian people saw. Because earlier you made an honest stipulation. You said the people are not with Showore. They were with Peter Obi. And that's why he could not go to the street to take his any mandate back, because he didn't win. You said, and I quote you, the people were not with him. That's why.
He was allocated 30,000. Obi was allocated 6.something million. So Obi, by the annual allocation, Obi was leading.
I am quoting you. I'm presenting the data. As far as the data analysis, let the people who are listening to us make that decision. If you said, right, unwittingly, I believe, in essence, you didn't know the consequence.
I don't drink, I don't smoke. What do you mean by didn't know? I'm not like you. I'm very objective in my analysis.
You said it unwittingly. You didn't know it was going to advance my point, right? So what I'm saying that what you've been doing.
I said it repeatedly, not even once, not twice. I said it before you came on board. I've repeated it when you came.
Look, if you ask any woman, I don't know if you're married, Omori.
What has that got to do with you? That you want to take over my wife?
Hold on. If you give a woman a choice between somebody who's peremptory, doctrinaire, pontifical, inflexible, unbending, intolerant, small-minded on one hand, and they give me a choice about somebody who's studious, earnest, thoughtful, cerebral, right? Somebody who's swati, somebody who's Danish, scholarly, careful, attentive, assiduous. You understand? Guess who they're going to choose? Guess who they think has the strength? It's not the loud that is talking nonsense all the time. Who's going to say, okay, I'm going to throw IBB in jail, I'm going to throw Obasanjo in jail, I'm going to throw Buhari in jail, I'm going to throw the army chief of staff in jail. Whereas a couple of punks, a couple of thugs come over, they knock you on your knees and you fall on the ground, and they wrestle you to the ground and take you to court, and you don't do anything. And you just have a big mouth of abusing everybody. You go into the now, by the way, we do have one thing in common on this, but I'm still gonna knock him for it because it's objective, right? It's not me, it's him. He goes to the Oni of Ife's palace and he says, I'm not gonna participate in any of these traditional stuff. It's like your Oba there in Benin. He goes over there, he says, this Oba, get on your knees if I'm gonna get on my knees. Or in essence, you don't respect our traditional institutions, right? You don't get a good haircut, cut your hair all the way down. You're wearing a choker with beads, right? And you don't wear suit and tie or at least dress in our traditional attire. And you have boys around you all the time. You don't have men or women who are going to give you a good advice and tell you to go get a haircut, right? So if you then stay from there and you're pointing at Peter Obi and you're abusing Peter Obi, then that's not good. At least yab your fellow mates. You wouldn't even yab me. Somebody like me. I'm strapped. I'm not going to take any nonsense from anybody, obviously, right? But what I'm saying is that you cannot be picking on P2B who's not talking anything about you. It's not negative towards you. He's not saying what I'm saying. For example, P2B, if I said to him, now look, I'm going to go and I'm going to talk about
Pastor, do you believe P2B can ever do anything wrong?
Of course.
Can he ever be wrong?
Already doing something wrong. He never asked me. There are a couple of things I know he's doing wrong.
Can he ever make mistake?
I just told you. He's making a couple of mistakes, right? Since I've known him. He's not without mistakes. He's not.
So, you believe he's not infallible?
No, he's not infallible and he's not inerrant. Okay. Nobody is. Now, if anybody will be, I'll be the closest to that. But not even me. It's inerrant, right? Or infallible. But let me tell you something, though. Listen, this is who the people chose because that statement you made tonight, that stipulation is big. You said the people were with him. They were not with Showeri. That's called democracy, right? The people. That was a revolution. I want you to bear that in mind all the time. A lot of us are supporting P2B because the people are with him. If they're not with him, I don't think anybody's a better candidate than myself.
I'm not disputing that. I just asked you a question a while ago.
For example,
if he gets 6 point something million again, or if he doubles that to 12 point something million in 2027, what are you going to do differently?
With Showeri. In the debate, I'm going to defeat him. Besides, I'm going to win most states. Right?
You.
Yes. It wouldn't even be a contest. It wouldn't even be a contest.
You go into a contest with Showeri or what?
I don't even think P2B can defeat me in an election, to be honest with you. You could laugh, but I'm telling you.
I think.
No, seriously.
I don't want to say you are delusional, but that would be too.
I'm a just like anybody else. So why should somebody defeat me? I'm not going to
say that. You don't think P2B will defeat you in any election, right?
I don't think so. No, seriously now. Now, OC may not vote for me because.
Where do you live in America? Are you talking about your street in America? Or are you talking about Nigerian politics?
No, I'm telling you, anyway. OC will not vote for me against P2B. That's for sure.
Now I'm beginning to understand the kind of person you are. Sometimes you just want to add some humor so that we can.
Look. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
They will not sell form for you. And if you sell form for you, they will tell you primaries is in the morning. No, in the afternoon they will do it in the morning. You will not even participate in the primaries.
Let me tell you why I will win. Right? All those talks, right? One of the things I will tackle are those talks. I really would like to get my hands on these talks, right? It's like somebody like a Wiki. Either he's gonna be in custody the night of the election. People like Wiki, the one that's in Edo, what's his name there? Tony Kabaka, the one that's in the creeks. what's his name?
Asari Dokubo.
Asari Dokubo was the one in Yoruba land.
MC Robo.
See, all those people.
You don't even know anybody in Nigeria. You want to go win the election. You want to go contest with Peter.
If I'm in an election, those guys, they either have to be in custody on the night of the election, they're going to be 6 feet under, right? Because we have to take back that country and do it properly.
Yeah, those people are not powerful. They're not as powerful as you think.
No,
without the backing of the state.
Surprise.
Those non-state actors are not powerful. They have without the backing of the state.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Nigerians are cowards because somebody, imagine those people surviving that 2023. Nigerians are cowards, right? Because those people should not survive that. We care and all these people, they shouldn't survive what happened in 2023.
No, Nigerians are not cowards. Nigeria needed leadership. They needed somebody to show their leadership.
Without
a lot of people were ready to hit the street. They're ready to fight. Nigerians were ready to fight. They didn't get the necessary leadership.
Omori, listen to this. If I was Peter Obi, right, that night when that INEC chairman made a dramatic.
He died in nocturnal hour in the Kovu at about 4 a.m. in the morning, right?
The night he did that, half of the Nigerian army, which would be Biafrans, would have gone into
that building.
They would have had a mutiny, right? Because that's what I was saying when you guys were having a discussion on the political parties. Our students are very important, and then our armed forces. They have to understand that we have to make that country better for even them, their wives and their kids and their pay. Look at the barracks these people are housed in. See, these guys are they're citizens.
Pastor,
all of them to have a mutiny.
Pastor, can I give you an example?
Yeah, but let me just say this. If they do it, we should have a mutiny in the army. Let the Yoruba soldiers go with you if they want to. Let me
tell you exactly what. Let me give you an example, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
During that 93 June 12 struggle, right?
Yeah,
we were arrested somewhere. They were taking us to state CID in Benin. So this is where leadership comes in. Just get this one. I'm not against anybody. It's good to be gentle, right? To be a gentleman is not a crime. It's just that you're dealing with people that does not value what you have as a gentleman, right? So there's a saying in my area that the nature of your chip will determine how you're going to chew it. If it's strong, you have to chew it hard. If it's soft, you chew it softly, right? So Peter Obi is a perfect gentleman. You know, I have nothing against him. Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. They were transporting us from one village to state CID in Benin after detaining us in the house of one military guy for days. Now, you see there their big truck, that big the back, is it Black Maria? It's not the Black Maria. The one for this one it's not for the police. The one for the police is the Black Maria. This one was an army truck, right? At the back of that truck, we had over 40 students at the back, including the soldiers and the mopos that were escorting us. Something happened on the top of that truck that I will never forget. So the floor of the truck was wet, right? So as they were taking us inside, most students were sitting down on the benches, and most of the soldiers were of the opinion that we should sit on the wet floor. The floor was dirty and wet. So they were of the opinion that we should sit down on the floor. Do you know the soldiers were almost killing themselves over that? And where others were of the opinion that we should sit down the way they were sitting down on the benches. You know how that truck look like, right? They don't have regular seat on it. They just have a kind of round seat at the back. I don't know if you have a idea about what I'm trying to say. Hello?
I hear you.
Hello? Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you know those among those soldiers and the mopos? They were almost cocking guns against themselves. They were almost shooting themselves for our sake. You know, they most of them saw us as enemies of the state because that is what they were brainwashed to believe. For trying to say the people's mandate must be restored. Most of them saw us as rebels, as enemies that should be eliminated. Most soldiers, too, were of the opinion that we should sit down the way they were sitting. They didn't see anything wrong in what we did, but they have to do their job. They came for arrest, right? They broke into our homes. They got us arrested and everything. What am I trying to say with this? They need somebody. If it happens today, if Obi had, okay, not me. If I mention Obi, you get angry. I don't want you to get angry.
No,
So,
I'm not angry.
no, you're going to get angry with me. I don't want to mention Obi. Most of you don't want to. If I say Obi, it look as if I have something against Obi. This is not personal now. I'm just giving you an analogy.
Yeah, go ahead. Be
So,
free as,
yeah. So I will never forget that night. What I learned from there is, though they were deployed to come and kill us, though they were deployed to come and arrest us, right? Though they were deployed to come and tear gas us, most of them were still human. They still had the feelings that these boys are doing what is right. You get what I'm saying? So they were almost shooting themselves for our sake. At the end of the day, we did not sit on that wet floor, that wet, dirty floor. We sat down the way they were sitting down on the benches at the back of the truck.
Exactly.
So what I'm trying to say with this is that most of the soldiers you blame, most of the police you blame, they are waiting for who to lead the fight. This is where leadership comes in. Most of them will not fight on the part of the oppressors the way you are made to believe.
I'm not meant to, you're not listening to what I'm saying, because I agree with you. You are advancing my point.
If you listen to this guy too, no, let me make this point. I will let you. Let me make this point.
Yeah,
if you listen to this guy,
that's what I'm saying properly. You're making the point that I'm making. You have to. That election was not.
I'm trying to buttress your point that
the last election was not rigged by Tinubu. You have to understand that. It's very, very important. A lot of Nigerians don't know that. The election was rigged by Buhari, even though he reluctantly decided to give it to Tinubu at the
it doesn't
end.
matter. It doesn't matter who rigged the election. You know,
it matters because
an oppressor is an oppressor.
To show that he. Let me say this before you continue. Right, everything that Buhari handed over to him, he's already squandered those things, including El-Rufai, right? Squandered that. Even the guy in the creeks. So all those Buhari, Tinubu's already squandered it. So he's relying on his modus operandi, which is to bribe and then use thugs, which he tried in Lagos. It didn't work. So I don't even know why he thinks it's going to work this time, right? When you have a massive revolutionary movement like we did, the only thing that can work is what worked the last time, which Buhari is very important in making that happen, which is to shut off the beavers. They had to turn it off. You understand? Because he's not going to be able to do that. As a matter of fact, he's going to get fucked by Mahmoud or whoever else is going to put up there. The Northerners are not happy. He has squandered everything that was handed over to him, just like any prodigal personality, right? So now he's planning on his own with the court. He's put somebody there in the court, in the Supreme Court, and then he's working with thugs, strong men like Wiki, maybe Fubara, and others are going to be induced to try it, but he cannot do it. Only Buhari pulled that off because Buhari, it's a former military, comes from that background, right? And then he has Northerners, those Rufai, them, all those guys who are now against him, and they're gonna go to Mahmoud or whoever is gonna be the next chairman. If he makes the mistake of picking a Yoruba, then he's actually done because it's not gonna be credible. But what's gonna happen is if he keeps Mahmoud, they will fuck him this time. He doesn't. Let me tell you, it wasn't him that rigged the election. He couldn't have rigged that election. The election was rigged by that coup plotter called Buhari from Niger.
Yeah, he can't keep Mahmoud. But do you believe, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you believe if they repeat what they did in 2023, nobody is ready to lead the revolution, they will do it and nothing will happen? And do you also believe that if Obi had allowed his supporters to hit the streets, it would have been a different ballgame altogether? People were ready for the struggle. People were ready to actualize Obi's mandate. Do you know people were ready to pay any sacrifice for what they believe in?
Yes, but that's why we chose Peter Obi. We don't want that kind of thing, right?
Okay.
So let me answer. Just let me answer.
You've not started.
A big difference between you and I. So you want to hear my perspective, right? I don't have a skin in the game. I would prefer Obi does that. But the reason why we picked Peter Obi is totally different from why people pick leaders. We're picking Peter Obi because he's not going to dip his hands into the tail, public tail. He's not going to take anybody's money. He's not going to persecute anybody. He's going to do things according to law. He's not going to start a revolution that favors him or doesn't favor him. He's a guy that's a steady hand, that's been in office for 8 years, that believes in the country. He's a patriot. He believes in the Constitution. I don't believe in the Constitution, right? There's a lot of differences between P2B and I. I'm a Biafran.
Do you think that
let me land? It's a very. I'm trying to tell you, I'm a Biafran. P2B is not a Biafran. He's a Nigerian, right? So there are a lot of differences between me and Peter Obi. But I'm also a Nigerian. I'm a West African. I'm a black man. I wear many hats. So now, the people are with Peter Obi. They don't want a revolution. I want a revolution. Not only do I, by the way, do you know, like I told you, I'm to his right. I told the same thing. I said the same thing to Simon Ekpa when he came. I'm to his right. I don't want a revolution. I don't want anybody marching. I want war. That's what I want. Now you don't want that. Showore doesn't want that. P2B doesn't want that. But that's what I want. I believe that's where it's going to end up. War. So now we've been the way before, but it was half-baked. It's undone. We have to go back.
You've not a lot of people have not hit from that war. So why are you calling for another war? Another war will not help you.
Well, too bad. Let me tell you something. There's a difference.
You know the cover. You know the cover from the war you fought before. Why are you calling for another war?
You're the one. You're calling for a revolution. What do you think it is? You think somebody's going to give you power just like that because you're doing a revolution? It might end up being going all the way.
Yeah, let it start from there. Let it start from there.
I've been to war. You haven't been to war, right? So I could tell you.
I've been to war in a different way. The war we fought made the LDP to step aside. We remove the LDP from power. The war we fought sent Abacha to his early grave. Okay, so I fought a lot of war more than you think.
When Simon Ekpa was at Dr. Damage's, and I was the only one defending him. I said, he hasn't done anything wrong. He has the right to do what he's doing. But I'm to his right. I'm to Nnamdi Kanu's right. Nnamdi Kanu wants 5 states or whatever it is, maybe 7, as Biafra. I want the whole thing. Our people brought independence to that country. Everybody else is coming in. We're the Aborigines. We got that independence, and the Northerners reluctantly joined afterwards, right? After we postponed it from 58 and 59 so that they get ready, we postponed it, and then they reluctantly joined in 60, right? So now they open the borders and you have a bunch of people coming from the swamps, Nigeria and all that stuff into our country. So what I want is Nnamdi Azikiwe's map. I want the whole thing, and we can take it as we are friends, and we're going to do it. So now, that's why when you're talking about marching and revolution, you are to my left, right? But we're not talking about that now, because what we want to do is still in a democratic setting. Now, if that works, fine. We don't need any violence. We don't need anything else.
But the people you are dealing with does not know the value of positive peace. You have 2 types of peace. There is negative peace and positive peace. Right? The peace you are preaching right now, those that want to grab it and run away with it, that believe the power is not served a la carte.
Yeah, we won't do it again, because if you listen,
they will not subscribe to the Obi's method. They will not subscribe. They will not.
They will not. Right? Look, you're saying that derisively, and that's one problem I have with you. But I think it's just out of habit. You have moderated. You were unapproachable before. Remember when you and I first had a debate, right? You're gonna have to understand the difference between tactical wins here and there, and then the strategic stuff. That's where you have to. Okay, look, tactically, you're clever, cunning, you political, you're prudent, you're skillful, you do all that stuff. But strategically, that country belongs to us, and we're not gonna lose it. That is critical. We're gonna have to do everything at some point. So that's why a lot of people, they make the mistake. It's like, for example, the Israelis, right? So tactically, the Arabs and the Muslims were able to drive them out for thousands of years from that place. But strategically, they went and they studied all kinds of stuff, studied how to split the atom, for example. Now, we have a lot of our people, some of us can deal with neutrinos now, tame it, right? So a lot of people, progressive Nigerians who are in diaspora, who ain't happy about what's going on back home. But at some point, we're going to strategically come to get that country back. We're not going to let Oyibo keep doing what they're doing, because that's...
Pastor, I think Omoye want to sleep.
Let's
in your honest opinion, will you want Obi to contest in 2027?
Yes.
You want Obi to contest?
Not only contest, he's already won the thing, right? He's going to get his mandate back in 2027.
Are you concerned with the fact that till now he has no platform? Does that bother you?
It's not, because the country has made it to where there is no set thing. In essence, we're gonna win it. So all it is that we've already made the decision we're gonna win it. So now it's for us to go get what it is that it's gonna make us win it. So you have to trust those people, right? There's so many people who are very smart in that and to obey them, right? It's not just to obey. It's another mistake people make. You have Baba Ahmed, you haven't heard from him in a while, right? You have Patrick Tomi there. You haven't heard from those people. You don't know what they're doing.
You're not answering my question. Does it bother you that now?
So you are looking at superficial stuff like the platform, the party, and all that. They're gonna cut in discussions. The enemy, the adversary doesn't know, just like you don't know, right? Because you are an adversary. You're not an insider, so you don't know.
I'm an adversary.
Yes, you're either with them or you're against them. So they're not gonna tell you what they're doing, because that happened. What happened the last time is a big lesson. So you don't know what the hell they're doing, and that's where it should be. Until you come inside, you shouldn't know what they're doing. Don't give us advice. We don't care about what you have to say, Omoroye. Stay out of it. Stay with your show with it. Stay out of our stuff. If you want to know, get inside, right? And if you're not gonna do it,
one time you want everybody to work together. Another time now you're pushing me out, telling me to go outside.
Don't give us advice. If you want to be within there, join the party, join the Labour Party for now. You're gonna be in the know.
Are you still looking up to the Labour Party as a platform?
Up for right now, that's exactly what it is. Until there's a change, you have to obey the last order. I'm a soldier.
So you see, if you're in a position to advise Obi, you see want Obi to work with the likes of Abure, Arababi, and the likes of this one.
I trust Peter Obi so much that if he decides...
No, not Peter Obi this time. I'm talking about those that feed the own Labour Party, the likes of Abure, Arababi.
Yeah, I'm on record to support. I don't think Abure is bad. I'm fighting with Nigeria Watch because of Abure, right?
You don't think Abure is bad?
I don't,
considering what they did to Obi, the betrayals and everything, the allegations.
He had to defend himself. You can't go pushing him around. He's the chairman of the party. So as far as I'm concerned, he won the last election, and I'm happy with his job performance. I have nothing against Abure now. I've made a lot of enemies, including OC here. They don't like it when I defend Abure, so I'm not just doing it now. I've always done it, right?
So if you're in a position to advise with Obi, if he's going back to contest the 2027 presidential election under the platform of Labour, will you subscribe to that?
Yes, I would. I trust Peter Obi. If he decides to do that, I don't see he hasn't done anything wrong. Look, a political party chairman is not Pope, right? It's not supposed to be a good guy. It's not supposed to be the candidate, right? Supposed to, if people are cheating, taking money, he should take money as well. Because
assuming they're already in bed.
Let me tell you why. Because when a political party chairman cannot account for monies that were deposited with him, right? It could be that he used it to pay off talks. It could be that he's saying, you know what, they gave.
What about the allegation of collecting money to endorse the candidates to subvert their primaries?
Hold on. It doesn't. I don't care. Whatever. I like Abure. I think he's the minimum.
What about the allegation of collecting money to subvert their primaries?
I just told you. Those are allegations. You have to prove something. That comes under a criminal statute, right? You have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt, right? To a moral certainty. You haven't done that. Besides, he's not supposed to be a fireboy. From his performance, he was recited to be, and they won the election by a landslide, right? So if he goes to court and they keep him there, if somebody doesn't like,
he didn't win the election. Obi and his supporters did, not to Aburi.
You go and you run against him and remove him from office. It's an elective office that's occupied, right? So, like I was telling Elvis at Mr. Elvis at Niger Watch, I said, you don't like Abure, go and contest against him there. Because a lot of you, including you here, and I'm also watching this Elvis guy because a lot of you stand on the fence talking nonsense, right? and you want us to take advice from you, but you're not all the way in. You're not at the party. Elvis is not a political party.
I thought you said you're not obedient. You're not being obedient does not stop you from supporting Peter Obi. Why are you contradicting yourself?
No, I said I support Peter Obi and I support the Labour Party, but I'm not obedient. I'm calling it the way it is. I'm telling you true or false narratives, right? So I'm saying the same thing I say to you. I say it to Elvis himself, Mr. Elvis, and I say, you want to talk about Abure? Join the political party because you're not privy to anything. It's just like you here coming on this platform, and sometimes Dr. Damage is trying to give the Labour Party an advice. You're a showerega. You're not an obedient. Now, who's going to listen to you?
I'm not AAC either. This is the erroneous impression you have about me. Whatever you think about me is a Showore. Whenever you see me, your mind goes back to Showore. I think you have this Showore phobia. That is very wrong.
We got company. We got Dr. CM here. And Dr. CM, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Well,
if you're waiting for Omori to give you a chance to talk, you're never going to speak here tonight, but I'm giving you the opportunity. Go ahead.
From where I am, it is good morning. Probably
good morning.
Where you are, it might be
good morning,
night.
Dr. CM.
I don't know. Hey, Omoru.
Good morning, sir.
Why they pick your call now? Good morning, Passat. Good from here.
Oh, okay, you will try to call me, right?
So if to say na one big contract, now you one lad, if I don't miss it now.
Hey, sorry, Abeg. I wasn't feeling fine at the time, but I had issue with my phone too. I didn't know my phone was at the back of my pocket. I tried to sit down and the face was blank for some time.
Okay, well, not to worry. It's just that I said, let me catch up with you. I don't know what people are. I think I'm quite fortunate. Normally, I don't catch up on way because of time difference. So this time, today being Saturday, so I don't know. I woke up a bit early. Say, make I check something. Now I see, say, you're online. And Pansat and you there. So I said, I don't know. I thought you people are discussing politics. But one thing I wanted to bring in, I don't know whether it works, is this Edo election now, it's like everything go towards because me, I campaigned for Aswe Godalo. So it's like what they call, is it not poetic justice? Maybe somehow correct me. Poetic justice. So when I saw the way things were moving, that day, in fact, the day I felt happy was when APC called their own witness.
Mm-hmm.
4 of them just they give evidence in favor of PDP. The rest ran away. so when I heard the news that day, I said, "Wow, you see the way God works."
Yes.
You call the witness, sponsor and carry him from maybe Edo State, go Abuja. When he
some of them run away. Some of them run away along the line.
He open mouth. No, not be say he ran away because when the first people were done they give in favor of PDP, the rest no show face. So I said, PDP go down. They say, how do we grill these people, not knowing that they're on your side. So that alone, if justice should be done, that is the day the case has been decided. So I'm quite happy about that because sometimes let us for once get things right. The meaning of democracy does not mean you elect saints. You can elect armed robbers. So far, the procedure is clear.
Exactly. The process is very, very important.
Yeah, so far the process is very clean. You can elect an armed robber. If an armed robber can convince the people with sweet mouth or anything, and they vote for him, not under duress, no rigging, so be it. But in our own case, we only said that until we bend it. So, in fact, that's what I wanted to call you. I say, maybe you don't hear the thing. The thing there, it made me laugh. I've never had something like that. You called a witness to come and testify on in your favor.
Yes.
It was even helping to make the case of your
opponent. For the opponent, yes.
For the opponent. And that made the rest to run away. And then Nigeria, they have to go and put a spin in it. APC, this, that. But
yeah, you know what happened? They were too taught. They were told what to say. But you know, it's a river ball game when you get to deal with the learned gentlemen under cross-examination. So they were taking off balance when it came to cross-examination. Right? What are you holding? Look at the document in your hand. If you see so, will you be able to recognize it? You say yes. When they give it to you, say.
I watched a case where they say somebody stole another person's tools, like all these artisans or technicians, whatever. The guy they say into the thing in tools box get missed and they accuse the other chap. The lawyer asked him for court, say this tools box, if you see her, you go recognize them. He said yes. Say na your own. He said like how? He just point one big table. Say like this tools box of this one. Well, he said no, that one too big. He said like how? The man foolishly used hand estimate the size of the tools box. He no say the lawyer put a tape for his pocket. Now he bring out tape, draw, measure them. So are you sure? He say yes. Then he tell the witness, let them bring the tools box where they claim. When they bring and the thing no match, he say, so you see. so I laugh. Then they contest anyway. So that is just what I see in this Edo election. Why I'm happy is that I want things to be done right. To be honest with you, I don't know why. It's like I have interest in that state. Let the thing be done right, because I remember during the campaign, Aswe was to me looked at his background and everything.
Yes,
I said this is the right guy. But people tend to condemn somebody by association, just like if you carry Nigerian passport now. You land in Vienna, Austria. Na Nigeria. Then don't begin. For what now? Why not judge me personally on my own what merit? They won't do it. So anybody will say, I swear now, Obaseki they bring them, and so what?
My brother, even the Obaseki they bash so much, right? There are things that I don't think online will not permit me to reveal a lot of things to you. They're not dealing with Obaseki because of who Obaseki is or what he did. If you go deeper, there are a lot of things they're dealing with Obaseki for. They just want to capitalize on. They want to hide under the guise of he didn't perform. To do a lot of things against Ighodalo. Obaseki was not really as bad as they tried to make it look like. You understand?
Even to me, I've already made the case somewhere elsewhere that even if the last kobo belonging, so far it's a public fund, whether na one kobo, and the thing waka kurukere, make them fine them. I don't care who put anybody on trial, but with evidence, because it's public money.
Yeah, but look at the caliber of people looking for what is missing. The same people that work with Obaseki that resigned or they were not allowed to contest few days to the election. They turned out to be a judge in their own case.
Yes. That's why that is where the integrity of the whole process come from. When they were instituting that panel, I tell them, say, look, there are standard. I use that Abia State for those of you. I don't know whether you know. Okay, the man who did the now Alex Oti has to bring one of the top 4 account auditing firm in the world. Pay them. Say, come and look into these books. It was there they discovered that Okeze Bazu took out the former governor 10 billion for building Abia Airport. Airport, no way. Money, it don't go. So yes. So when people had it say, so does Abia State has an airport? But the money clearly has been taken. And when the auditing firm found this out, maybe among other things, but this is the key one, people shouted. Nobody's going to court to contest it. Because when you say you are going to court to contest the finding, you are dealing with auditing firm, and they will be in court to present the most professional way their procedure, how they did it. So I was suggesting that in Edo State, I'm not bothered whether Obaseki stole the entire state dry, recover the money, but in doing it, show us that you don't have a vested interest. Be above criticisms. Not that Kazima Febua maybe a campaign against Obaseki.
Ewanta. So the other one, Ewanta, a commissioner that was sacked. The other one, yes, Shaibu. Another one.
The one.
It's a mockery of a probe.
Shaibu, when I look at, Nigeria like to talk. You say the moment you cross a party, you say belong. I say Shaibu, in a government you serve for 7 years as number 2. 6 months because you told Obaseki you want to contest. Nothing there. Your Obaseki is not accusing you of stealing. He just said, no. You are from the north. Let this thing go to the center.
Oshomole just left.
He said, Oshomole just left. You are from the north. Assuming say you are from the central, automatically I go say na you. But make the thing go central. Edo central. You are from the north. That was just, he said, no, Ingo Konto. Obaseki said no. And luckily the PDP, this thing, come out. So that person now become an enemy, crossover. All of them do the prove government.
It became a set overnight.
There is one way they with what they call the guy I think Anselm or Anselm somebody.
Ojezwa.
These are the opponent of Aswe on the primaries. Somebody has to emerge. Now because you lost, you cross over to APC, no problem. But for you now to be appointed to come and start to probe up, now everybody go see, say, So that is my concern. I said, no. These people you are bringing are people that pointing out, say, go better for you, all this, and they left. And you say, make it go probe. Have you ever had that cockroach, the win case in a court when a chicken is the chief judge? Go walk, nah. Go walk. So that was I was telling them, say, look, I believe, go and bring, what is war doing is war doing well. You want to tell the people of Edo State that you are doing this in good faith. And mind you, what you are doing, you are indirectly telling people that when I leave office, please do so to come and investigate me too. Because when Alexoti came, he abolished a pension for ex-governors. It's meaning that when he leaves, he's not going to take pension. That is what he's trying to tell the world. That me, I not go take pension. So if I have abolished it for everybody, I'm included. So if Okwewole is probing, it means that you always stay when I leave, come and probe me. So in doing it, set a standard. That was my argument when I was to say, look, I'm interested. If Obaseki thief money, bring the thing, let it, so that, because if you tell Obaseki now to go to court, challenge this, if he say he no recognize the committee, it's a witch hunt. He said, why not use this type of people when you know that they are independent and they can investigate so that I can testify before them? So when I look and I say, when they went to Abuja, they do that kind this thing. I say, I never see where witness, where you pay, give them money, feed them well. When they come to court, you gotta give evidence.
You know what happened? You know what happened in that case, right?
Yeah.
There was a particular polling unit, right? In the place of where the deputy governor is from. So the PDP won that unit. What they did was in order to cancel that place, I think there was overvoting. I know it was a deliberate attempt to cancel the place. Yeah. So eventually the unit was cancelled. Yeah. So they now brought it to court. So the allegation for PDP is that they were overvoting in so many areas. Yeah. So when they now brought that witness to court, he came with the impression that, moreover, PDP won the place, and moreover, it was cancelled. Yeah. So if you now believe there was overvoting there, you agree there was overvoting there and it was cancelled. So the same thing should apply to other areas where cases of overvoting was reported. They didn't know what the lawyers were driving at. Yeah. He just thought, if you say it was won by PDP, moreover, it was cancelled, that would be the end of the case. You understand? Yeah. By extension, if there was overvote, if you agree that there was overvoting in that polling unit, whether it was won by PDP or APC, it doesn't matter, and it was cancelled. The other areas where there were cases of overvoting were reported and substantiated up to have been cancelled by extension. So if you do plus and minus like they did for Shomole, in 2008, automatically, ASU has a very, very good case, except they want to compromise their already battered image, further.
Is that even the way I'm just trying? To me, I'm curious to to know how they are going to, in the face of this overwhelming evidence, by their what we've seen, that the judgment will go the other way. If not, to declare PDP the winner. That is just what I'm waiting for. I don't know if there's
Aswe has a very, very good case, ordinarily in the Senate crime, but
and he
with
proved
these people,
and he proved it. Not just that he had, but he
beyond
proved
reasonable doubt,
yeah, he proved it. Yes.
Yeah, my only fear is that my only fear, seeing the overwhelming volume of evidence they have, they may allow tribunal to take to have its way. They will wait for them at the appeal. I don't know what will happen, but even if at the level of appeal, you're not going to call witness anymore. They're just going to look at the decision of the tribunal.
Yes.
You don't have to go over again, starting all over. You just have to look at the decision taken by the tribunal, if it was rightly or wrongly taken. So there is hope for us, there is hope for those people if the right thing is done. But with the man in charge that doesn't have any respect for integrity, it does not have any modicum of integrity and sincerity, and doing everything possible to gather what he can for 2027. Let's see how he plays us. All eyes on judiciary, as our people will always say. If you want to go by the fact of the case, it's a bad case for them. They know it. They know it.
Exactly. They know it. They know it. It's a bad case.
They are aware. They know it. They know what they did. One local government in Edo South, one or two local government can cover the whole of Edo North. And the biggest results came from that same Edo North, overshadowing the whole of Edo South. Igubaoka and Oredo.
Exactly.
Oredo and Igubaoka is more than the whole of Edo North. They suppressed the PDP votes. They inflated they suppressed the PDP vote in Ego, Oredo and Igubaoka. Now those were the results they took directly to straight to quality center, where they didn't allow us and his agent to enter. Well, Obaseki has to wake up at night, at the middle of the night to go. So that was where
I saw it live. It's not
exactly that was where the manipulation came from. While they were busy inflating a result from Donuts, where Oshomole and Shaibu, it was an open robbery. It was a daylight robbery.
This man, that PDP, is it not director general? Normally they said is that something like the person that we coordinate, it's just like the person in charge of a PDP election, just like to monitor what do they call it? It's not director general of the campaign council or
director general of the campaign organization.
Matthew Iduri. The guy cried in the night.
Yes.
He said, look at where I am. The law said that I should be there to witness the collation. He said the only APC, my opponent, my counterpart in APC is there. Look at where I am. They locked me out with soldier pointing gun anyhow. I shout. That was when Aswe came out in the night and the Obaseki.
Yes. Even by law, Aswe is supposed to be, every other agent is supposed to represent him, but he's supposed to be his own agent, number one, before others can join. He's supposed to be an agent to himself, representing the interest of himself before other agents around him. They didn't even allow the aspirant to go in.
It's true. So that thing gave them away. It gave them, because if there's no pictorial evidence, something like if there's no video coverage of that night, people can deny it. He said, look at where I am outside. When my destiny is inside, they are manipulating. Why did they lock me outside? So they are too audacious. I will be disappointed if in the end they condone all those things.
It was a foolish way to ring. They ring it foolishly.
For once, saying the truth and telling lies from Nigerian election, to me, it's a very thin line.
Yeah.
Why I say this is that look at Abia. If that Professor Uti from Futo, who is the returning officer, agreed.
The lady professor, right?
I think it was how many million they were promising. Supposing she want to do it, she said, no, this million too much. Now I want to double them. They are willing to double it.
Anything.
And then, but the lady said, no, I will do my conscience. And that conscience, now I make a Lexuti now. Look at the difference. That decision of that lady. Look at the difference it's making in Abia State. Instantly. So in this case, this tribunal should say, no, from the evidence. You couldn't, you rigged, you couldn't even cover your tracks, you couldn't even prove your case. You are not convincing. Let them do their conscience. Let them say no. For once, let them do their conscience, irrespective of whether the people in appeal or wherever they may be may change their decision. But them, just do your own.
Exactly.
Exactly. After
And
all,
leave the rest for God.
exactly, when the Professor Oti refused to accept their money and declare Alex Oti the winner, she has done her case. If you go to Supreme Court, they change them. You can't blame her, but she has done her own. So let this Edo tribunal, let them do their own first, because the ball is, and they have enough reason to declare as well the winner.
Yeah, it's a very clear case. It's a very clear case. No ambiguity at all.
The guy won.
Yeah.
I never see a case where you
let me come in and welcome Dr. CM.
Yeah, thank you.
First of all, I'm trying to figure out how you were able to converse with Almajiri and the decibel. It's normal, and it's letting you talk, and you let him talk. So
no, Amaru is my friend. Amaru is my friend. Only they give him if they ask for phone number, me they give him my account number. You know, they agree take account number.
No, we were having a dialogue. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude or interjecting. So we were flowing now. We could see, unlike you that will come insulting, attacking, castigating, and bashing. You know, but CM is a jolly fellow, man.
All right, thank you. I see that. So now I happen to disagree with Dr. CM on one issue, and out of he and I agree usually 99% of the time. I believe that the Edo election was won by Labour Party Abata. And
are you
no, seriously. But
what are your reasons?
What the reason being that I am an observant.
I want to see my laugh.
No, but seriously, I'm using by observation, which is a scientific method. I monitored that election carefully.
Yeah, hold on just a minute. See, you know what you said earlier? You said if he contests election with Peter Obi, then he will probably defeat Peter Obi, not Joshua William.
Please, don't distract now. You see, when two of you were talking, I let you guys talk for a long time, so you can't
I
say.
thought you were sleeping.
You're gonna be able to interject. You can interject. That's okay. But I'm saying, since you've spoken ad nauseum, it's time for me to put in a word in here, right? So now I watched that election. Olumide Abata was qualified to be a governor. He's run under the Labour Party. Labour Party carried the state in the federal elections, and he was just like another Oti in Edo State. He was accessible. He had the continuing the revolution, and they rigged him out of that, just like Peter Obi. So because what they do, they have a modus operandi, which is Imo State, where they took the 4th or the 5th and then made them governor. So they figured a way to do it to where when they have an election, whoever won that election, they put on the 3rd. So you have to understand that this is not as the unscrupulous ones, right? They don't try to be innovative, come up with a different thing. So they're gonna keep doing the same thing until they stopped. So what they did with Peter Obi was to make him the 3rd finisher. Even though he won the election, they put in somebody, a sandwich, put somebody in between, which was the Waziri of Adamawa came in 2nd in the results ANEC gave us. So they did the same thing in Edo State, where they took the win and made him number 3. So some of this nonsense, we're going to have to stop it. It's going to take all of us. Now, you couldn't be obedient, like as much obedient as you are, Dr. CM. And then when it comes to the election, you did something that was just complete. It doesn't make any sense. There is no logic to it. There's no rhyme to it. Unless you're going to say something esoteric, such as, this clan here, they've been in office, or they've never won before. It's their turn. Do you understand? That would be the only reason, because if you're obedient, as much obedient as you are, as effusive as you were, there's no reason for you to go supporting a PDP candidate, because what we
CL
were...
CL is a refined obedient, not a blindfolded obedient. It's
Okay,
refined and objective obedient.
let me make my points, and you could poke holes in it. A couple of more minutes, I'll pass it back, even though I was here for like half an hour while two of you were talking. So what I'm saying is that Dr. CM and I agree 99% of the time, because we're scientists and we do things by true or false. We shouldn't have different results. When it's boiled down, what you did there, Dr. CM, is completely out of order. I mean, there's no rhyme or logic to it, because what we are against is not just the candidates in trying to take our country back. The calculation, the formula, whatever we're doing is actually the PDP itself as a political party and the APC, right? So we couldn't, no true obedient, no true progressive will support anybody from the PDP if we have a viable candidate in the Labour Party, of which Peter Obi was the principal there, and they was promoting and they was supporting Olumide, being that when somebody is president, in order for you to govern very well, even if you say you want to change the constitution, you're going to need to thought what's called a supermajority. So you need as many people in the Congress, Assembly, National Assembly, as you can in your political party, and as many governors as you can, because you're going to need two-thirds of those governors to change legislation when it comes to constitutional matters. So that's why. But I thought about it, because when you were promoting the PDP candidate, I tried to figure out why you were doing it. So I came to understand that it's probably just out of ignorance, because you were in the United Kingdom over there. You don't know the importance of political parties. You guys,
he knows. Yeah, sorry,
will you mute yourself? Yeah.
He knows the good point is what that you do, man.
No, but listen, ignorance is not a bad
It's
word.
just like me telling you you wouldn't want. It's just like me telling you you wouldn't want 2023 presidential election. How many local governments did the Labour Party? How many local governments did you win?
I'm gonna need your help to have this guy hold his peace. I'm almost done here.
You're making a very wrong analogy.
So what I'm saying is that when I abuse show whether he gets mad. When I abuse him, he doesn't care. That when I abuse you, if he thought the word ignorance is I don't mean it in the nefarious sense that is often used. I mean it in the unaware, unconscious, right? Inexperience. I didn't mean it in the nefarious sense. I meant it in the way that you just don't know politics when it comes to democracy, where we.
I understand what you're saying. Dr. CM is well at home with Edo politics. He's not ignorant of Edo politics. I think you are the one that is displaying some level of ignorance about what's transpiring in Edo.
Hold your peace, and I can't keep going on and on. Admonishing you, Omori, I want you to have some respect. I'm not your mate. I could be your dad, right? So respect yourself. So what I'm saying is that
I'm senior to you, man.
You have to know, Dr. CM.
I'm your elder brother. I'm your uncle.
Is effusive in supporting Peter Obi and the Labour Party. So it made no sense. Now maybe tonight you're gonna be able to elucidate, Dr. CM, why you're doing that. Right now, though, because you have, like I said earlier, you have the adjective sense, right? So what's his name is good. The PDP, what's his name again? The PDP candidate. What's his name again?
The
Gadalo, yeah. Asue Gadalo, right? He's good. But unfortunately, it's not a binary choice where you could say somebody is better. I would have said Olumide Akpata is better. But out of the three, Monday, Asue, and Olumide is the best candidate for our philosophy and where we want to take the country. We don't want to be encumbered by people like Asue Gadala and others. But between Asu Igadalo now and Monday, Asu is better. He's one fighting, so I'm on his side now, right? But if that tribunal wants to go all the way and be like what they did in Imo State, they're supposed to take a look at those evidence that's been proffered and find for Olumide Akpata as the winner of that election. It was clear. That
Court
was a
is not even a
revolution.
Christmas. He cannot give you what you don't ask the court. I mean, he's not even in court. He doesn't even challenge the election. Why come is how is he going to win?
But you're talking about Nigeria here. They don't have jurisprudence. Now, if they have to follow jurisprudence, it was done in Imo State, where the present incumbent governor right now came in 5th or something like that. He wasn't even
On what basis? On what basis would they declare Akpata the winner?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, by jurisprudence, right? But the way the courts operate is that they have to follow what's called in law precedent, right? So right now in Imo State, the incumbent governor there came in 4th or 5th, and then the litigants went in there. He wasn't one of the ones fighting it, and then they made him the governor, the Supreme Court of Nigeria. So now that sets a precedent, right? And this time it's a horizontal stare decisis. That's what it's called in law, stare decisis. Now, what I'm trying to say to Dr. CM, though, is that he doesn't have the experience that we have here in the United States, the cradle of democracy.
Do you just give example by what happened in Imo State?
Would you mute this guy, please? I've already made my
Did
point
you
on
just
that.
give your example? I think I better go and have my sleep. Sometimes when we're discussing something very useful, you just come from nowhere to bucanize everything, and it's not very good.
Okay,
You cite an example with Imo experience. Is that what you want to?
Let me
Is
hold
that
on.
what you want to make your audience to listen
hold
to?
on. Let me hold on so you can go to sleep. Go ahead. You're excused. You're thanked and excused. You made it to your points tonight. I don't know what else you have to add to this discussion. I want to talk to Dr. CM. I want him to tell me why.
Your point of argument is baseless. How are you talking about a Labour Party who could not even boast of a single local government? You could not even win a ward. You could not win a unit. You could not win a police unit. And you start giving us the example of the Imo.
Listen, Omori, Ms. Omoye, you're gonna have to come in and mute this guy while I'm talking. I gave you almost an hour to talk.
No, they start to play that. They start to be serious. We are serious. We are saying something very useful.
On a serious note, I just told you what you should do is look up.
If you are joking, you are joking. When you are serious,
will you be quiet? Be quiet now.
How are you talking about Olumide Akpata that was an agent? He was a mole used by APC to destabilize the PDP. It didn't fly.
You're out of order. You're being
He's not even in court. He's not even contesting the election.
I'm almost done. There, you talk.
Say something reasonable. Something our audience.
If I say
something educative, something that beneficial to the panelists and to the audience.
You're just obliging. Don't worry.
Okay. I don't want him admonished next time. He has to be removed, right? So now what I'm saying is that I quoted Dr. CM, stare decisis is what gives courts judicial review powers. They're the only institution in most countries that are democracies that can do what's called judicial review, and they base it on stare decisis. If the courts have established in the past, like I quoted in the case of Imo State, the candidate who came in 4th or 5th wasn't even a litigant, but the courts went ahead and made him the winner of the election. After they did their math, deducted this, deducted that, they just made him the governor. So they could follow that precedent, right? I hope you understand that's the way it works. But my question to you is not on the law. That's clear to me. My question to you is that how can you be such an ardent, obedient Labour Party supporter in the federal elections, and then when it came to the Edo election, you support the PDP? Could you tell me why you did that? Because that's the only disagreement I have with you.
Objectivity, sincerity, and a sense of purpose.
What happened was at the national level, when P2B came out, in fact, since 2019, when P2B was the running mate to Atiku, it was a very, very acceptable ticket to most Nigerians, given the 4 years disaster of Buhari then and the APC. Somehow, and people came out to vote because the moment Atiku picked the PDP ticket, naturally he said he will pick his running mate from the southeast. So coming down the southeast, the people in PDP, because Peter Obi crossed over after because of Jonathan when he handed over Anambra State after his governorship. The likes of Anyim Pius Anyim from Ebonyi, Ike Ekweremadu from Enugu, Andy Obai in Anambra State, Chris Obai, all those Buccaneers, then Okezie Ikpeazu in Abia, who is in Imo State, and I can't remember. So all these people felt that they are the Nigerian stakeholders, but invariably they are the stakeholders. STEAK, that is the meat, not STICK. So they felt they should be consulted. So Atiku just felt that he surveyed, he didn't consult them. What Atiku did was to constitute his own panel, mainly his friends in the north and maybe some southwest. They discussed just to help him. He didn't make it official. He said just like he want to decide. Maybe him and his wives or maybe children or whatever. They felt Obi had a chance. I mean, Obi is the brightest. In terms of the ticket Obi will bring, Obi is well loved. In the whole of Southeast, somebody from Ebonyi is willing to vote for Obi, not even when Obi didn't govern Ebonyi State. The same thing with Abia. They envied Obi anything. Because the moment Obi said he handed over money, it's unheard of in Nigeria. You will do everything clear, not even zero debt. Clear you are handing your opponent, your successor, a very clean record. He said, I'm not owing anybody, nobody for you to pay. Just start now and build. And this is money in the account for you. Even if you don't, you should be happy. So that shocked so many people. Because of that, they loved Obi. Now, when Atiku picked Obi, politics. The likes of Ekweremadu Fela is the highest ranking person, deputy senate president at the federal. That even if didn't, because he was positioning himself for that ticket, but he couldn't say it. So when Atiku picked Obi out of his own conviction, it's only the southeast politicians in PDP that were kicking against Obi. But the rest, even PDP all over the country, welcomed Obi, knowing that yes, it's a formidable ticket, and given the mess Buhari has made of Nigeria, it will be a sail through, and Obi started. But somehow, you saw what happened now. APC go to court. So when the thing lost, they couldn't, it went the Nigerian way. Now, people felt that this time around, Obi should be on his own in PDP. PDP should automatically ask him so that the power will come south. Let him compete with whoever APC will bring. Probably in the southeast, if they really want to be this thing. But they chose Tinubu. Even then, people said, let him compete. But Atiku had another this thing. So the way they did it, and then instead of doing the normal way, say throw it open, throw it. How should you throw it open? 2019, it wasn't thrown open. They said it's the north. So 2023 it should come down south. So because of that, people now felt that even if for anything, out of sympathy, out of knowing Obi's quality, irrespective of the party, and they would pat your tummy backing him. And people felt that the people around Obi are somehow clean, They felt, no, we are tired of all this. We don't want that. And besides, Nigerian politics, you have to factor in positive ethnicity. And we call it positive because you can't tell me that Buhari will do 8 years, Fulani. Another Fulani will take over again. He's standing from the same side. No, now. What if Yoruba man succeeded Obasanjo in 2007? Who will listen to that? Or another Ijo will take over from Jonathan in 2015? No, now. People won't like that. So why should we tolerate it now? No. So that was most of these things are sympathy that swayed towards Obi. Then people that knew him as a somebody who knows what to do and the way he was sounding, vote for me not because of this and this and this. When Tinubu was in Abeokuta saying Yoruba local, then when he gets to Yoruba, not every Yoruba, Emi local is just down to him. Atiku was in Amadu Bello, what is it called, the Arewa House, saying openly, Nigeria do not need the Igbo president. Nigeria do not need a Yoruba president. They not. We will vote for ours. So all those things are then Obi cashed in on it and was telling Nigerians, "Don't. I'm not like this. Don't vote for me because my religion or this. I'm Igbo. I'm a Christian. No, vote for me for competence, character, and commitment or something." Then that's one. Then to drive the point, when he says, I want somebody to show me where they say bread is cheaper for a Muslim than a Christian or a Christian that, the thing became a household name and then go and verify. So all this, for anything, I have to see reasons in what Obi is saying, then I went for him. More or less, not the party, to be honest with you. Okay, look at the mess they did. Okay, given if I'm to say party, do you know that even is it Okada rider or bus driver in Kaduna? I don't know. It's somewhere in Enugu. They all got elected. What they can never dream of. And in Labour Party, there's something will be brought to Nigerian politics. People should acknowledge that. Do you know that now people are no longer eager? They are no longer predisposed to say, give us money to vote for you. Look at Labour Party. Look at the following. In fact, the day I knew, I must say this, and I've said this elsewhere. The day I knew that the election has been won by Obi was the day Obi visited Edo State. He started from Auchi. Before he could get down to Ring Road in Benin, it was 10 p.m. And people had been there since 8 o'clock waiting for him. That day shocked me. That was the shocker. Imagine in darkness, the motor light people were using to check something. We saw it in our life. I said, wow, because of this. So the momentum is
Well, that's
with
what
him.
we saw with Akpata too, when Akpata came down there, right?
Wait, I'm coming to you, Akpata. We just hold on.
Look, what I'm saying, you made the same observation I made. In essence, you saw the crowd when Akpata was in town.
Only you saw that.
Mr. Pansat, Akpata was on the
Wait.
to destabilize Aswai Godano. We're
made the
telling
case.
you, politics is local. We're telling you the local political equation in Edo.
Wait. I've made the case. So this was what I said. Not really because of the party. It was Obi that made Labour Party. Now, do you know? Do you know that? Let me tell you this fact. Maybe you didn't observe it, but I want you to know. If you do, then it's okay. Do you know that if Edo election followed like they did a P2B's election in February, let's say by March or April, that they want to do election in Edo, Labour Party would have won because that momentum of Labour is still there. Aburi's case has not come to the limelight. Not only that, and those defection, the moment they inaugurated in May or in June, they inaugurated the parliament in Abuja in May. And the Tinubu start buying their car and they accept, and people started saying, wow, why are these people joining? I thought Labour were different. That was where people now start having feeling that, no, these people are really, after all, they are Nigerians. They just use the wing of Labour to fly to Aso Rock. So if Edo State election had followed, let's say 2 months before this rigmarole that happened, blew up in Labour, in terms of malfeasance by Aburi and all this Arabambi case, people would have, you stand this and say, no, it's Labour, we know. But that was what gave people this thing to start saying, this Labour. Even I'm Robert, where the APC come into Labour, we vote. PDP, they came into Labour. That's when they get to Edo. I said, no, let me even study the candidate. Not because at that point I wanted, because this Abure issue, more or less, it diminished Labour in the eyes of the people. It diminished Labour. That's one. Then when we now, and the way they do election, I don't want to harp on so much on the fact that as at May, February 25th, 2023, Olumide Akpata is a full-fledged member of PDP, campaigning for Atiku. But because coming down to the primaries, he felt that he may not stand a chance. He's from the south, and Obaseki, who is the governor, is going to back anybody from the central. He may not stand a chance. Then Olumide still felt that if I leave now and then switch over to Labour, Labour won in Edo, and the obedient headquarters is like Edo State, that he stand a chance. Then he left. So invariably, Olumide Akpata is not a die in the wood Labour Party man. Oh. It's just an opportunity there, given what I've told you how he moved. Because if he had done during the time of a mass movement to bring Obi on those days, I mean, Paul Okumbo or other people that left Labour for YPP, this, they said when Olumide Akpata came with his resources, he displaced them. That after all, when they were building Labour in Edo in those days, all these things, it wasn't there. But that is not what, for me, that's what people choose. But my conviction, what convinced me was, I put the candidate, all of them. The good thing is that 6 of them that I was researching, none of them had been governor before. If Philip Shuaibu had been there, I would have said, okay, he had experience as a deputy. But none of them has been governor before. So I now said, okay, let me look at their background. Olumide is a lawyer, former MBA chairman. I mean, it's not a pushover. But when I considered Asue, because I was looking at these 2 people, I looked at Asue's background and what he was able to achieve relative to Olumide Akpata. That is just what turned the table for me. I went for him. I said, look, this man, if they are going to say a governor and a deputy, I will pull Asue this thing, then Olumide be deputy. 2 of them should run on a ticket. But they are different party. It's a job for one person. So that was what convinced me to stick to Asue. Because I researched the guy. I said, as of today that I'm campaigning for him, what will make me to leave Asue is if there's a scandal, personal scandal that blew up, then I said, well, to hell with you. But as for now, nothing. And do you know the type of discipline that guy has? Because when I read about him, I said, look, so they have this type of material. It doesn't, it's a, people, if you use the word technocrat, it has been bastardized. So I don't want to see. But I felt a man who built up himself immediately after law school. He started building himself up. Look at where his chamber, everything.
He's just like Obi. Sorry to cut you short. Just like Obi.
So I looked at it. Yes, this is where he is. And then he is coming into politics. He hasn't been there before, just like Olumide hasn't also been there before. Yes, fresh idea, fresh this thing. They now look at what they want to do, what he wanted to do. Do you know I have opportunity of interviewing him? I think that was on Nigeria Watch. I asked him a question. 3. I said, this question I'm going to ask you is one question, but it's A, B, C. Number 1, you know Edo. I'm not from Edo. You know Edo inside out. Or even if you don't know, I assume you know because it's your state. So let me concede you should know. Even if you do not know, but take it for granted. I've given it to you bonus. You know Edo inside out. What particular problem today do you think is number 1? What can you do to solve that problem? And why do you think you are the best? 3 questions. The first thing is there is insecurity. And he started telling me what he felt from the grassroots. He wasn't even mentioning police. And then why do you think he said, I have been involved in this and I'm a lawyer? I know what the people need and this I'm going to tackle it. Maybe I can't remember the way he articulated his point, but I was convinced by it. The way he spoke. That is one. He wasn't going to balloon this. He answered it. And I think he commented on it somewhere. Somebody gave me a said the guy said that question really made him to say yes, that you can't take Edo people for granted, though I'm not from Edo. So when I started studying him, he never put any foot wrong. I felt if Edo should get this type of person, do you know that at a point I was saying, with what is happening in PDP, if they declare us, we make at least in Nigerian politics is very fluid. You can move both ways. It's like not a river flows one way, so you can so like this thing. I said, let him just cross over to Labour. He has gotten elected. Let him cross over to Labour and help P2B. That's what that was what I said. Let him, if he the moment he wins PDP this thing, do him for 6 months, and then look at what is happening in PDP. Sorry, if you just use it. He's a lawyer. He should look for the loophole and then switch over. And if he does it, people will even welcome him the more. So I'm also being selfish in reasoning that way because I want Obi is still a candidate to beat in terms of his character, what he stood for, and their competence. Now, If Asue gets elected under PDP, to me, it's becoming a wrong party for him, then let him move. Switch over to Labour. Implement, just tell the people of Edo that you've come. So far, you do not want to steal money. You can come, no matter how much you receive from Abuja. 6 months, 1 year, Edo will be people will be shouting because you are not interested in taking any money into your pocket. Everything you pour it out. And then part of taking money does not mean that you will sign off this money and put in Swiss bank. No, directly. Part of taking money is you call those your criminal, maybe some criminal friends. They are not criminal, but they will be behaving like one. They come and bring one contract. You say, take this. You start to something of 5 million. You take it, you do it 5 billion. In the end, you say, we constructed this road. Yes, you did the road quite all right. Is it for what price? Is it the price? Is it by giving me toothpick at the cost of toothpaste? No, now, that type of thing. So that is what I feel. The man is well self-made first. Secondly, he comes across as somebody who is committed and who I can stand for. I remember saying somewhere, I think the thing nearly earned me some opprobrium. I don't know, but maybe when I don't hear them. The day I described Asue, I said Asue is a cool head, a steady hand. What was it? Asue is a cool head, steady hand, a focused mind, and above all, somebody who is well grounded in the art of managing men and human resources, managing human and material resources. Some people say, which one be cool head? I say, you don't know what in be cool head. You don't know what is steady hand. Person where hand know the shake. You don't know the meaning. Somebody is a steady hand and a focused mind. So this quality is what I used to describe him. And then they made them just, they have to water it down, but in the end, they have to come to terms with what I said. So I feel
okay. Let me come in.
Guy needs.
Let me come in, Dr. CM. Obviously, unfortunately, on a platform.
Pastor, let me add to what CM said, please. You already raised something at the beginning. Please let me just correct one impression. Answering Godalo and even Obaseki were actually more obedient than a lot of people think. Some people don't know the politics of Edo, and some people don't understand the nitty-gritty of Nigerian politics. As obedient movement went as far. This is something that I have not disclosed in any platform. I've said it for the first time today. Obedient movement was actually not just in the government house in Edo. It went to the kitchen and the bedroom of Baseki. People are not aware. The commitment the first lady made towards Obi's success. I don't want to discuss anything here that will shock you. CM, let me even shock you. Pastor, do you know Igodalo, the pastor, a younger brother to this guy, Aswe Igodalo, was not just an obedient. He occupied a very crucial position in obedient movement, the financial position, assisted by that lady, Yusuf. So there's a lot of things people don't know. The movement, there's something that was propelling that movement people don't see. They don't come out. They are not politicians. It was something unusual. It was a disruption to the Nigerian normal political situation. Obi came to disrupt the system. A lot of people were involved. People were not out. They are not politicians. They were not known. The contribution made by this action you're talking about, even Obaseki himself, he made a blunder at the beginning by not allowing them to use stadium, by saying one or two things. But later, when he was having problem with APC and PDP, the next party to Obaseki was actually Labour. I am not just saying this because I want you to hear me. He planted a lot of people there when he wasn't sure of his position, when his position in PDP was shaking. He actually planted a lot of people to contest under Labour in Edo. The financial commitment and otherwise commitment to Labour movement in Edo, people are not aware. When people sit down to talk politics, blah, 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 they sit down in America, they sit down in the UK and talk to politics without knowing the local underpinnings or the local, what is happening on the ground. I just laugh at them. Not just Obaseki, his wife. Okay. His wife was in Labour movement. They were committed financially and otherwise. This action you're talking about was more committed to obedient movement than you pastor talking here.
Okay.
His brother was not just a member of labor; he was deeply involved in the financial position in the day-to-day running of obedient movement.
I hear you.
You guys are not aware. This nobody will tell you all this one, and these are not secret. I'm supposed to say, these are the strategies. A lot of things work for obedient advantage. People were working behind the scenes to propel obedient movement.
Okay, I like I said, that's esoteric, right? It's an obscure argument to make, right? It's an abstract. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But we're not going by that. We are talking about the Labour Party and the candidature of Olumide Akpata. And true or false, what happened in that election? That's all. I don't care if he's a closet obedient.
Akpata was not in the race. Akpata was not a factor at all. He was just a stabilizing. He was just a pawn.
You asked me to allow you a minute to make your point, which you made, so I'm poking holes in it. So I want you to stay calm. Let me make my point.
You say what you don't know about the politics. Ask the people on ground. Ask the local players. They will tell you.
No, I'm not going by that. That's not the way. There's nothing I don't know, and I know what I'm supposed to know.
Politics is more than what you hear on the internet, on what you sit down behind your phone to talk.
Try to get
politics is local. It's local.
Get them to be in order.
Akpata was not in the race.
Very soon, I'm going to be very, very tough on the 10. I want us to have a conversation, and you can interject me, but just don't talk to be talking. Now, I have said that Dr. CM did not, he scurried around, he didn't answer my question, but it's okay. I'm not going to insist on it because Dr. C and I will talk. We're friends, and he's a scientist, but I don't think, Dr. CM, that you answered my question.
I did.
I believe that political parties have a role to play, but we should do things by true or false. That election was won by Olumide Akpata, but everybody conspired against the Labour Party. Everybody in that state.
You've not told us how. I say, how did he win? Tell us how.
By the votes, right?
How many local government? How many units? Could even win his own unit.
If you keep interrupting me, then we're not. All you want to interject, but you don't want to interrupt, right? If you have
something, debatable, something we can hold on to, not misleading our audience.
I'm
saying he couldn't even win his polling unit.
And what I'm saying is that, remember, the only little bit I'm saying there is that the courts supposed to look at that comprehensively and see who won the election, since that's the role they want to play. I don't believe in the courts determining the outcome of the election, but this is a tribunal. This is not the Supreme Court yet. It looks at the methodical, they're looking at it, but if they follow stare decisis, now you have to know some stare decisis is vertical, then some are horizontal. So now, in this tribunal, right, it's vertical. The Supreme Court is the one who determined the case of the Imo State. So now they are the apex court. So now this particular tribunal have to follow it. They don't have a choice because it's a hierarchy. The court's a hierarchical system. Since the Supreme Court has given a judgment whereby the litigants came to court, but they went outside of the two and went and picked a third person as a winner after they looked at the evidence. So now that is part of a vertical stare decisis. Because
you're talking about president here, Pastor. I'm disappointed that you set an example with that of Imo, which was a complete aberration as far as a legal jurisprudence is concerned. I'm disappointed. I don't know where you're getting narrative from.
Do you have
we should be ashamed to say, before we say certain things, we don't talk it to ourselves. We talk it to an audience. We talk it to ourselves. We should be able to educate ourselves.
You and I are
you're looking for an example to cite. You're looking for president. You're talking about a dog that was, Imo that was a complete aberration and I'm not a complete abnormality. Me, I don't know why you. We spend the time to talk here. When you talk, be mindful of people and you have an audience listening to you. You're talking to other people. We are not talking to morons.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. All you have to do is to poke holes in what I'm saying, right? I'm here. I made a statement that the way style decisive works is that it's hierarchical. I've cited you the two types of style decisis, what you know as precedents. There is a horizontal style decisis, which is, of course, that are equal and all that kind of stuff. But in this case, it's vertical. You have an apex court has already made a ruling on it. It doesn't matter when you follow style decisis. It could happen in one state, it could happen in federal. You just have to go and look at the way the Supreme Court, who have the right of judicial review.
They are two different scenarios. They are two different situations. They have nothing in common.
Dr. CM, I believe that if I'm not wrong, this boy should not be interrupting me, right? I'm taking my time.
You say something very, very wrong, something misleading.
It's not wrong. It's not misleading. It's true.
They have no correlation at all.
No, Google it and then show it to somebody before you talk again. Show it to a host.
They have no correlation at all.
Omoruji, let's allow him the next few minutes so that just let him flow. Just note your points. Me, I will react to what he's saying. Just let him.
But I'm willing to yield if somebody wants to correct what I'm saying and they have their facts, right? I will yield because it's not good to pile on if something is wrong. So far, I believe that I'm making a sound legal argument. It's following jurisprudence worldwide, universal jurisprudence, and that's the way. And I've brought it down. I tried to reduce the term so Omori could understand what style decisive means. It's precedent, right? And I've elucidated the vertical and then the horizontal. And I know that the vertical is unimpeachable. I don't know what he's making noise for. This is the way it is worldwide. It doesn't matter. Edo State, you think you in your enclave in Edo, you're entitled to your own stuff. You're not. It's the way it is. So now, what I'm saying here is that by observation, I looked at that. We need a new Nigeria. You said, Dr. CM, that you're proud of the Abia State performance of the Labour Party governor over there, who's run many times, and he wasn't a good actor before, never won before. He was an APC, completely aloof guy, couldn't win an election without the Labour Party. And that's what we want to build on. That part is sacrosanct. It's important. I gave you a chance to answer the question because you say you answered it. I just want to say that I'm disappointed, right? Because I believe that you were cowed into your position. I will conclude with that by just saying, I come to Nigeria watch myself, and I know you've seen me there. I was dissatisfied because when it came to this gubernatorial election, Elvis said that he wasn't going to participate in it. He wasn't going to be for anybody. That he was going to be neutral. And but all along he was biased, unfair. As a human being, you cannot be neutral. Obviously, it could be how many times you let somebody talk. It could be what your topics are. For example, I know that every day he was bringing Peter Obi with the headline of, let's say, Showore says, shut up to Peter Obi, for example. I'm not saying that's accurate, but I'm just saying something like that. Or he could say, Atiku doesn't want to be with Peter Obi. The headline. Even though when he elucidates it and talk about it, he doesn't go that far. Or he could have a tribalist on the platform, like Madam Patricia and all that.
The decision that gentleman took in the election was the best decision for him. It was better he didn't take any side. He took the best decision.
You cannot, when other people are running for office, you're all over the place, you're making noise and you're talking, and then when it comes to your own, you say democracy is the closest to yourself. That's democracy. It's for the people, right? So when you're picking the most important support that he should have given is for that one. Now, but anyway, so what I'm saying is that because of Dr. CM is a gentleman, as you could see here, he gets along with Omori. Who gets along with Omori? I could never get along with Omori, right? But Dr. CM gets along with Omori because he doesn't turn any leaves over, right? He gets along, right? And I have a brother like that. I have nothing against it. Normally, if somebody abuse our younger sister, maybe I get into a fight, and he won't get in a fight. He'd be a gentleman, right? Stuff like that. So that's why when you have Amari here being disorderly and abusing me here, Dr. CM doesn't want to get into a fight with Amari, even without provocation. So, but what I'm saying is that you, Dr. CM, your position that you took in that election is based on your need to get along with Elvis. I believe that.
No, it's not. I told you I put the 6 on the this. You know, do you know? Let me say, do you know I was the last person to declare when I was at Nigeria Watch then. He said, "Look, they finished primary in March. You are free to campaign for your this." By the way, I like the decision he took because he said this is his platform, his own state. If he say I want to campaign for SDP or maybe in NNPP, my candidate, the tendency is that the day somebody may be flowing, because he explained it, you might say your time is up. They say, because I'm not campaigning for your candidate. He said no. He said he's neutral. He said you are free. Your campaign is my state. Whatever who I choose. So, and that is, to be honest with you, because he's the owner of his platform. If it's another platform, he will choose. So I quite respect, and that is the wisest thing to do. But do you know that for me, when they were saying, see, I said, look, give me a chance. I'm not from Edo. I will research. And to tell you the truth, before God and man, hand on heart, I did. It was around.
Okay, what did you find?
Either end of July. Yes, what
did
I
you
found
find in
was,
a two-way that's lacking in Olumide matter? Just because we cannot be here forever. So
he already enumerated everything to you.
Hold on, I'm asking him a question.
He already did.
I didn't hear.
It's okay.
Just
It's
give
okay.
me bullet points, in essence.
It's okay.
He did for more than 10 minutes analyzing the qualities why he decided to support answering Kudalu.
The things that I heard are things that they have in common. So let me hear. So now here's the difference. I want you to tell me what you found in Asuri Gadalo that is lacking in Olumide matter.
Okay, yes. In terms of, because both of them came from the private sector. Now, the thing is, that is what they have in common. But in trying to analyze their contribution to the private sector, Aswe is high. Aswe far had a corporate experience in the private sector like P2B. Aswe is the chairman of Starling Bank, was the chairman of Starling Bank. There's what they call, like you thank God, Pansat, you are in the US. There is this thing they call it the Brooklyn Institution. It's an economic think tank in the US. Their top economists are always there. Brooklyn Institution.
That doesn't mean anything.
I'm coming. The equivalent. No, listen. The equivalent of that Brooklyn Institution in Nigeria is Nigerian Economic Summit. Aswe, they invite. Listen, they invited Aswe. Oh no! You see, because all this.
Look, Dr. CM, we don't have all day. In essence, listen. After this, what I'm saying is this. Let's go straight to the points, right? So that you can knock it out, and I could also speak, because we're not just going to use polemics here. I mean, I'm also going to have to be on attack. So at some point, you're going to let me talk.
The one thing I've discovered about Pastor, once you made up your mind, you don't really need to listen. You're not open to any. You're not open to any alternative. That's your problem.
Let's do by time. Okay, let's do by time.
Listen, none of this.
You talk for 3 minutes, right? No matter what you want to talk about, spend your time. Talk for 3 minutes. Omori, you talk for 2 minutes, and I'll talk for 3
Okay.
minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. This is actually not what I wanted, but because you brought me back, otherwise I wanted to proceed to dig into Labour Party and tell you.
Okay, okay. Then we could have this debate another time if you want.
Okay.
That's okay, because if you
Okay.
want to dig into something else, I would
Yeah.
excuse
Okay,
you, and
yeah.
then we'll talk about it next time. Go ahead. It's
Yeah.
okay. Talk about what you want to talk about.
So I now felt that Olumide hasn't got this experience, because when two people are almost at par, you now have to have an age. It's a job for one man, not for two of them. A job for one person must, a winner must emerge. That's why you play football 90 minutes, 120 minutes, 0-0. They start to use sudden death, penalty. Just you miss the kick, then you go. So I now felt, what does Aswe have that Olumide do not? The experience is bringing. So when I look at this corporate experience, that clinched it for me. Both of them are lawyers. One is a litigator, Olumide Akpata. The other one is a corporate law in terms of commercial law and all those. He had doing all his life. And as we look at Nigerian breweries, he was chairman there. Sterling Bank, just like P2B was chairman of Access Bank and Fidelity Bank. So and the Lexoti came from the banking. I remember telling them that, making the case sometime in Nigeria Watch, that I want the Trinity. It's like a Trinity. Alex Oti, banking background, P2B banking background, Aswe banking background. They say, no, that Trinity didn't work. They changed the Trinity, but we are laughing, it's just a joke. So that's what I'm trying to say. So when I now checked all this, I said, look, this one has got, because I'm looking at them blindly, as if I've been involved in screening people for interview, in which they will remove the name and maybe call it candidate A and give you the details, candidate B, and tell you this is the job specification. Which do you want us to shortlist? Let me tell you, in my former job, when I do it, they don't, and they said, why should I said, because I looked at the job. I don't know this man, but because of what they put down in their CV or whatever, that is the evidence before me. If they mislead, they forge their CV, it's up to them. But from what I see in the CV and then what they claim they are, this is the person. The person can go and be a disaster. Aswe can still go in and be a disaster. But as far as I'm looking at them to shortlist, to give the job, he come up tops. That's what I'm saying. So this experience, because that is what I used. The background, they all read law, they may do this and all that, but this experience, Olumide Akpata hasn't gotten it. And then when you say you are managing men and material, that is governorship. Because as a governor, money comes from Abuja for you every month. You generate your own as IGR. Edo, being an oil producing state, gets 13% derivation, albeit proportionate to the amount of the crude oil they extract from them. So these three things are the major key ones, unless there are savings. Now, the thing is that, how can you use this money to better the life of Edo people? And in trying to do so, it's called for managerial acumen. That's what clinched it me for Aswe. Let me just stop here. Maybe the next one I dig into labor and tell you,
Okay.
Olumide and labor. Thank you.
Okay, but let me say that I don't know, Mori, should I go or you want to chime in before I go?
My problem with you is that you have your own style. When you start, you're not open to hear the other person's disposition. It's not too good for a robust engagement. Once you make up your mind, your mind is made up. You're not flexible. You're not willing to accept the other person's opinion.
That's a compliment.
So,
are you choosing to stay muted? Let me respond to Dr.
Let me finish. Let me correct you. If you've been in America for donkey years, if you're talking about the American politics, people want to find out from you what's going on there. Don't be like Nigerians that know Donald Trump better than people living in America. Don't belong to that group of people that will tell you. They are in Nigeria. They don't better than the average American.
This guy. They will put their mouths in everybody.
I know you are very intelligent.
You talk about Peter Ruby all the time. Once we want to talk about it, though, then you want to say, "Hey, don't talk about it. It's ours." Okay.
No, I'm not saying you should not talk about it. When you want to find out what is going on, look for people. Look for people on the ground.
Let me respond.
Let them tell you what is obtainable.
Hold on. This is important because now
You didn't even allow me to make my point. This is the problem.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought you gave me 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
So don't be like Nigerian political analysts who understand the Donald Trump in America more than their own Tinubu in Nigeria. You know, they are not going to vote, but the way they campaign for Donald Trump in America, you think they're talking about a different human being, not the Donald Trump that was a disaster for 4 years, not the Donald Trump that was convicted or 37 felonies. You know, I don't want you to behave like that. So when you want to find out what is happening in Edo, ask the people on ground, ask the political, players on the ground. So in that election, Akpata was not in the equation. He was just used as a destabilizing agent, as a pawn, as a weapon in the hands of APC trying to destabilize Aso Godalo. But they could not.
I just posted a Facebook.
They could not achieve that.
Street poll, where what's his name defeated Aso Godalo, right? Olumide Akpata. That's the poll, street poll, right? That was a few months ago.
Conducted by who? And what was the sample? What was the sample size? What was the sample size?
Well,
conducted by who?
OC is here. She could play it so that everybody could see. But let me respond to what you. I'm going
Pastor, you are more than this, man.
Hold on now. Now we're not going to go to American politics yet on this. So I'm saying, Dr. CM, what you said said a lot of your opinion, subjective opinion, right? You said that you were the last to endorse on that platform, that you took your time so you could be, because I was monitoring, and as a matter of fact, when you were sitting on the fence, which you sat for a long time, just like Mr. Elvis, in an election where no rational person could be sitting on a fence. It doesn't make any sense. Now, to have two people sitting on the fence at the same time, you, of all people, everybody knows Dr. CM, we're no phenomenon. There's no way you're going to be sitting on a fence. You're a Labour Party supporter, very effusive, powerful. I used to be embarrassed even the way you supported P2B, because all the time you're talking about it. And it almost looked like you're supporting because it's from your state. But I know you better. I know you wouldn't do that. Anybody who knows P2B knows that he's the man for that election. But you went extra mile in your praise and support for. It was almost like a trademark in your case. Now here P2B is saying between Aso Godalo on the Webelo and Olumide Akpata, that Olumide Akpata is the man. Raise his hand. How can you?
Pastor, you don't understand Nigerian politics. He was just doing that to fulfill all righteousness. The bond between Godalo and Peter Obi, considering their professional background and otherwise, is more than what you saw on television. You don't understand politics. You stay too long in America. You have to come stay like 2 years in Nigeria so you understand Nigerian politics. Man, you don't even understand Nigerian politics at all. He was just doing that for the show because he's a member of the Labour Party.
Omori, don't worry. Allow him.
Let me get a word in here. My goodness. So, like I said, there are two discussions we're having here simultaneously. Yes, you are tackling the one, which is who's better, in the comparative sense. But you are not touching the main one that I'm complaining about, which is that you, a Labour Party guy, Peter Obi guy, that's totally different from the other one that you're, a reasonable person could say what you're saying. But now we should remember that the only rubric that you're using here is that of, and the vertical of business that Olumide Akpata, Aso Godalo has this and has that. And then when it comes to the law itself, you make it bland. They are both lawyers. That's not the way you do things. This man is a luminary. He's the head of attorneys, lawyers in Nigeria. He achieved the best position you could have in that. Just because somebody went to nice school and got a law degree, you don't come and you say, okay, they're both lawyers. This was the head elective position. Not only that, he's obedient. The other guy is a PDP. That is an evil party. So you can't gloss over that by making the other esoteric argument, which a reasonable person can do that. But what a reasonable person cannot do is to say P2B is the best. Labour Party is a progressive party. We're going to take back the country. And then we don't find you in the door. When we open that door, you're not there. Instead, when we open the PDP door, you're over there. It behooves me now. I would say that I will accept if you say to me, look, Pansat, I don't like trouble. Elvis works hard. I want to get along in that platform. I stayed out as much as I can. Then towards the end, in order to hold it all together, I did what he wanted me to do. I will accept that.
I think what you're trying to make CM is an intellectual. He's a focused mind, like he described elsewhere to be. You want him to be like the Agbado supporters who will never see anything wrong in what Tinubu does, and you want him to be particularly blinded, by supporting anybody that comes under labor. That is a very wrong way, to talk to somebody like Dr. CM. On this note, I rest my case, man. This is exactly what you are accusing the Agbado supporters of. Once you are a PDP, you are PDP. Once you are APC, you are APC. You never see anything wrong with that. Even when they tie he goes to contest election, based on partisanship, you have to support whoever comes on.
Here's why is this important to me? The reason is that we're getting ready to go back. And I can see Elvis making moves, and I told him, so this is not gossip, I told him, I see you trying to jettison Peter Obi and go with maybe Okonkwo, the former chairman.
No, the problem is that if somebody criticizes Peter Obi, you are not comfortable with that person. That's the problem you have with Showere.
What I'm saying
that's why you want to hit Peter Obi against Showere at all costs.
I want Dr. CM
instead of trying to, build a bridge across so that they can work together.
Dr. CM, ignore this, Omoro, you're making noise here.
Yeah, I'm not making noise. You don't want to see anything wrong. You don't like objective criticism.
Okay.
I want you back in the Labour Party, the P2B camp, and when I go to war, and that war, the casualty, one of them may be Elvis, right? If he doesn't want to choose sides, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that you cannot be cowed. You cannot be intimidated, right? We're here. I'm here. And what I mean by that is that we're going to give you cover. You don't have to be on that platform. If he doesn't want to be obedient, he doesn't have to be obedient, right? As a matter of fact, Omori doesn't want to be obedient. He doesn't have to. If the entire those states, if they don't want to be obedient, that's fine.
I like Obi. I can support Obi at any time.
Let me get a word in here. Omori, you've interrupted me so many times. It's not fair. Dr. Sim wants to talk. So let me just end it by saying that. Because this is not frivolous, right? I'm trying to say something to you here. I said that, well, anyway, I won't put a proverb in Hebrew. I don't think Omori doesn't understand what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that we're about to go to war here to take back our country. And those who are not going to be for us, that means progressive. They're going to be against us. I don't care how they play the game. I see them coming from 10 miles away. We're going to take the country back. There should be a primary. If anybody wants to challenge anybody, you challenge somebody in the primaries. But at the end, when the people make a choice, like Omori, that's what I want to correct you right now. If somebody wants to challenge P2B, yes, why not? The more the better. Challenge these people, but at some point, like you said earlier, we'll make it the people are then gonna be behind somebody. When that happens, then you get with the goddamn program and we take our country back. Because it's the people who makes that decision.
Yes, CM is not a psychophant. It's not a psychophant that supports everything that comes around.
Well, then if he doesn't do it,
It's an objective supporter. It's a calculative and objective supporter.
I will say this, and then Dr. CM, you go on. What I'm saying to you, and I won't say anything for 10 minutes, right? I'll let you just talk as far as OC is willing to let you talk. You talk. I won't interrupt. I won't say anything for 10 good minutes, right? But here's what I'm saying. When this battle begins in a few weeks here, a few months, anybody, that includes you, Dr. CM, that's peddling around, doing PDP stuff and doing the Nevis as well. We're gonna come down hard on that person, no matter what status or what they did in the past, because it's not Peter Obi, it's our country. We have to take the country back. You saw what happened in Edo State. Now you have a guy who's not educated, take over the reins of power in that state, right? And he's an evil guy, evil character. And it's because people are sitting on the fence and trying to find a perfect candidate, or dividing us, or doing this or doing that. And that's just not going to be acceptable. No matter what guys they come into this time, we're going to deal with them. That includes Omorie and Elvis. All right.
Okay. Let me a quick take so that I cleared.
Well, is he a personal fight?
It's okay. Number one, nobody influenced my choice of Asue Godalo. Like I said, I'm not from Edo State. So for me to now say which candidate, at least in that of Peter Obi, I can say, well, I'm from Anambra. Even if I didn't, I witnessed his regime and all those things. I can have so many things to say that can influence me to either vote for Obi or not to vote for him. But for Edo, I don't. Some of the names I'm hearing for the first time. So what I did was to carry out my own research. Part of that research is to even listen to interviews they granted at different times, at different fora. So when I listened to it took me time between March till I think it was July. At the time, people said, don't you choose? I said, I want to take my time. Not because I'm dilly-dallying, but I really went into I said, so that if I make my choice, I will stand by it. But people felt, rightly for them, that I will join Olumide. I will go for Labour Party. I know some people feel disappointed, but I try to explain to them why is the candidate I'm looking out for. But let us not discountenance the fact that the moment I said something here. Can you imagine if a do election has followed a month after P2B's election, presidential election? It will be a clean sweep because obedience is in the air and people will come up. But the fact that as the time goes on, because it's going to be in 2024 in September, there is still a time, and then all this, can I call it eruption or maybe scandalous news from Labour Party, whether true or not. But later people are saying, even in the Labour that we ran away from PDP and APC, look at what we are hearing. That is as per party executive. Then you now go to National Assembly. We feel that the people in Labour should have done the right thing, people that we elected, at least not kowtow to the other party and trying to get all these things. At a time, do you know that P2B has to confront them in the National Assembly? They say, oh no, it's a work. It's like you come to work, they gave you a pen and pencil for you to use and write in doing your work. The day or laptop, the day you resign from your job or they sack you, you leave all those things for 160 million naira car and all those things. So a lot of things were coming up. Then people say, oh, and then people were even cross-carpeting immediately, moving to the other party. People said, well, then what is the meaning of this? We had a movement, so which means people use the good name of Obi to get elected. Why they are themselves criminals? But that is by the way. So all these things help to play in terms of people's perception about the day election. But for me, speaking for myself, my own was just purely on the merit of each candidate. That's what I put party aside. So if I'm guilty of that, let it be. But I put party aside because I felt that no. If can't continue voting Labour, even if a criminal comes, I'm not calling anybody a criminal, but let me look at the candidate and do it. Remember, I said here how I wish If they declare Asue, I won't be surprised if Asue joins Labour Party. As I was saying it, not because Labour Party is cleaner than PDP as of today, but let him just go and work with P2B because I've seen him. In fact, what I want, what my hope is that if it's possible to have a tour de force of all the political parties, pick out the good people there and say, go and join P2B. So let me know that people surrounding P2B are as good as him. That is just my own. So that is as far as it goes. Now, the next thing I want to point out is that, you see, Pansat, you will agree with me that if you are making effort, you want to pass an exam, people will see the effort you are making. You attend lectures, you copy the notes, you do everything. People see you study. In the end, even if you fail, nobody can accuse you of effort. They may say maybe you don't have a sharp brain. Probably we organize a special class for you and then see how we are going to help you. Because the attendance, you are there to do everything you are doing, but in the final exam, you didn't pay. So nobody can accuse you that you are a lazy person. What happened in Labour Party in Edo is that I'm just trying to do a bit of a post-mortem. Do you know that the day they are declaring results, all the figures they call, there is nothing like, there nobody from Labour as a party agent challenged anyone. Nobody. All you hear is when they finish saying PDP will raise their hand, or maybe APC, or one party will say, no, this is it. They said, okay, don't worry, noted, you can go to tribunal. Nobody from Labour. Then
Dr. Sien, sorry to interject you. I think we'll be here for, I think Omoye's gonna has even slept off, and we spend a lot of time here. I have one question for you. I'm almost, I want to take my leave, but I have one question for you. In all sincerity, do you think Peter Obi is going to contest in 2027? And if he's going to contest, do you think we are doing enough to challenge this mafia on the throne at the moment? Do you think are you seeing enough? Are you comfortable with the like we had an argument earlier? I'm like, by now Peter Obi supposed to have a platform. For me, I wouldn't advise him to go with Labour. If he's going to continue with Labour, considering what the likes of Abure, Arambabi, and co did to him, the caliber of persons in that Labour party, he's going to continue with Labour, which I would not advise. Or if he's not going to continue with Labour, I don't think by now there should have been a platform, even when he wants to collaborate or want to form a coalition with other people, so that he can be able to negotiate from the point of from the position of strength. Some people said he's keeping his strategy to his chest. I'm not too comfortable with that. This is 2025, and 2027 is around the corner. Do you think he's going to contest?
What the thing is, first and foremost, any arrangement P2B is making without first pushing for Mahmoud, first of all, to get out of the way, and then
he's going to leave. Mahmoud is leaving soon. His time is expiring soon, so he's not going to be there till 2027.
Okay,
I said, don't deal.
Okay, one. Then, okay, I accept that. Then this idea, our electorals, the way they declare results in Nigeria should be looked into. That is more important to me. P2B, I say, even if it's 2026, P2B put in another this thing, the people are willing to follow him because they've seen somebody. Do you know that? Omoruyi, in the past, we don't look at the character of people because everybody just say party. Do you know that with P2B, supposing he say a party in they go, because the people have seen him as a man who is incorrupt, who is not corrupt and incorruptible, and they have said, go and verify my past. People are still willing to follow him because our problem is thieves are in charge. So the only thing that can torpedo P2B say this thing, I'm not particular about the platform now. Even if to me, for him to go, I don't support him going back. I said it before. I don't want him to go back to PDP. If he cannot reform Labour Party, let him get his own platform. That's what I said. This is what I'm repeating. If he cannot reform, you know what is a Labour Party. If he can't reform it and then do it the way it should be, because they can block him. But if he has his way, good. You reform it. We now see that it has been reformed. What do I mean by reform? Arabambi, all those, they are Bure. they are flushed out, and then a brand new, in terms of membership, drive, and then executive are elected. People that will be youthful, accountable. You can say, okay, yes, I know this. We've heard about this person. He hasn't been in politics before, or if he has been, he's not corrupt, and we haven't done anything about him. And then with this type of thing, Obi will now be able to assert he's not dictatorial, but assert his influence, because you are now like the reformer. You are now preparing the party to use them to launch another campaign. So that's what I will expect. But if all these things fails, because I know Nigeria, people believe in pulling you down, then start a new one. Even if it's 2026, you bring it up, people are willing, I'm telling you. People are willing to follow you, not because you give them
Let me chime in on that too as well.
Yeah, I have one last question for Dr. C before you come in at Pansad.
Okay.
What do you make of people? When Okonkwo came on board,
yeah,
we saw him as an actor, as a Nollywood actor.
yeah.
What do you make of people as close as Valentine Ozigbo? Leaving Peter Obi for APC.
In fact, Omoru, Yusuf, you ask question where you know the answer. Let me tell you the truth. That guy is an upstart. Do you know why?
Is what?
He's just an upstart. He's a pretender. Do you know why I say he's a pretender? Politics in Nigeria, or the way, let me leave Nigeria. Politics in Anambra State. He is following Peter Obi for back. People know that anybody who is following Peter Obi, that they want to judge you the way they judge Peter Obi. And in trying to judge you the way they judge Peter Obi, they will first look at your antecedents. If you do not measure up, you are free to follow Peter Obi, but they won't listen to you. I'm telling you this thing for sure. Take it to the bank. So
that is true. That is true. But see what you just said now. Hold on, CM, Dr. CM. Just 1 minute. What I'm saying is, you see what you just said now. I want you to say that at Niger Watch, because you do see the inkling of bringing in people like that who are they're gonna run. But let me say this. What do you have to understand? I've been saying it all night. I said that. No, but you had a lot of.
Pastor, can you let me finish answer my question? So you have all the time.
Hold on. You've asked 2 questions and he's answered both of them. But let me say something. Now, if he's gonna lose his thought after he just spoke 30 seconds ago, what do you think is happening to me? Who wants to chime in the first point that he made? Listen to what I'm saying. I said it before that Tinubu did not rig that election. He's incapable of rigging an election. He's gonna find that out very fast here soon. That election was rigged by Buhari with Northerners, 5 Northern governors or 19 Northern governors or whatever they want to call themselves. That's who rigged the election. Now, it's INEC is a regulatory agency in charge of our elections. It's not just the chairman, right? He's a chairman. It's Ramos Inter Perez, like you were explaining to somebody yesterday. I listened to one of a program where you were there. I think it was in Niger Watch. So there are a lot of people in that INEC. He's just a chairman, not to mention a host of others in the field. Now, when it comes to elections, INEC is in charge of arranging and conducting the election, right? They have a guideline. They choose the date of the general election, right? A host of other things they do. They do accreditation. Who's making that noise? Accreditation and voting procedures, right? It's part of their mandate. Collation of election results and having the returns come in and what's supposed to happen. Designation of locations for the collation of the election results. Collation itself and the returning officers and all that kind of stuff. Tinubu is not able to carry all that stuff. He cannot do it. You're going to see. He's going to try to pay off some thugs, like I said. But what's going to happen, okay, is that they're going to follow the laws. Some people may not, but it's not going to reach a threshold where he could rig that election.
Pastor, you go into another area. Can you allow him to answer the question I asked? Please.
Hold on.
You already said this in the past. You already said this one.
No. But listen, I'm saying it to CM. I know CM. I'm not popular on platform, so I know the trick of enter question and answer between two people who want to avoid the truth, right? So what you're doing, it's a tactic that is so childish that I can't even. You want to be asking him question and him answering, so I don't get to talk. So now here's what I'm saying to Dr.
Allow him to land on the question. You have your chance. You have your chance. You have your chance when he's done.
When?
So that we can be there can be taken.
Give me a time certain, then I can wait. I'm a nice guy.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes, right? Okay, fine. You got 2 minutes.
Let me reconnect because I was dealing with Anambra politics to answer Valentine Ozibo. Ozibo said this thing.
Okay.
You see, the thing is, like Omaru was asking, him leaving P2B and going to APC thought of this. You see, that's what they call fair weather friends. That Valentine Ozibo, as broken, as bruised, let me not say broken, as bruised or as a bit tainted at the level, let me just say a bit, even if it's 1% or 2% or 10% tainted, that Labour Party is now. Ozibo stands a chance, a 1 million chance of contesting under Labour Party in Anambra State than going to APC. You get what I'm saying, Omoruyi? No matter what, Ozibo going to APC, first, he made a very, very tragic mistake. If he has to, no matter what happened, if him being in Labour Party and losing, his credibility will still be there because P2B is the shadow. But him going to APC, of course, is going to lose anyway. Those Buccaneers won't allow him at all.
In the primaries, right? The primaries, right?
Yes, they won't.
Okay.
Because the people don't like it.
Let me say that what you're saying now is irreconcilable with the previous statement you made about Aso Igadalo in Edo State. Because what you just said right now is your proper standing, right? You are saying that a guy who's gone over to APC, not even PDP, stands a better chance if it was in the PDP in the Labour Party.
Because it's Anambra State.
No.
Listen.
Let me land. I'm trying to poke
I understand CM vividly.
I'm trying to poke a hole.
I'm telling
is that allowed? Can I poke a hole in what you're saying? Okay. I find it to be irreconcilable because that's what I was saying. Somebody like you're a known phenomenon. You're a Labour guy. You're a P2B guy. No matter how smart you are, you don't know what P2B wants more than P2B himself, do you? If P2B wants Olumide Akpata, there is no way you're so smart that you know more than what P2B wants for himself in that state. He's made his choice. He wants Olumide Akpata to be the
Pastor, let me correct you. Hold on. It wasn't Obi's choice in Edo. Listen to what Wakobia said.
No.
Listen to the discussion between Wakobia and Peter Obi.
Why should I want to listen to Peter Obi on what he wants? And it's not even. I mean, why would you even doubt that he doesn't know what he wants? Peter Obi knows what he wants. He knows all those characters. He chose Olumide Akpata as the person he's going to endorse. Now, in Rivers State, in the general election, he endorsed somebody from PDP instead of somebody from Labour Party. So he knows how to do that too. So he's done it before. He didn't do it in Edo State, right? So what I'm saying to CM, Dr. CM, you have to understand that I'm not. You're entitled to your choice. You lined up, and I thought there weren't sufficient grounds. After all, it took you a long time. You didn't make it. It wasn't something that you just snapped your finger, you made a decision. It took you almost towards the end of the campaign to choose Aso Igadalo, right? You struggled with it, right? So you couldn't say now, because you did say there was only one rubric that you used, and that rubric was in the business. I believe you elucidated the past positions he's held as a banker and all that. A lot of it similar to what P2B's background was at the time. But look, you're comparing apples to a motorcycle. Just because Obi was a banker, but he didn't take anybody's money. He wasn't accused of that. Obi has empathy. Obi was a governor, and he, like you said, he gives anecdotal evidence of his stewardship. So you cannot just come out and say, because somebody's a banker and Obi is a banker, therefore that person automatically gets Obi's support, Obi's followers, because they have similar background. No, what they did with it, the empathy.
Okay.
And especially when Peter Obi himself made a choice. In this case, if he didn't make a choice, then you could say all that stuff. But there's no way you know more than what Peter Obi knows for himself, what's good for him.
You see,
Do you understand what I'm saying? Address that particular point. That's where you have a problem there.
Pastor should have been kind to me that I'm not from Edo State. I don't know the nuances of politics in Edo State. Unlike Anambra, when Omoruyi brought Val Ozigbo, I quickly told him that, look, a wounded Labour Party in Anambra, if you contest with it, is still better than going to APC. Because not only that, APC, people hate it nationally or nationwide because people are complaining. In Anambra, people feel that they do not exist. Let me tell you this, Amoru, you might not know. Do you know the last election that brought in Soludo? Do you know what APC did in their rigging? They first of all, as part of registering new members, they used the idea that election will be like next year. APC want to register new members to make sure that we boost our membership. They went to different units in higher institutions in Anambra State, say Federal Polytechnic, Oko, and all those things, registering people. Fair enough, whether they finish, I don't know. They did it, and then they announced that they have more than 300 and something thousand membership. Listen, they're ahead of election. They said their membership in Anambra is more than 300,000. Not knowing that they are preparing that figure with which to rig, so that when they start rigging in the region of more than 300,000 or maybe 400 or 5, they will say our members voted, even others voted. But in the end, it was found out that as a result of that rigging, because they were announcing figures, INEC officially, INEC declared that APC didn't take part in the election. If you go to INEC, they will tell you that they didn't recognize the APC because they were disqualified based on their candidacy. So you see the rigging. So people laughed at them, said, even if you like, you can go and put on paper that you have 2 million members of APC in Anambra. We know it's fake. In the end, nobody will vote. They don't want to hear it. So relative to Val Ozigbo, I felt that the guy made a mistake. If he had contested, stay in Labour Party, fight, and you are going to be number one candidate. If not for anything, you followed Peter Obi when it mattered, going on campaign before other people. I mean, if you mention Labour Party in Anambra, Val Ozigbo stand out. In fact, that's what people are doing. They're attacking Soludo to make sure that
he will be guaranteed.
Yes. So even if let me just say that he contested under Labour and still lost. To be honest with you, that honor, that prestige he's having is still intact. Because people will say, okay, maybe he lost because of a better candidate. He can never lose to APC. If he stay in Labour, he can never. I mean, even if he loses, he will score more votes. But for him to go to APC, people say desperation to come and bring Tinubu and this Ganduje, because Ganduje said, people are now saying Ganduje said the formula we use in Edo. He worked in Edo. We use it in Ondo. He worked in Endo. We are going to use it in Anambra. You know the way Ganduje talks, like if he's talking to Almajiri in Kano. People now say, is that so? So Val, they want to, because of this thing, you left Obi and crossed over. So people are not taking, even now, people have concluded that the guy is he's just an opportunist. He's not grounded at all. And Soludo in Africa will be laughing. People said, no way. Say they rather vote any other party than APC. And the vacuum he's created in Labour now, you will see that the guy, maybe we come back and say, the guy who will now be Labour Party candidate in the election in November, all things being equal, whoever they bring in may likely fare better than Ozigbo. If at all Ozigbo will get APC, whatever he's getting. So I mean, whatever ticket. So back to if in Edo State is that I'm not from there. I took my time, and in the end, I told you what happened in Edo. Pastor had factored this in after the momentum of labor obedient movement and everything. I told you, if Edo election has been, Amoro, you will agree with me, has taken place a month or two after P2B's election. Look, it's a no-brainer.
That spillover effect will have been there. But I'm okay. I understand you, CM. I ask the question, you are giving me the answer. Another thing, I want to take you further. I want to probe you further. Do you think another person, Alessoti, will follow suit in this time? And
okay,
when you answer this, mark today's date, and we'll make it's going to be a reference point in the future.
Okay, all right.
Do you think Alessoti is on his way to APC?
Okay, hold on. Amoriye, hold on. Dr. Simeon, did you hear that? So
I'm asking a question.
Here,
I'm putting a question before here.
No, but hold on. Did you hear what he said? We've got a snake here, right?
I'm putting a question before CM.
No, hold on.
Not a snake. I'm not in Anambra. I don't even understand the points of Anambra. I'm just asking question based on what is, based on the trajectory.
We both can be talking at the same time, right? Let me
You
get a
didn't allow me to ask a question. Allow you to answer me.
You said something, and
you called me a snake.
Let me say to Dr. CM that he's mocking us, right?
No, I'm not. See, this is the problem with you.
Let me just land now. Then you
talk.
Let
me leave you guys.
Please. Can you?
I'm asking a very silly question. I'm asking a silly question. We had a guy on the program before.
Can you just leave?
Don't worry.
Please leave. Amori, leave. So now, Dr. CM, there's the weakest argument you've ever made. I mean, is that
whatever question I'm asking here is OT is not even listening to me. I'm not close to OT.
That's fine.
I'm talking to my friend as a friend that knows better, that knows the Anambra politics better than I do. You are here, you know Anambra. You live in America. You are not voted one day in Nigeria. You don't even believe in Nigeria. You are a Biafra according to you. I don't know where you belong.
You make it noise.
Somebody that has the answer for my question, let you answer me.
You are out of order, right? I'm gonna deal with you on that point. I'm not worried about you, right? And people like
you're very. I think you just talk not answer me.
You just keep repeating the weakest argument you have. One of them is that you're not from Edo State, but you're making the argument for the same situation in Edo State. The difference is that you're not from Edo State. You're saying somebody leaving Labour Party it makes the person, puts them in a weaker position to fare well in their election. And I'm saying it's the same thing. When has that ever stopped you? I've seen you argue about American politics, international politics. If we talk about Ukraine now, you have an opinion, right?
Can you allow you to answer me, please?
Will you please be quiet? I want to have a dialogue.
The question is not for you. Why are you so rude?
No, hold on. You heard what Omori said a minute ago. He says
he's well grounded in Anambra politics, and he's a homeboy.
The next one to fall is going to be Abia State, right? You heard him, and he was smirking and mocking us, right? So all I'm saying,
I'm not mocking, man.
Passat, I don't see it as mocking. What he's trying to say is that whether this type of because of people leaving Labour Party and they may be probably going to APC, maybe what Ozigbo did is Abia. Likely because that is Labour just trying to say whether Labour people will be moving away. So
I
accept. I have a lot of respect for Dr. CM, so he makes that call. I will accept it. Now, what I'm saying though to you is that you see you're dealing with everything else aside from the problem. You have a problem with me when it comes to, and I really want to be convinced, right? I said before, I believe that you were cowed into the position you've taken. And now, luckily for me tonight, you are elucidating the Anambra politics with Ozigbo going over to APC, right? And you find that appalling. You actually find the political party that he went to appalling, right? You believe that it's an evil party. Not just him and his abilities now, but the party he's going to, which is the same thing that obtains in Edo State. I'm saying that when we do our political calculation, we're looking for those who want a new Nigeria. They could come in all hues, right? And all colors and whatever name. But I look at everything as progressive, obedience being one of them. So you make a weak argument when you say you're not from Edo State, and that's why you might have made a mistake on this in your position. You said it took a long time to make that decision to support Asu Igadalo, and you said you base it on a single rubric, which is business acumen. The way you waved it off, you said that they're both lawyers, so that makes them equal there. But Olumide Akpata also has a business. So it will be folly to say, okay, they both have a business. That makes them equal. But in the case of being a bank manager and a bank chairman and all that stuff, yeah. Besides, Asue is not just completely out of the equation. Like right now, I'm willing to accept him to replace Monday Webelo if the tribunal should find that way, right? So it's the adjective is good, comparative is better, superlative is best. I believe that Olumide Akpata occupies that best superlative condition that we've looked at it. As far as we're concerned, New Nigeria, Labour Party, obedience. So now when we have somebody as important as you, somebody as educated as you, somebody who has a research background with a PhD that's already done research, and you come out and you base your conclusion on something outside the premises you've laid down. It's a stunner, it's a shocker.
Mr. Pastor, what has this one got to do with my question now? Why can't you allow him to just answer me so that we can move on? Why are you going back to what we already talked about in the past?
All right, well,
we're going back to the Edo situation. We already dealt with that already. So, can you allow him to answer the simple question?
On the Edo situation, that's where we're disagreeing. That's
you don't even know anything about Edo politics. You just you saying Akpata is going to win the case. How? Somebody that is on in court.
Okay,
but the court is not about Christmas. I will give you what you do. What you do not ask for.
I'm sorry that he's elongating it. Let me just answer him by
You
saying
are the one elongating it. He should have been done by now.
Hold on. I've already given you the background, right?
Your discussion does not have a direction. You are everywhere.
By jurisprudence, somebody doesn't have to be a litigant in Nigeria to be awarded the winner. I cited Imo State as an example. So why are you berating me when I am answering your questions directly, giving you examples?
I didn't ask you a question. I was asking Dr. CM a question, not you.
Okay. No, but listen now.
I also said, because you felt I was mocking. I was mocking you.
I also said
my question wasn't a mockery. It was a very important question I asked.
Okay,
and CM know where I'm going to. CM know why the reason why I'm asking.
What part of Edo are you from? Are you from OVA?
It doesn't matter.
Are you from Esan? Where?
It doesn't matter. What has that got to do with our conversation?
Because it matters a whole lot in what we're doing here. I am discussing Edo politics, but you don't.
What has that got to do with my question for Dr. CM?
I'm saying to Dr. CM that his choice in the Edo election. So what is it that I'm doing that's not that's outside of the discussion? I'm saying that his choice makes no sense.
A lot of sense. He was very objective and very calculative.
Okay, all right.
He understands Edo politics and Anambra politics better than you do.
I don't think so.
You can talk about Donald Trump and Biden, not Edo and the Anambra politics.
Let me say that anyway. Go ahead, Dr. CM. I'm sorry. This guy will have to do something about it. I want you to.
Somebody that could not even gather out to 30,000 votes. He says he's going to win the tribunal. How? He's not even the tribunal. He didn't even contest the outcome of the election. He says he's going to be declared a winner. What are you talking about? Why are you misleading our audience?
It's a case law, right? You know,
it's a very wrong. It's a wrong example.
In every country, including Nigeria, cases. The laws that govern a country is actually determined by case law, not the ones that are made by legislation, right?
It has not. What happened in Anambra? What happened in Imo? Let me tell you what happened in Imo State. What happened in Imo State was a daylight robbery. It has nothing to do with legal jurisprudence.
Well,
he has no bearing in law. He has no bearing in law.
Now listen to me. You just made the point unwittingly again, right? You just made the point that in Imo State they set a precedent of daytime robbery. So now, shut up for a minute. Will you just be quiet? Dr. CM, please, you're gonna have to.
Can you allow him to answer me? Can you allow him to answer me so we can move forward?
Right, go ahead.
The question wasn't for you.
It's okay. Amori is asking whether Abia will follow suit. I mean, when you say Abia, I know you mean Alexoti will follow suit. Hmm? Let me hazard a guess. Not that I'm speaking for him. I'm only looking, just like, everything considered. I don't think so. Why I say I don't think so is this. Alexoti started well, and these people are already hailing him, and he's doing it, and he's doing his magic. Let me use the word. Secondly, if you from his body language, or if I'm to talk, because I don't know what goes on at the background or backyard, I feel Alex Oti is a bit detached. It's not like he didn't immerse himself in terms of everyday die in the wool labor. He's more or less trying to say, yes, I'm a member of Labour Party, but what the people want is not that I'm a member of Labour Party, but what can I do with that membership? So his job, his work is speaking for him. He's taking what politics that goes on in Labour Party. He might not be intensely intense now. He might not be intensely involved, but all he knows is that whatever it is, he wants to prove himself. That's one. Secondly, I feel Alex Soti and Peter Obi, they are not of the same mother anyway. But I know whatever Alex Soti is doing in Labour in the Abia State, Peter Obi is aware. Whether Peter Obi, both of them are walking the telephone every night, talking to each other or this thing, Alex Soti cannot. He can always go along with Peter Obi. What I'm expecting, I may be wrong in the end, is if for any reason Peter Obi decide to leave Labour Party, remember obedience is an organic movement and goes to any other party, Alex Soti will follow him suit. I feel that way. Alex Soti will follow him. That is what I feel. If I'm wrong in the end, well, I own up to it. But this is my guess because the question you are asking me, you know, I'm not Alex Soti. Alex Soti will answer that question, but we're only trying to say with my knowledge of maybe politicking, what do I think about it? But that of Anambra, this man, I'm telling you, I'm from Anambra. I know what happens. Soludo has made a very good impact. Do you know that up until now, the only problem before now people had about Soludo was that letter, that nonsense letter he wrote against Peter Obi in the run up to the election, coming openly to say Peter Obi won't win, and with two of us discussed. People just to the extent that to the extent
it's an unforgivable sin.
Yes, that's my comment. So to the extent that if Soludo should greet somebody 8 o'clock in the morning, they will look at the time, their wristwatch to make sure. Do you understand? So, but the man now feel. Remember, he wrote it as episode 1, hoping that episode 2 will follow suit. But the criticism that trailed it, in fact, people he felt it. Now, to be able to cover himself, he started doing the work he was elected to do, which is fair enough. And Peter Obi, being the type of person he is, you know, if Peter Obi, if he's somebody like, say, any other politician, I don't want to, but you can fill it in.
What work is he doing? What work did he do?
I mean, in terms, Soludo, in terms of now,
security.
there is no from Bado. I'm coming. That is insecurity. See, that one is even a weak point for him before now. So the work Soludo did was, I'm just coming. I'm just building up. After that Peter Obi's letter.
You don't have all night. I have to come in here as well.
Okay.
Let him learn this point. First, let him learn.
Okay, please. Yes, let me quickly. Let me hurry up.
I'll give you 2 minutes, like you said.
Thank you. Let me hurry up. After that Peter Obi's letter he wrote, and then people started talking about him, Soludo focused on road infrastructure. Do you know that there is no community in Anambra State today that is not connected with a third road? Even Soludo is dualizing a road meant for federal, but he's doing it just because to win people over, and he's winning people. But what then led to another sort of a minus was the insecurity started getting out of hand. But now that he has buckled up, what I'm trying to say is that all these things are, if I'm the other guy, what is his name, Valentine had stayed in Labour Party, he can still exploit this better than going to APC for whatever it is worth. People still see it as a better party than APC, at least in Anambra State. So if he had, that's why I said, if he had stayed in Labour Party, Soludo is still vulnerable. You can still use this insecurity that is arrested now and people are clapping. You can still exploit it and use it against him. That of labor, what he wrote against the P2B, you can still, to some extent, that is dying down. And P2B, in his magnanimity, said, nobody should fight for me. Soludo is this the elder or junior. I don't think Soludo is older than him by a year or thereabout. July 61 and July 1960. So there he said he were all those things. But what I'm telling you is that going to APC and being in APC and pointing fault in a Soludo, people won't listen to you. Do you understand? Because of the party now is so toxic in Anambra that nobody is interested. So Valentine made a political miscalculation. Being in APC and then pointing Soludo, because Soludo is the man to beat, is the incumbent. So going there now to be pointing that Soludo, this, and you are in APC, people will say no. If you had been in Labour doing it, yes, you stand a chance. That's why I'm saying he made a mistake. And in Edo State, the Labour, this scenario I painted in Anambra, I do not have the luxury of this type of knowledge.
But it's exactly the same thing, right?
No, Pastor, that's why I said in Edo, I now have to look at I use the criteria. I say, let me look at the candidate. Because
no, but you cannot do that. Let me say that you cannot do that. Hold on, Dr. CM, hold on, right? Hold on. You've made your point very salient. Let me chime in what you're saying. I disagree with you 100% on the last 7 minutes or so, and that's because you have that problem. The problem you have is inconsistency. So it doesn't cure it to claim ignorance and say, look, I don't know about Edo State, because it's not an Edo issue. What it is, it's comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges.
No, it is.
Well, let me land, because the point, like I said, you had time and you used it very well. You dug all the way deep down till you exhausted your reasoning, but it doesn't fly, because there are two
you made
things.
a lot of valid points. Just that I think you are too far from. Are you from Anambra, Pastor?
I'm talking here. Would you let me land? If
you made a lot of valid points, but I don't know where you. I think you are from another planet altogether. As far as the political equation in Anambra and Edo is concerned, I think CM is very grounded.
Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said before, remember when you were talking about the other guy that made a lot of points here? Some are tactical, some are strategic, right? There are many people, for example, I have a lot of respect for Dr. CM. You know that. I've already said that earlier. But no one person has all the virtue in them. He's lacking some, and I'm lacking some. He has some, and I have some. So we have to then hold him accountable. He cannot be inconsistent, because he'll have a problem. He says, though, in his defense, that he's from Anambra State. But I'm not considering Anambra State to him. I'm not from Anambra State, but I could still disagree with him on Soludo. I know he's gone unless they rig the election, which we're not going to put up with anymore, right? We've said it. He says Soludo is improving, building roads. That's not what we're going to eat. Nigeria is above that now. Building roads doesn't mean anything.
Mr. Pastor, you said Soludo is gone. So
hold
who is
on
in?
now. Hold
if
on.
you said Soludo is gone, who is in?
Well, that's what to be determined by the people. I don't determine who's going to be in, but I know who's out. He committed an unforgivable sin, which Dr. CM pointed to earlier by writing a letter. Somebody as pious as Peter Obi, his own brother from his own state, wrote a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of lies against him, tried to derail him, somebody who's leading a revolution. So that's unforgivable. Everybody's just waiting. He couldn't cure that, even if he turns that state into Dubai like he promised he was going to do. When he says he's going to turn that state into a Dubai, is the only thing Dubai have are roads connected to villages? Is that all that you see in Dubai? Of course not. Now, you've made mention about Abia State and how they're putting electricity, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure, the governor's working there and doing his job. Now, the only thing that I'm harping on is that here, you point to those things. You say that Peter Obi works hand in hand with Alex Oti. And then Peter Obi makes a choice in Edo State. You on your own decide to fray from that. Choose somebody else.
There's something you are not factoring in, but I will come in later. Don't worry.
But you come in because you've said everything that needs to be said on that. I believe it's you.
And Pastor, I made it clear to you that Dr. PM is not a sycophantic obedience.
Yes, as a matter of fact,
it's an intellectual obedience.
Hold on. In the case of
it's not a partisan sycophantic obedience.
Hold on. When it comes to Peter Obi,
it's an objective intellectual obedience.
Omoroye.
A constructive obedience.
You're not being fair here. Let me land. I'm talking to somebody who
is making it complicated for me.
Right? He could defend himself. I believe he has a problem. Now, if you sit on Niger Watch, now that's a bad part about doing something like that. When you sit on Niger Watch, you're not going to get a pushback, right? But the moment you step out of that swamp, then come to the ocean, then you're going to be questioned about it because you're a very important person when it comes to the obedient movement. In that 2023 election, you are virtually the face of obedient movement for all of us.
He remains even more relevant today.
Okay, so you don't have a defense yet for what you did in Edo State. Now, a lot of people, like for example, OC here, Omoye, supports Asue Ighodalo. Basically,
who is also an obedient too.
Who's also an obedient. But he will tell you, I'm doing it because this particular region has not produced a governor. And therefore, I'm doing it based on the tribe, clannishness, basically, right? And then that's understandable. I disagree with it, but at least it's understandable. You cannot say that you're going outside to find another rubric, business acumen, and stuff like that, because it doesn't fly. They're both equally yoked when it comes to qualification. They're both qualified to be a governor. Asue Ighodalo is qualified. And the only one who's not qualified is Monday Pueblo, right? Now, he's accessible. He went there, he campaigned, and he turned that Edo State upside down, just like P2B did, because in most cases, he appeared with P2B. In those cases, I used to think, okay, they're doing it because P2B is there. But then when he went by himself, I also saw that place turn upside down, just the same. And you have to be a dunce to see Olumide Akpata, and then you go pick somebody else in that election. And I know that you're a doctor.
Pastor, do you really know this candidate very well? Do you want me to tell you how they stand? Do you want me to tell you how they stand professionally and otherwise?
It's good that the rabbits.
Are you interested? Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Hold on. It's good that the rabbits got a gun in this case, because this is how we feel when you're discussing Southeast, for example, right? Peter Obi, and people like that. So I know how you feel. You don't want anybody talking about your state.
No, right? I think your submission is based not on objectivity. It's more of partisanship than objectivity.
It is partisanship. No. Yes.
You blame CM for not supporting everything that goes with labor. Everything that comes under labor must be supported by CM. Yes. That's your point of argument, which is very wrong.
It's not wrong. Now, let me say.
No, it's not valid.
Omori,
CM is more than that.
Okay, Pastor.
Give me a 2-minute warning, and like I've been doing for you, right? It's not after this Omori you interrupt me that you want to take it from me. Right?
You are not interested in the personality of Akpata. You're not interested in what he can offer. You're not interested where he's coming from. You blame CM for not supporting everything labor.
Okay, Dr. CM, by the way, in fairness to Omori, after
are you different from the Agbado supporters of APC?
You talk before it comes back to
if what you do is a partisanship.
Hold on.
Followership. So a psychopathic support
of obedience, right? You should have a very, very good reason. You should have a very, very ironclad reason. Something there should not be a difference between a laser passing through a crevice, right? and yourself, you should have a cogent reason why didn't you support Olumide Akpata? Because why this is important is the next election. I'm not just looking back, I'm looking forward. You cannot be cowed, whereas you are the face of obedient movement on these platforms, and then you support a PDP candidate, knowing how evil that party has been, knowing that we're trying to build a new Nigeria.
Yes. If this is your calculation, Labour is far from that vehicle of getting towards a better Nigeria. Labour would be worse than PDP and APC if they have the same level of power PDP and APC have enjoyed. I have to be honest with you. What are those National Assembly members that were elected under Labour? So you're making a very huge political mistake. Your calculation is very faulty.
Okay, let's give you 3 minutes.
It's not about party. CM is more granted than you are.
Go ahead and speak for 3 minutes, and then Dr. CM will speak. Go ahead.
You turn yourself to the moderator, you turn yourself to the teacher, you turn yourself to the...
A fair guy. It's not
Omaro, you wait, because I want to ask Pansat a question. So that, because
is that here or there?
No, he will also take a question. But before then, Pansat, when you sort of blaming me or maybe discussing my position in Edo State, that's what I want you to factor in is, I made here that, what if Edo election had come 2 or 3 months after P2B's election?
That's irrelevant. You keep making that point. It's an irrelevant point.
Okay, so it's okay, good.
Yeah.
Then the second, what I also want to let you know is, do you really factor in the Abure, this thing that happened in the revelation about what went on? Do you know the psyche it will have on people in deciding to stick with Labour Party?
Can I answer that? Let me answer that.
No, I'm coming. There's another one.
Let me answer that now.
No, one after the other.
But I'm answering, that's you talking. Let me answer the question you asked, because it's an important question. See, Dr. CM, there's something you should know as a scientist. You have constants and variables. In the case of Abure, it's a constant. The chairman of our APC was caught with wads of $100 bills in his pocket. The former governor of Kano. The chairman of PDP is no different. They buy votes. For example, in those states, they were corrupt, they were buying votes. Only Olumide Akpata didn't participate and stuff like that.
Okay.
So if they all have the same thing in common, that's called a constant.
Okay,
it doesn't affect, hold on. It doesn't affect the voter. He's not going to say, you know what? The chairman of the Labour Party is corrupt. Let me run over to APC where they're sent, right? Okay. So I want you to be able to eliminate things that are constants and look at the variables.
Okay.
Right? Do you follow what I'm saying? So you cannot let Elvis come hard on our chairman.
See,
when he's not a member of the party, and we have a NEC, a committee that looks at those kind of things, an house.
The answer, I wouldn't go. The answer you've given,
yeah,
it's like you've already make. You know, I think I started by saying APC witness going to Edo Tribunal. When they start making case for PDP, the answer you've made now, you even made case for other people. Do you know why? Labour Party, people see Labour Party as a clean break from APC and PDP. People want to judge Labour Party with a different criteria that now we've seen we want to break away from these people. Only to go in there and they're like you are saying, what Ganduje did in APC, what they did in PDP, therefore, why should I? It's a variable. No.
Okay, could you hold on? You continue. Let me make it. You continue. Wait a minute. You're gonna be continue. This is gonna make you be more pointed at laser pointed at what we're talking about. What I'm saying to you, Dr. Fia, is that people are savvy and sophisticated in Nigeria. They know the difference between the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement. They know that the Labour Party was almost the same thing as everybody else. And then Peter Obi came over there with his movement. They keep different accounts. Like you've been saying here all night, that Peter Obi can move and is going to take his labor movement to another area. They're not attributing Abure's alleged corruption to Peter Obi. People are able, the Nigerians are savvy people, right? So, but it doesn't then mean that because me, myself, I have my own position on this. And I've been on this platform fighting a guy that's called Jonathan. Now, we're cool now at when I come to Niger Watch. He's a great guy, making great points. I believe I changed him when he was here, and I was beating him over the head, and Omoye was on his side, helping him. But I was really hard on Jonathan when he was here, right? And after I beat him up here, then he changed. Over there now, he's one of the best panelists there. And I go there when I'm there, and you see it, we're cool. But over here, we had almost a half an hour debate, maybe an hour long debate.
Pastor, why are you always beating people up all over?
Because Nigerians have this bad habit, like I'm doing here now, which is I'm trying to steer the ship. I want things to be in order, right? We're not going to be accusing people and convicting people without due process. I believe
in a nutshell, Mr. Passage.
Will you okay?
Olumide Zapata's emergence in labor in Edo was a disaster. It was more disruptive. It was more of a.
I'm surprised if the tribunal doesn't.
It was a blunder. It was a huge. It was a huge disadvantage to labor.
If the tribunal doesn't hand him that victory when the results come out, he's going to be the next governor. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Pansat, now because I know you are particular about the brand Labour Party. Yes, we all build it and then we followed it. But Pansat, I want you to hand on heart. I want you to answer this. Does it matter to you that criminals who couldn't win party primaries or for whatever reason they couldn't win an election in APC, PDP, they came into Labour Party because that is the rave of the moment, won an election and then crossed over to where they were? Does it matter to you?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Or is that a rhetorical question?
No, it's not rhetorical.
Okay, let me answer that. I want you to hear me out very well because it's a very important question.
Yeah, make your answer short. Don't take the whole time answering one question.
Okay,
you're a philosopher. Go straight.
That's fair. I'll do that. Now, Dr. CM, earlier before you came in here, I was describing evil, and I was trying to differentiate it from bad or wrong. You could do something bad, you could do something wrong, but you cannot do something evil, which means you know the right thing to do, you fail to do it, and it hurts somebody else, and you have nothing to gain from it. That's evil right there. Now, the Labour Party, they had teething problems. Like if you have a kid or you have a baby and it's growing up, at some point you start having teething problems. So that's analogous to Labour Party as a new political party that was just brought together for what do you call it? Convenience sake, because PDP tried to thwart Obi's chances, so he moved over here. Right? So they do have growing problems. True. Things that they're unable to do, including manning the entire 776 or whatever polling units that they have in the country, right? So you cannot count those as evil. They're just unable to do it, or they're wrong, or they're doing a bad thing. So when people who are qualified, not qualified by a Labour Party, for you to qualify to run for office as a senator, that is the responsibility of INEC, right? So when people file, pay the fees, and they run for office, it's not the duty of the chairman or the presidential candidate to vet those people out. And if any of those people lie and say, hey, look, I believe in Labour Party, you can hold that against Labour Party. It's not like it's nothing that happens in Nigerian politics. It happens all the time because they're not ideologically bent. They change parties all the time. So what I'm saying to you is what I said to Omori earlier, but I'm saying it to you a little bit more respect than I said to Omori, which is you cannot be a finicky supporter of the Peter Obi and the Labour Party movement or the progressive movement in general, whereby you're sitting there looking for one little thing and say, oh, see, they did this and I'm gone. Then go. What I'm saying is that until I asked Omori here, give me 2 things wrong with Peter Obi as a candidate. 2. He couldn't come up with 1. He says he wants to have the debate another day. So what you're doing, because I see it coming, and
Mr. President, I said, I told you that I have nothing against Peter Obi. I have nothing against Peter Obi.
Okay.
So don't try and hit me. Don't try and hit me and Peter Obi together like you did against Showere.
You keep saying that, right? You keep saying it, but everything you've talked about here is like an APC. You're an APC parrot, as a matter of fact. Everything you repeat. Now you're not fooling anybody. If it's me, I would have kicked you out a long time ago.
Did you say I'm APC supporter?
You're deceitful, right? Because you come out and say who you are. You're an APC guy. Period.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, I'm talking about you. So
if I were APC, I should have supported them in Edo State.
It does. It doesn't matter what you do. I know what you do. But go ahead.
I should have been supporting Tinubu. That's where the power is. If I were APC,
you are. You don't
let me say what I understand. You want somebody who is in Labour Party obedient to be dying the whole Labour Party. That's good. There's nothing wrong in that. That makes somebody a party man. But I want you to appreciate the fact that because of the personality of Peter Obi and then the way they were driving Obi, I mean, we know Obedient will rave. Criminals came into Labour Party to win an election and go. Therefore, following Peter Obi's this thing and then all those things are cropping up. That's what I want you to factor in. You say,
tell me one person, by the way. Name names. Who is a criminal?
The people that came into Labour Party and then won an election and go.
Yeah, name one.
The first person in Abia State that went to Tinubu, what is the name of the member? He has crossed over now from the House of Reps. I can't remember the name.
Is he a criminal?
Why wouldn't he be? When he went to Tinubu, and then they have to check his record. He was an APC member before. He just crossed over to Labour Party, won an election, and then tell us, even before they were inaugurated, he said he was still a Labour Party, went to visit Tinubu. He said yes, that he can identify. I mean, that we know it now.
I know the guy you're talking about. So what I'm saying to you is that
wait.
What you're saying, you have to prove every component of what you're saying. He's not a criminal.
Almost the same role Abure is doing. Almost the same thing Abure is doing. You don't see anything wrong with that.
Listen.
Hold on.
Listen.
Go ahead.
What I want you to, so that when people take certain decisions, you know where they are coming from, and then you excuse them.
Okay, give me another person.
The fact that people come in, Olumide Akpata you are campaigning for, as at February 2023, Olumide Akpata was a full member of PDP. You know that.
I know, but that's a different topic now. I want you to give me a second example of a criminal. Hold on. You're making it sound like the place is infested with criminals.
He's saying that as a second example.
Listen.
No, you make it sound like if you give one aberration, right? Hold on now. Hold on. Let's.
He just gave you Akpata as a second example.
Hold on. You gave an example, right? That could be an aberration, right? One thing happened.
Okay,
now.
And he gave you Akpata Olumide as a second example in Edo.
Listen. I laid the foundation.
Is Olumide Akpata a criminal?
Oh God. No, you can't put me on the spot like this.
No, I'm asking Omori. He's citing Olumide Akpata as the second person.
He was citing examples of people that use labor as a special special purpose vehicle to gain their political ambition.
Let me say this. One thing I believe is obedient movement and labor, because I'm looking back now. People see it as now we've seen a party that is different from APC and PDP. That was the founding principle. People were trooping into labor. Now we can see it. And there's in Labour Party, you win an election without buying votes. True or false is true.
Up to now, it still holds.
Okay,
it's still the same. It's still better than the rest.
Okay, let me concede to you. Then we now found out that people, after winning the election in Labour, they moved back to their party they left, meaning that they fooled us.
No,
Because
okay. Can I ask you a question? Let me ask
listen,
you. Can I ask you a question on that? Hold on.
wait.
You just can't go on a fishing expedition. We have to have a conversation whereby I will input and then you respond. Here's my question to you: if the Labour Party feel that they have to take their mandate back, and in order to deal with the devil, you have to eat with a long fork, and then you have to be just as cunning as they are. Let's say these people are moving back over there to go get intelligence, right? I'm just as one scenario. Let's just say these people, this Ozubo guy you're talking about, he goes to APC only to quit him at the last minute. Let's just say they've been strategizing. Now they say, you know what? These people are not straight. We're gonna have to deal with them the same way they're dealing with us, right? As an example, because you're not privy to what these people are the strategy is. The election has started. So are you willing to concede that you're not privy to the strategies of the party members and whatever it is they're doing? Are you willing to concede that right now?
No, I won't concede that. And I tell you why I won't concede that.
Why?
I will drive to answer this point. I use the APC Labour Party in Anambra State to answer it. The original candidate slated to battle Soludo and every other, and this Ozibo was meant that Ozibo should be in Labour, automatic, he should be in Labour to battle Soludo. The person they were reserving APC the same for was Ifeanyi Uba, the late Ifeanyi Uba. July last year, Ifeanyi Uba traveled to Atlanta to go and meet in Nnewi, his people, to tell them, I have it on good authority, that he has been anointed as the person to fly APC flag and then to remove Soludo. That they've built up a war chest for him. That only he's telling his people that let them just support him and then let them not be disrupted. Which was what he told them. They said, okay, how are you sure that this thing is a Ganduje came? And true to type, Ifeanyi Uba did the palliative nobody has done in Anambra State. In his stadium, about 1,000 motorcycle and the keke was distributed, among other things. If you see, I think it's in the video. So people, that type of development, convincing that they are ready. But the cat has been let out of the bag. Now, Ifeanyi Uba is no more. So they are now bringing, it's not because of somebody from Labour will now go there and win and come back to Labour. Now, lie you. So the thing is, they want that they are devilish this thing. So when Ozibo now move, because this thing has happened, people start telling him, say, this man, you made a mistake. APC, Anambra is not a place. If Apuga didn't win, it could be Labour. I'm telling you the truth. If not, Labour stand a chance. And with as long as P2B is still a force, yes, he will battle it because there are a lot of loopholes of Soludo to exploit. But now that they've gone to the real man that should have done it has gone to APC. People felt that you are giving this Soludo an easy ride.
But Dr. Fian, would you have said the same thing if Andrew Uba was alive, going to APC? Would you have said the same thing?
Yes, do you know why? Andrew Uba on a personal distance, as an individual,
as a grassroots mobilizer.
It's a fraud. First of all, certificate forgery. Anambra hate it now.
But he has been there. He has been winning the election with the same certificate.
Forget it's not certificate. We know what is happening now in Senate. Now they just come and rig him and give him Senate there, Abuja.
I think if Andrew Uba was alive, moving to APC, nobody would have been able to stop him. That's my own calculation, though.
No, it was Andrew Uba that contested last time now with Soludo. Now it was
that was under YMPP. I'm talking of Andrew Uba going to Ifeanyi Uba going to APC under for gubernatorial election in Anambra. He will have won.
Okay. Now I agree with Omori on that, but let me say this, Dr. CM. You know, there's a paradox that I'm going to cite for you now, which is what I'm saying, that it's probably not a virtue for all these people to be jumping to APC. See, the way you have to look at it, there is something called the cabals of a few, and then the confusion of a multitude, right? There may be a pattern to the madness. Peter Obi is a very smart, intelligent guy. it might be even part of his stand to try to go that route he went all through 2023, knowing they're going to do exactly what they did, and then set it up to actually come in now. And like I said before, he's not a fool. All these people having all kinds of birds. Normally you have birds of the same feather flying together, right? But now when you have parrots and you have canaries and you have all kinds of people flying together, right? There'll be a confusion at some point of a multitude. Whereas the Labour Party will be there. There'll be a secrecy of the cabal, right? So they know what they need to fight. There are a lot of intelligent people in this APC. It's not just Peter Obi. You have Baba Ahmed, that you have Patu Tommy. You have so many others. Aisha there. So I saw Aisha talking about a new party, but I may not recommend something that you should be doing, but I know what you shouldn't be doing. Let me just put it that way so that we could bring this thing down. We're on the same team. We're on the same side. I have a lot of respect for you. We'll talk on the phone. I'd avoid that now. So, but what I would say is that you cannot make it permanent what you've been doing. You cannot make it permanent. You cannot go trying to defending it. No matter how conversant you are with, for example, Anambra State. You just saw Mori correct you now. On Anambra State, he says if Mr.
It wasn't a correction, just my own opinion, though.
It's your opinion, right?
Considering what you could achieve under YPP, that was more or less unpopular in Anambra State.
No, but just on the limited area for the debate is that you're not from there, you have an opinion. So, and happens to be the correct opinion. And then somebody who's from there, to me, if I'm the one grading it, is wrong. If this man was in the APC, of course, he's formidable because already he's a formidable character in that state. I met with him here when he came to Los Angeles a couple of times, as a matter of fact. I have a picture I could show you if you want to see. But what I'm saying is this. You can, it's unsustainable because the only reason why you're doing it is because you are outnumbered at Niger Watch and you've been cowed because you're a good guy. You're a nice guy. I'm not a nice guy, so I don't get cowed easily. I stand for the truth. I don't want to lose you, right? I conclude by saying this respectfully, Dr. Sia. I'm suggesting that you don't make it permanent, that you become an obedient like you were, forcefully making your argument.
He's even more obedient today than he was before. What are you talking about? Supporting Asa Godalo was not a mistake at all. It was a good calculation.
You cannot hold both positions. If you're saying Labour Party is infested with criminals who are jumping party and you're knocking them, you're talking about that, then you have to jettison the party, right? You're not gonna be there with a bunch of criminals. If you have a suggestion for the party,
CM does not play that kind of Agbado support politics, partisan politics, political affiliation, APC, PDP.
You're not welcome in this conversation, right? Go to your show where we're talking about Labour Party. Stay out of it.
This is not a bunch of you portray you give it the pressure that you don't know anything about Nigerian politics.
Stay out of it, right? Stay out of it. Go give.
What reason have you to blame those that are supporting Tinubu, the Agbados? If you feel CM to stick to anybody that emerges under label, that's a wrong calculation. That's very myopic and the pedestrian.
Listen, Pansat, let me tell you, because of when you say I'm cowed or maybe I'm outnumbered, all this, let me tell you what I used to say. During Edo election, when I declared for Asue Godalu, and most people were going for Olumide Akpata, just maybe one person, or rarely do you hear people saying APC. When they ran, there are a lot of things people say. Some even call Asue Godalu a thief, or all these ones, or Obaseki is this. If you follow the campaign, when they finish, I will tell them that Obaseki is not on the ballot. Therefore, if you say Obaseki from here to heaven, I won't reply you. I'm not interested. It's not on the ballot. It doesn't matter. Then waiting there, somebody will say, Asue is this, Asue and he's go reason like Obaseki, he go do this, he go do that, he's a thief. So sometimes I will tell that, I say, my late father taught me, say, my son, when people must have finished saying anything, you divide what the person said into two. Those that matter and those that do not matter. When you say Igodalo is a thief, to me it doesn't matter. What am I going? Now you the talker. What I want is to tell me why the man cannot perform if he elected governor, or this is a scandal that is known, and then you bring proof. So when they talk all these things, I tell them, say, to me, you haven't said anything that's worthy of a reply.
Okay, Dr. CM, Dr.
And that
CM,
has been my
I heard you say that, right? And you were doing it by fiat, right? I heard. I wasn't on the platform there because we had a fight with. I had a fight with Mr. Elvis, but I heard you when you said that, and you're doing it by fiat. But you cannot divorce Mr. I don't believe that Mr. Gadalo is a thief, right?
Yes, yes.
I have properly placed it. I said in a tripartite campaign, right? You have the superlative, then you have the comparative, then you have the maybe just the good. Let's just say Monday Opebolo is good. Asue Igadalo is better. Olumide Akpata is the best, right? So the argument you're making doesn't address.
What are your yardsticks? You're making the same mistake over and over. You're repeating the same mistake over and over. We are the people on ground. We are the people on ground.
Hold on.
By what yardstick are you assessing these people?
Please.
You are overflogging this argument. You don't listen to somebody else.
When I'm almost done. And after I talk now, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to talk as much as you want. 10 minutes, right? I want to interject, like I always do. So I'm saying to you, Dr. CM, where I'm poking holes in what you're doing here, right? Which I think it's unsustainable for anybody who's going to challenge you on it, unless you employ the tactics like you said. I remember you be saying that, and I believe it's by fiat, right? So you keep forgetting, somebody could be better. You follow me? Maybe Monday Webelo is the worst. In this case, if you want to import a word worst, right? I just say he's good. Okay, then you have somebody better, which would then be Asoe Gadalo. But in that election, it's not a binary choice, it's a tripartite situation whereby you have somebody, as far as we're concerned, that ticks all the boxes. He's a Labour Party member. He's obedient, right? He believes in new Nigeria, right? He gets it. He has empathy. He doesn't have the baggage of the former governor, right? Because when it comes to party, the party controls a lot of things. Makes a big difference. You just can't be against the party like you're thinking. So because you have this former governor there, and that's his candidate, you deduct a lot of points for that you can never make up. Now, if the Labour Party wasn't there, yes, Asue Gadalo is okay. He's better, but it's not the best. But I mean, he's better than Monday Obelo. That's true. So that is one thing you haven't addressed that issue. You keep treating it like a binary choice. It's not a binary choice.
See, Pansat, my friend.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't want to listen. Aswe Godalo is better than Olumide Akpata and Opebolo in all ramifications.
You see, Pansat.
Yeah.
I agree that you are dying the woo Labour Party.
No. You said that before, right? I'm not. Because you're not okay. Let me ask you something.
Let me come now.
Let me ask you so you can answer together, because I think you're divided. So I'm trying to bring you to be laser focused on the issue. Here's what I'm going to ask you right now. Let's say the rubric to decide is 10. You want to come to 10 points, right? Who you're going to support. So out of the 10 points, how much do you give to P2B's choice? If anything, do you give anything for that? P2B's choice, whoever P2B endorsed. How much out of that 10, remember that 10 points includes somebody's qualified, somebody's a lawyer, somebody's a good businessman, somebody is whatever, right? So how many, if P2B says, okay, now this is who I want, how much points do you give that?
Well,
or you don't give it anything?
Do you know why it won't even It won't even feature in my calculation because if it is not P2B, it can never be like P2B.
Okay, now that is I am surprised you said that.
No, listen.
No, hold on.
No. You see,
It's not just that. It's not that I'm surprised you said it, right? I will just hear what I'm saying, because I asked you a very important question, right? That was a very important
the
question.
fact that I answered it like this means it's from my heart.
Okay,
You
that's fine. Listen, if you come out to me and say, you know what, I killed somebody yesterday, and you being sincere about it, I will understand, but I still have to report you, right? So listen to what I'm saying. Hold on.
You don't allow
you
me.
Want to tell me? You see, I'm not. First of all, I don't believe you. There are two problems here. Number one, I don't believe you, right? That's
He
one
has
problem.
spoken his truth. Whether you believe or not does not matter. He doesn't need you to validate his position. He's an adult, an intellectual adult.
No, hold on.
He doesn't need your validation.
What you just said is that P2B endorsing somebody didn't even come into your calculation.
Do you want to see him, as big as he is, as intellectual as he is, to accept everything, every recommendation from Peter Obi, hook, line, and sinker? Is that what you're saying?
Omar, be quiet. Mute your mic.
You should be quiet. You should be quiet, Bansat. You want to see him. You want everything, every recommendation from Peter Obi, for CM to accept them, hook, line, and sinker, without his own input, without his own, making his own analysis, without his own personal input.
Anybody is gonna believe you when you say that. Anybody who knows you is gonna say, it didn't factor into CM's calculation who it will be endorsed. That is unbelievable. You have a kind of issue now on that.
See, listen, Pansat, there's no issue in it. Let me tell you why. Left for me, or not, let me go into mind of P2B. Let me just speculate. P2B may look like, say, this man I'm going to endorse is almost like me, he will perform. P2B cannot go and endorse a thief if he knows. It is taken as a given that P2B will say, yes, this is the person I like. This is the person that will perform. Not really he like him. He might be, but he perform. That's good. But to me, I also have my own objective to make. The fact is that if it is not P2B, based on the evidence we've seen, it can never ever be like P2B. Take it from me, and I stand by that.
To come in, because I don't want you to. I believe I got you on a chokehold now on this, and I'm not gonna let you go. Hold on, here's why. Look, you said that it never came into your mind, and you don't give it any points who to be endorsed out of those people who are running for office, even though he knows.
Pastor, can I shock you? Can I shock you? Can I tell you the truth?
You can never do that.
No, can I tell you the truth? For tonight, you might not believe it, but this is the truth.
Right.
The real choice for Peter Obi in Edo election was also in Kudalu.
Okay.
And
I've got that.
As a matter of politics, to fulfill all righteousness, he's coming to Edo. You see how long it took Peter Obi to come to Edo? I don't want to see. There are things you don't know about politics. See, it's deeper. Nigerian politics is deeper than what you see on the surface. Let me review one thing to you today. Get this revelation. Let me get this revelation.
Hold on. You made a choice.
Mr. Pastor, let me give you the revelation.
Let me finish.
So you do your homework. You go and verify it.
Could you have this guy wait his
His
turn?
real choice in Edo was...
It's you. Okay, hold on.
You don't want to listen.
Dr. Sierra.
Yes.
I believe that you were not being honest when you answered that question. I'm sorry, with all due respect. When you said whoever P2B endorsed in that election doesn't matter to you, you were not being honest about that.
And not that it doesn't matter to me. You see, these are the words we are using.
Okay.
I said.
It didn't factor.
Yeah, he said that, you see, because I know how I came to the choice I made. Now, P2B made a different choice, Olumide Akpata, because I wouldn't expect P2B not to endorse somebody from Labour Party. I wouldn't expect that.
Why?
That was the political aspect of it. That was the politics of you not getting.
Because you can't be a party leader, presidential candidate, and then your party presents a candidate, and tomorrow you say no, you go and be raising somebody in
Exactly
PDP.
right. That's what
You
I'm
can't.
saying.
Yes,
You
no, I'm
you
coming.
on the
You can't do
platform.
that. No, no, no,
Obi
no.
was being smart. Obi was
I
being
do not.
smart.
Well,
I
hold
do
on.
not have.
You
I
on the
do not have.
platforms now. You
I
are
do,
Peter Obi on the platforms. Wait a minute. Just give me 1 minute because you're advancing my point. You've come into the realm that I believe.
Akbata is different from Peter Obi. Let's not overflow this argument, man.
Or Omori, we have to do something about it, right? Omori, please wait for your turn. Now, Dr. Cia.
You're overflogging one issue. You're repeating one thing over and over. It doesn't make sense anymore.
On these platforms, you are Peter Obi, right? So now, if Peter Obi goes out there and he does, like you just said, he couldn't go and endorse somebody else, but you did.
Because I'm not Peter Obi now, and that is why I have to tell you this, Pamsat. Before Edo election, before Edo election, Labour Party has started to unravel with what is coming out. Remember, I told you, people see Labour Party, even me, as this is the party now we are waiting for, a different platform that we now want
To the extent the back man has to win election under Labour, a back man, the National Assembly.
Who says that? What you just said now, who says that? Do you know who says that?
I just told you.
Hold on. Omori, now to be fair to Omori, I thought what I'm going to say now. Let's have Omori have an input, then we'll come back to this. But let me tell you, sound just like Mr. Elvis. He's the one who has a problem with the Labour Party, right? That's why I was fighting with him, right? And he says, oh, look, I know Mr. This guy more than you do. I brought him here a couple of times, right? The Labour chairman, right? That's who thinks that Labour Party has a problem. Labour Party has no problem. None. What do you want? You don't want parties to have internal crisis once in a while. They have to have internal crisis. That's why you have
Mr. Pansett, be open when you're talking to people like this. Be open to new things, to learn new things.
Oh man, this guy.
You know, when you stuck to one particular position, you're not flexible. It doesn't help the conversation.
No, okay.
The choice of Olumide Akpata in Edo was a wrong calculation. It was a huge mistake. It was a huge political blunder. You're not getting the message. Obi coming to Edo was just the political aspect you saw to fulfill all righteousness. Let me go there and fulfill. All right, let me go and fulfill. Let me create the impression that this is my party candidate. Do you know the argument? Do you know the political maneuver that happened behind the scene before he came to Edo State?
Just said
the original choice of Peter Obi in Edo State wasn't. This is something no politician will tell you this. But I'm revealing certain things to you tonight. You're not getting anything. You're not willing to pick anything from what we're saying because you've made up your mind.
Hold on, let me hear Dr. Sim. Do you agree with that?
That what?
He will not believe. It doesn't matter if he believes or not. He's not going to believe me because he doesn't want to go against Peter Obi too. Sorry, I'm telling you what. I'm telling you the political, the real politics of the political nitty-gritty of what took place in Edo State. He's coming. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of argument, a lot of persuasion for me to come to Edo. Nobody will tell you this.
Let him answer. He's here. Did you hear what he said? I could tell you.
Yeah. What was
the preferred candidate for Peter Obi in Edo State was Yasu Ngudalu.
Do you agree with that?
He doesn't need to agree with us
now.
Do you know why I have to agree? Because yes, why is this professor what he said?
Wakobia.
And there was no retraction, no debunking.
Okay, let me ask you then.
Yes.
Anybody, hold on. Anybody who does that.
Pastor, you look at the politics as if you're reading your novel. It's deeper than that. Politics is not your novel. It's not your regular day-to-day literature.
Right? That's what you're saying. He's deceitful. He deceived us into believing that he's supporting Olumide Akpata, whereas he's true.
He didn't deceive you. He knew from the beginning Akpata has no chance.
I'm asking him a question. Let him answer. Do you believe that Peter Obi is deceitful?
He's not deceitful.
No. I don't think Peter Obi
was playing politics. Yeah, okay. Politics is what politicians do.
Do you believe that anybody who is showing this hand but has another hand behind his back, do you believe that's deceit? If somebody says, look, I want you guys to vote for Olumide Akpata, but in my heart, really, what I'm saying to myself is I want Asue Gadelo to win. Do you believe that's deceit?
See, the seat. I don't. No, it depends. If he come out to tell you, then that is a deceit. But if you feel, if it's a discussion he has with somebody, I don't think it's a deceit. Somebody must have to read his mind. Somebody must have to say what he had in mind.
No, but he didn't say that he did that, right? A deception.
See, 1 minute. Pastor, did you even know? Did you even know how Olumide Akpata emerged as the flag bearer of Playboy in Edo? Did you know?
Talk on the platform.
Did you know?
It's your turn. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fine, but don't talk while I'm talking, right?
You give me, you say it's my turn, but you are still talking. You keep talking.
It's very noisy. If you want to talk now, then I'll mute myself. Do you want to talk?
Okay, go ahead and mute yourself. My problem with you is that when we are discussing like this, don't make up your mind. Don't be too cocky. Don't be too cocky. Don't be too hard. Be open. Be open to, so that we can flow. Don't play politics with everything. I'm not partisan. When I come to make my submission, I don't base it on any support for any political party or for any individual.
Yes,
this is not a good time for campaign.
You just lied. You support Showore as an
No. That is the wrong impression you have about me. That is very wrong. That is very, very wrong. Showore is my man. We've come a long way. I've known Showore for more than 3.5 decades. So we've come a long way. We've done a lot of things in common. So
admit it. Right? Don't say I don't support any individual, whereas you're here.
No. When it comes to, he might not even contest the next election, considering the way things are going.
Okay, your time is up. Time is up, Maury.
I've not even spoken. You didn't allow me to talk.
Let me ask
Mr. CM. Mr. CM.
Yeah, hold on now.
Pastor, you'll be talking. You'll be talking.
Hold on.
You're giving me time. You don't even allow me to use the time. You're telling me my time is up. How?
Okay, go ahead. Dr. CM, go ahead.
Dr. CM, I have another question based on what you just said. I'm learning from you because I'm ready to learn. Okay. You made mention of something very, very vital. You made a very vital point. Do you think the APC and Valentine Ozigbo, particularly trying to fill that vacuum created by the demise of Ifeanyi Uba in Anambra State, is trying to take advantage of that vacuum, that lacuna created by his demise in Anambra State? He feels it's an opportunity to join the winning team. Do you think that was what motivated? That could be a motivating factor to his decampment to APC.
Well, the thing is, yes, because he want to sort of seize the opportunity, reap. Just I call him an opportunist anyway. But that says it all. But why it may backfire, and I believe it will backfire, is because we are talking of Anambra one. Not that APC won't try to rig. Second thing is that Ifeanyi Uba has been in an elective post, been a senator for almost 2 terms, 8 years, and has been doing palliative in the way that even during Corona. But Val Ozigbo is like, let me just say, somebody who is P2B's PA. Not that he is, but let me just liken him to a PA for P2B, following P2B about, and then now wanting to come out of his own and then campaign, sort of vie for an elective post. He did 4 years ago with PDP. He was the PDP candidate. He hasn't entered Labour there, but he lost. Then he now teamed up with P2B in the hope that presidential election, he want to help to elect P2B, being a candidate, good candidate. Now that he left this to come and fill the vacuum of APC, he left by Ifeanyi Uba. It won't work because as a quantity, he hasn't made the name Ifeanyi Uba made. He hasn't won any elective, not even a councillor. But Ifeanyi Uba has been a senator, a billionaire by his own right, and then he has been doing favor to people. So he has something to go for him, even if people hate APC. But some people say, because of Ifeanyi Uba, let me vote. Now, to an average voter in Anambra, if you want to vote APC, they say, but this man was with P2B before. Why did they just leave P2B and enter the party of everywhere, APC for that matter, with their toxic name? They will say no. And second, the most important thing is that as a person, how many votes can he mobilize? How many? If he had stayed in Labour Party with Peter Obi traveling around him and the Anambra State that belongs to Peter Obi, people can throw sympathy vote because of Peter Obi easily. Mind you,
what if they are sorry to interject you? What if they are promising the Edo template?
okay, the Edo template, yeah, that's interesting. You see, let me say the hood does not make the monk. It won't be easy. It won't work. I'm telling you the truth. It won't work. If he had been in Labour Party, they want to rig it. Easy. Very easy. Because people will say, who are we having? Peter Obi's candidate. Let them rig him. The man, suppose. Some people will even point to Abia State. Say, let him be. After all, he and the legs, go they talk. Peter Obi, Ozigbo, and the legs, it's good. But the fact that he entered the APC says it all. He's desperate. And mind you, look at the time he entered, February. Next month is the primary. How much more desperation can you be? If you had entered last year, people might say you are building up. Now, there are buccaneers in that APC you want to dislodge. It will be a battle royal. Do you understand? People has been in APC feeling that Ifeanyi Oba is the stumbling block for them. They will battle Ifeanyi. Now that Ifeanyi is no more, they are gearing up to say, me, where the background now, I have to come to the front. Now somebody go just impose himself, say you want to cross over, and they want to do it. It will be difficult. But mind you, when this type of thing is happening, other opponent like Soludo, who may not be too popular, people go begin sympathize with them. Do you understand? You see, that is what I'm saying. This type of scenario I'm painting, I don't know about all this in Edo State. That is the difference. And that's what made me to say, I don't know. Whether if you know that I realize that Aswe Godalo is Esan or maybe Central. After I must have endorsed him and then campaign, you were saying and unchecked, I didn't know Aswe was Esan. It was later. But like I said, Pansat, if you taking, what I'm not saying is experience. Governor, being a governor is to manage human and material resources, nothing more than that. Now, both of them are coming as virgin. They've not been in government before, not even as a senator, nothing. So it's only fair that let me now see among them, they are tied. Who has an age? I use the word age. Then I said, Aswe has got more corporate experience in handling men and material. Olumide Akpata, yes, president of the bar. That is not, you can't compare that like somebody who is a head of maybe Sterling Bank, where you make profit, Nigerian breweries, where you talk of profit and loss. Bar association is not about profit and loss. In fact, you are even leading your colleagues. It's like first among equal. Because you are not bullying anybody. All that you want to hold brief for 2 years, then you think 2 years or is it 3 years or a year? But I mean for whatever tenure, you hold brief and then make sure that you defend in fact, your job is cut out as president of the bar. You know what to do. But in your corporate world, what you've been able to do for yourself, apart from the fact that Aswe said he has been empowering his village people or all those things. Well, anybody can give money to your village people and then be doing something. That is different. But I'm looking at him as somebody with this type of CV. You've been able to manage men and material, built up this, and they found you fit to invite you to come and lead Nigerian Economic Summit Council. You must have something in you. It's like the way they elected Olumide Akpata to come and lead the bar. Yes, but this is your profession. But Aswe, look is where Aswe went. And let me correct one thing. Aswe read economics at Ibadan, then went to London School of Economics to read law. So Olumide also read law, I think, in the University of Benin. So both of them read law. That's what I'm trying to say. Nobody read his own law degree through the backyard. They are. It took me time to now say, look, let me pitch my tent with this man. In defiance to what I feel that Labour Party, we are saying yes, obedient. Ordinarily, Edo State should have been Labour because that is the headquarters of obedient. They could have cleared it. But the eruption, what people see that Labour Party should be whiter than snow. And we're hearing this. And they are not helping matters. By the way, who is the Labour Party chairman in Edo State internally now? Were they making any move? Nothing. But I'm not using to that is by the way anyway. So in terms of everything, the mechanics, Labour Party is not ready in Edo State to elect a governor. In terms of mechanics, I'm not looking at individual now. But looking at the individual, I felt that Asue has an age. That's why I went for him. It doesn't stop me. Like I told you, what if they declare the man tomorrow? I will even be the person telling him, Asue, this one where they happen for PDP, people are jumping. Jump over to Labour to go and help P2B and the Lexoti. I'm saying this on air. Who knows whether it may still work, and I will still canvass for that. As we now that you are now the governor of Edo State, why not jump ship, go into Labour Party to go and help P2B? We want good people like you to be around P2B. Alex Oti is one. You as where you be the number 2. So we'll be gathering states and then to move. If P2B is moving, then all of you will follow him because PDP is only for Atiku. Anything that Atiku will just feel that he own PDP. If you like, do anything at the local government level. When they get to presidential candidate, they say Atiku. You can't be worshiping one Lord now. Can't be. There's no need for papa bullying, you know. So that is where I stand. I made the choice and I stood by it, and I have every reason. It's not that it doesn't make me less obedient than any other person. No, it doesn't. Rather, it makes me more because I want the best. What if we say way to recruit? Now, Valentine Ozibo, yes, like Pansat was saying, what if you want to play their game, go to APC, win, and come over to Labour? But to win now in a state like Anambra, it won't be easy because Labour, I told you last election, Labour APC was delisted. Officially, they said the APC was disqualified. Their vote, that's in terms of, something like you may win a match. Later, they say they stripe you of the gold, or you win a gold, they stripe you of this thing, and then give to another person. So officially, you are not on the medal table, irrespective of the fact that they have announced you before. So that is the handicap. He stand a chance in Labour Party in Anambra State to fight Soludo, but I don't know what they promised him in APC that 1 month to the convention, 1 month to the primaries, he jumped and entered there. Whether those Buccaneers will step down for him, and then let us see how he's going to convince the people, or he felt that the war chest they kept for Ifeanyi Oba, he will now inherit it and they start to rig vote. I doubt it. And moreover, Anambra is not our people has not the South is really where you give people 5,000, 10,000, they vote for you. No, our people are now becoming aware that they don't need your money. If you start giving money, they say you don't know what to do. Do you know Bianos? Do you know Bianos?
Sorry to get you. Is he from the same senatorial district as Ifeanyi?
Yes, it's the South. I'm from the South. All of us are from the South. Soludo South. Soludo is my local government. Ifeanyi Oba is in Newi, Anambra South. Valozibo is from the same local government with me too, but a different town. Soludo, a different town. All of us are Anambra South. And do you know what he's promising? He said he's due 4 years to complete 8 years rotation the way it is. He said if I do 4 years, somebody from the central will take over. Then some people will tell you, are you sure? But I'm not even after that. My what I'm after is the party he jumped into and the chances of electing APC as a governor in Anambra State. It will be like a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, Omorui. You will hear and just go and know this. APC in Anambra State, people are already telling him that you should have stayed in Labour and let's fight it out. You come a sympathy vote because P2B is a factor. And what it means is that P2B cannot go and be campaigning for you. Yes, P2B can campaign for you. So for him to mount, they will say, people are even saying that he disappointed P2B, don't betray P2B, which I do not think so. Whether he betrayed him, I don't know what transpired, but him going to PC is an opportunist.
All right, I've gotten that, Mr. CM. And another thing I want to find out from you, I learned a lot from you when we discussed. It's not like, this is not about campaign. This is not about support for, we are talking generally, right? We're talking politics.
Yes.
Another thing I want to find out, considering what has transpired between Peter Obi and Oti on one side, and Abure and Araba Beast on the other side, right? To the extent that when they wanted to conduct their local government elections, because of the issues they had, they have to use the YMPP or something like that in their local government elections, just to have their grassroots support, to keep their grassroots support. Will you honestly, in all honesty, will you advise Peter Obi to remain in Labour? You think the Abures and Co, the Aramba bits of this one will be sincere working with Peter Obi, considering what they have turned out to be, the character they show to be, during that debacle, and considering the position Obi and Oti took, trying to replace Abure. You think the likes of Abure have not been infiltrated by APC and the Tinubu factor? You think they will be working in sincerity with? Will you advise Obi to stay put in Labour, or you allow him to? You advise him to find an alternative? What do you think is the top of Peter Obi?
You see, you remember I said Peter Obi has two options from me. Don't go back to PDP because it's all about Atiku. In Labour Party.
What if Atiku decide to step down for Peter Obi?
Well, let us see now. But step down
to give Agbado a hot contest for his money.
Well, you have to. There's what they call a small print. So if you are signing an agreement, they say be careful of all those small print. Anyway, we can come back to that later. So I told Peter Obi, I said my option. Peter Obi, don't go back to Labour Party. To PDP. They want to use you to become relevant. That's one. Then in Labour Party, try and reform Labour Party. If you can't reform it, get your own platform. Do you know what it means to reform Labour Party? The reform I mean, Abure, Arabambi, and Apapa. That is the reform. So you now asking me whether Peter Obi will trust them. Hey, Jesus Christ.
What do you mean by reform? Remove Abure?
Yes.
Replace Abure?
Look, if there is a way.
With the court judgment, that is not a possibility. With the court judgment.
Listen, if there is a way to get rid of them, without them, now that is what, if you can't reform it, then you leave. These are the reform I mean.
Okay, let's assume without conceding. Let's assume without conceding that he's not able to change the status quo. Let's assume without conceding that the status quo remain. Yes. Abure remains the national chairman of Labour. Yes. He has succeeded in bringing Arababi and the other one back to. They have decided to join forces together because of OT and OP. Now, let's assume without considering that he's not able to remove. Let's assume Abure will remain the national chairman of Labour Party.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the thing is, now that guy, how do they say it? Peter Obi will be naive to believe Abure, I've changed. We are now working. He will be naive.
They're already calling on him to come back so that they use it to gather the momentum.
I know now. You see, as far as Nigerian politics is today, if Peter Obi moves to a party called PEN, there are millions that will go with him.
Don't you think the earlier he moves now, the earlier he decides, the better? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, no, yes, I'm coming to that. But you have to know that whether there's what is it called? Landmines where you're going. Maybe you play your card the way you want, close to your chest. But let me say this. Labour Party, Peter Obi moves out. People just hear Peter Obi don't move out. Labour Party is gone.
Yeah, we are aware of that.
So I know because we expect him to do it earlier. But then, in Nigerian political chessboard, you have to also think of, yes, if you announce, say you are going to Party B, what is the gold mine? What is the landmine they sowed in that party or we are going to do? But in that case, now, I'm not trying to say that Peter Obi is naive, they don't know what to do. That's why it will be easier. It will be better for him because the followership is already there. It's organic. Even some people, after voting Tinubu and Atiku, they are willing to listen to Peter Obi because they've seen the difference. But not with Labour Party the way it is, unless Abure then go, which we've agreed is impossible now, given court case. So what I'm saying is that P2B will now say, okay, with party autonomy and all those and the way they are gang, this is where we are going. But in going there, we don't let us not go there the way we get into Labour Party, in which we assume things as already that they start working with them. We are going there that from the executive we change it in our own image, because that was the mistake. If P2B has known and party autonomy that Abure will suddenly be, easily purchasable like all this, they would, because everything has come to naught. So where you are now going, what you will say is that with the benefit of hindsight, we are going into party called A, or we are forming party A. The presidential candidate we've already known, maybe P2B you will run. But the executive, the people that will man the everyday thing, will be in our own image. We will be the people to put them there. Maybe Otomi will say, this is my own man. P2B will say, this is my own. Dati Baba Ahmed. So they know they can be purchased, so that you now know that you really have a party and not that you are floating. That's why they say P2B just come in a party, because you now go and board these people over. So if they make that same mistake, they are gone for. So it is.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Dr. CM.
Yeah.
Obviously, this question I'm going to ask you. It's if you go to the doctor and you're diagnosed with a headache, for example, you're not going to go trying to find a plaster to put on your finger or something like that, right? Try to look for Panadol or whatever. If an election is held in Nigeria today, on 2027, and INEC performs their duty, and the results are transmitted from the polling unit to the IRF live, and they count the votes fairly, accurately. Do you think P2B will win the election?
Well, if he thinks like the way you painted it, yes.
Yeah.
Because that is the ideal situation people want. I believe P2B will win the election because the people are with him.
Okay, so because that's the right, I have a follow up on that. So you believe he won the election if the people were assume are gonna run. Let's say Tinubu and Atiku and maybe one other person like Showore or somebody. Which means our problem is with the collection of the results. Our problem is not with Abure or anybody else. Why should we be wasting our time trying to fix something that doesn't affect the result of the election? What the problem we have with the chairman of the Labour Party is a problem we have in all the political parties. Ganduje, for example, you have to do a lot to undo him as far as being corrupt.
It's not entirely
on tape.
It's not entirely like that, Pansat. Do you know
No,
why
no.
I say it's not
Brother,
entirely?
do you believe Abure is a sellout?
Put it
It's
in a
not-
way that is a digestible answer to what I'm saying.
Do you believe Abure has compromised?
Me?
Yes.
No, I don't. But what I'm saying is, it's mute if we go by his answer. The first part of the answer is this. He's saying if the problem P2B has and had is the collection of results. It's a much bigger problem. It's not a party issue.
But that is based on the fact that the party, when the corruption which is free from INEC do the right thing, even the party will also be equally ready. Because do you know why I say it's equally ready? If INEC is willing to conduct a free and fair election, and everything is pointing that they want to conduct free and fair, if Abure, or I won't mention Abure, but if the Labour Party decide not to populate the polling unit with their own people, or even put somebody that will be Labour Party returning officer and go there and sell the result and sell their vote, what are you going to do? They give him money, he say, look the other way. but INEC will say it was uploaded.
That's even more dangerous than the bad INEC.
Exactly, than bad INEC. So Fanta
No, you are. Hold on. The question is mine.
Okay.
My question was, if we truly measure the people's mandate, who the people voted for, I asked you, do you believe that P2B will win the election? He said yes.
I said yes. Because INEC, and you gave me condition for INEC. Yes.
Right. The condition I gave you was that INEC obeyed the law.
Yes.
They transmitted the result according to Electoral Act
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
Section 60 to 65. But you're gonna change your answer from that, or are you? Because I have a form.
No, yes, I stand by my answer. INEC did their job right. Yes.
Right. Okay. Therefore, what the internal party squabbles are doesn't matter then.
Let me tell you how.
No, hold on, because the only condition I gave you
matters a lot. It matters a lot.
Yeah, hold on. The condition I gave you was just on INEC. I didn't give you any. I didn't say anything about Labour Party or this or that. If the election is conducted fairly, you count the votes, including the last one. P2B will win by a wide margin. Therefore, that's where our energy should be on. It's trying to make sure that INEC does their job. Now, here's another discussion I want us, three of us, to have. Usually, when an election comes about, you could look back in our history and say, okay, this 2027 election is going to be like election between Obasanjo and so and so, or it's going to be like this or that. So I'm saying that the election we're going to have next is going to be like 2015 election, whereby the external forces played a role in that election. That's what's going to happen now. That's what P2B should be concentrating its energy on, is to do the legwork in the United States. Right now, Trump is doing an investigation of Nigeria, and they should be paying more attention into that. Make sure that the United States is determined to make sure there's a fair election in Nigeria, whereby they'll be on the phone with INEC, they'll be on the phone with the president and say, hey, look, you have to have a fair election there, right? They have to make sure that Tinubu understands that no matter if he has to have a clean, transparent, violence-free election, so that if he wins, then they will support him. If he doesn't win, they won't support him. That's the 2015 election. The Obama administration believed that Jonathan was corrupt. That's that, guys. That's what they use as an excuse. Other people said because he wouldn't go with Muslim, what do you call it? Homosexuals having rights and stuff like that. I don't believe it because Buhari himself was not going to welcome that either. So they don't make any sense by what they're saying, because why would they support Buhari if he's not going to let them do that either? So, but that's where the activity is. All the other distractions that we see at Niger Watch, who's afraid, he thinks that Tinubu is invincible, APC is invincible. That's overestimating the enemy. They did what they did in 2023 because we Nigerians who believed that at least INEC has a technology, they're going to be fair, right? But they weren't fair. They lied to us and they rigged the election. That's all. They didn't even have the math to rig the election. In essence, they turned off the beavers. And then the United States went ahead with Britain to congratulate them. If they know in advance that no matter if you don't have a transparent election, we're going to have international observers there. If they call the election and say, okay, this election was not free and fair, we're not going to endorse it. If we have that in our pocket, the Nigerian people in diaspora back home, and we let them know that, hey, look, what happened in 2023, we're not going to put up with that again. That election has to be transparent, violence-free, and whoever wins, let them win. Then that's what I'm saying. 2015, the incumbent is going to lose. Thank you.
What makes you feel INEC under Tinubu will not be worse than what we saw in 2023?
Because, like I said, fool me. The Nigerians are saying, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, then shame on us." We're not going to let that happen again. You know what happened, right? They turned off the beavers. You had an incumbent coup plotter, military thug, Buhari, with the governors of the northern Nigeria, who didn't want an Igbo man to be president. We don't have that situation anymore. The northerners did not get what they bargained for. They hate him now. They're not going to rig their states over to Tinubu. They're not going to do that. If anything, maybe they'll give it to third-party candidates and all that. But Tinubu is not going to win anywhere in the north. I could assure you of that. He's not going to win anywhere in the southeast, no matter what he does. There's a threshold you have to have in order to rig an election in that sense.
My last question.
What happened in Lagos is going to happen in many states. But you see, in Lagos, he wanted to win Lagos, but he could not win Lagos because of overwhelming. P2B had like 900,000 votes. So that's going to happen in many states. What happened in River State is not going to happen again. Wike is not there. Even up till now, if you look at the IRF, P2B still won River State, right? So do you think these people are going to go to, they were counting on the courts. They know now they cannot count on the courts. So you have to transmit that result electronically from that polling unit. I'm going to make sure, they're going to make sure that happens. So now how is he going to pull it off? If you don't have a Rufai, you don't have all these people, all these strong men, criminals who are able to do that for him.
Mr. Bassett, I've gotten the aspect. My last question, I need to get some sleep. My last question is, do you guys think, okay, if you put Obi's vote and Atiku's vote together, you'll be having about 6 plus 7, I think about 13, between 13 and 14 million votes, which will have been overwhelming defeat for Tinubu. Do you subscribe to the school of thought that feel it should be either APC versus Obi this time around, or there should be a kind of two-party affair, two strong party, APC with another party this time around? So if Atiku is running, for example, I pray he does it wrong, but because of his inordinate ambition, I don't know if he will be willing to see that ambition for Obi. Do you think it will be easier? So they make it APC versus Obi or APC versus whoever, a strong two-party affair. Do you think it will be easier instead of Obi and Atiku sharing their votes again? Do you think it will be better for either Obi to step down for somebody else or somebody else step down for Obi, so it can be between APC, Tinubu of APC versus the other person? Could be Obi, could be another person.
Dr. C, I want to go first on that. Okay, I think Dr. CM is asleep. Now, that is an unknowable, but I could fathom a guess. I believe that by the time 2027 comes around, we would have had Tinubu fatigue, and Nigerians will go to clean house. That means
Tinubu fatigue?
Yeah, Tinubu fatigue. We'll be tired of it. We're tired of him.
Well, why don't you think that he could play some magic that will make him even more popular?
Yeah, he's gonna do. That's a given. That's a constant. He's gonna do that. But like I said, his own modus operandi is to use a lot of thugs, strong men, governors, and then bribe stuff. It didn't work. The revolution, which is what we experienced in 2020, there was a revolution. You cannot do that. Even Buhari could not do it. They had to shut down the beavers, right? In that case, in order to have that result. Nobody's going to put up with that again, not even market women. So we're just managing, holding our nose, hanging tight to 2027. There is no way that he's going to win any state. Was pretty much, he's not going to win any state, maybe a couple of states in the western Southwest. Nobody in their right mind is going to vote for almost hyperinflation. People are starving. He has no plans. He's not doing anything but just.
I think, Pastor, you're overrating you're underestimating the power of incumbency and what Tinubu can do as a mafia. Even when he was not the president, you see what he could do, how he maneuvered the primaries. Ordinarily, Buhari did not want Tinubu as a flag bearer. It's a political mafia you are dealing with here. You're not dealing with ordinary, a regular politician. So you're underestimating or underrating what Tinubu can do as an incumbent and as a political mafia that he is. That would be very dangerous assumption.
Well, you are overrating him. I may be underestimating his abilities, right? But you are overestimating his abilities.
Not just his abilities, his incumbency factor. I'm putting this incumbency factor into consideration.
That's what I mean. That he has nothing else but that, right? But take a look at it. I just told you in the last election, he almost got fucked by Buhari. It wasn't him. It was the northern governors that cut a deal with him, including Rufai and all that. Those people are gone. They can't stand him. They can't wait.
But he got what he wanted.
He did not get what he wanted, right?
He got what he wanted. That's why he's the president today.
He did not get what he wanted. What he wanted was to win Lagos and a lot of.
No. We're talking about.
Let me land. He says he built Lagos. You lose your state. You don't think he wanted to win his state, right? So, what the game they played, including in the Northeast, he's not supposed to win any of those things, and he's not going to. It wasn't him. His own thing was to use thugs and he did that in Lagos, but it still didn't work because the numbers were overwhelming. So they had to finally shut. You have to pay attention to what I'm telling you. He almost didn't get that nomination. It's just that towards the end, it's either gonna be Peter Obi. If they didn't go ahead, if they gave it to the guy, the former Senate president, because the reason with Tinubu say, look, if you make this,
you're talking about Lawal.
If you give it to him, for sure, Peter Obi is gonna be president, and that scares Northerners at the time. But right now, they're not as scared of Peter Obi as they used to be back then, right? So you have to don't overestimate him, but don't underestimate him, like you said. I agree with you on that. Power of incumbency, but what's an incumbent? What does he do? He has to have the INEC, right? So in the Supreme Court now, he appointed a woman from the Yorubas, right, Southwest. So he's
the police, the army, everything at his arsenal, the state treasury.
It doesn't help that much the way you think. It's
it helps a lot, man. You are too far from Nigerian politics.
Listen to me.
I have to go. I have to get some food.
Before you go, take this with you.
You're not objective in your analysis. I'm not benefiting from it. I'm not campaigning for Jagaban.
No,
but sometimes you have the courage to say things, to say things the way they are, so that we can learn from it and move forward.
And you're gonna have a nightmare because all those shenanigans is not gonna work again. I want you to know that now, because I know you are.
It's gonna be worse this time around. It's gonna be worse. It's gonna get worse this time around. The earlier you start preparing for the truth, the better for you.
You're an APC. I'm giving you bad news. Forget it.
I'm an APC. I'm an APC.
Yes, you are.
Because you hate it. The truth is bitter. I just told you the bitter truth.
We're gonna take our country back.
The last time you said I'm for sure, now you say I'm for APC. So where do you belong?
Let's bet. No, even Showore is for APC because what is
no. Wrong assumption. Wrong assumption.
He did it to Jonathan, so he cannot be that stupid to do it again in 2023.
Wrong assumption. I'm not APC. I can never be for APC.
Like I said earlier, you're either for us or you're against us this time. We're taking the country back.
Who is us? Who is us? Where do you belong? You're neither here nor there. You say you're a Biafra, you don't believe in Nigeria. Another one beat, you're a Biafra, you don't believe in Nigeria, you don't believe there's an election. You told your people last time not to vote. That was why Obi will have gotten more votes. Another side, you want to take it back. I don't know where you belong.
It's a good debate, so we'll do it again tomorrow or next time, all right? Take care,
Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good day, man.
You too.
Bye.